Republicards will not go down with the ship. I repeat, these Republicards will not go down with the ship. Join us for part 2 of our January 6th committee coverage. Next, in addition to that, my graduating from the LNCA lab has officially triggered even more creatards. So we will review my conversation from the middle of the night last night with these unbelievable people. Plus, we're going to do some code and chill. We're going to be gaming at 10 o'clock p.m. Eastern with the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. I am taking over the internet. The champ is here. Lena, I see you. A million pocket change for being first. Let's start the show.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They don't say I'm way too young, maybe I'm just ignorant. I won't find nobody like you on some real shit. Spend a couple hours on the phone, hey. I don't wanna let you go. I'll be all about you, babe. I'll be all about you, babe. Saying so unless you don't know, they won't find what we got.
Listen to me, God's people, get out before it gets hot. If you can't take the heat, you better get out of this kitchen right now. Because I'm sick and tired of full-out war going on. God's people, bunch of filthy, sodomite perverts. And if you don't like it, get out of here. Let me tell you something. I'm sick of it, and I'm not going to back down. And I'm sick of people not backing me up on this. And you know what? You are insane. If you're not going to back us up, let me tell you something. God's people, you are insane. I don't want to hang around with a bunch of fat hags. You are insane. And a bunch of queer baits and a bunch of effeminates. Get out. I don't love God. I read the Bible. I'm just a brainwashed fool. Let me tell you something. Can't think for myself. God's people, they're sodomites. They're dogs. That's what the Bible calls them. Dogs. God's people, dogs. I'm just a brainwashed fool. I'm sick of it.
Let's go, y'all. ESPN time.
You have lost your mind.
Homosexuality should be a crime.
They ought to take all the homosexuals and put them all on the boat and give them enough gas to get halfway out in the middle of the ocean with like oxygen.
Oh, God.
So there's no way to stop me. There's no way to stop the truth.
There's no way to stop the truth.
This isn't preaching. This is hate speech. It's both.
Sports.
Because we can purge out all the sissies and purge out all the fair weather Christians, purge out all the weaklings. Because we're supposed to be treating them lovingly and respectfully. Even though the Bible says they're filthy and vile.
The Bible tells us
I mean, I know some of you guys are enjoying it. So don't act like I'm all alone up here. Some of you thumbed up some of those comments too, didn't you?
Some of you like these videos.
I'm just saying, look, you know, hey.
Except that Paul doesn't say any about that in his credentials when he himself gives his own credentials in Philippians 3 and Galatians and Romans.
Well, sure he did. As persecuting the church, right? As persecuting.
Guys, where are we going with this?
Nowhere. Where are you going?
Where you going?
I don't need two Christians in here arguing, guys. This is
I'm not sure.
over this stupid thing. I'm sorry. This is a stupid
What up, James?
disagreement.
I agree
Paul
with
had
that.
a revelation from
had
heaven.
a revelation.
That's the end of it. I don't want to hear any more about it. Seriously, this is absolutely
Yeah, I agree.
profoundly
No, it's connected to the statement that was raised, Rebecca. You raised it.
This is a threat to our system. You know, for instance, go back to the Book of Corinthians.
Christian on Christian violence.
You know, the women should remain silent.
Shut up!
Doctrinal standards. The women were over talking the message.
You know, maybe they were
standing up and saying, "What does that mean, preacher?"
Shut up! Shut up! Will you shut up? Shut up! Shut up!
A woman can't teach over me, and so there's an order.
Woo! Sparks are coming. Sparks
how
are
do you-
coming. Fireworks! I promise fireworks.
Unless you're planning on going into my kitchen and slapping some ham between two slices of bread, this conversation is over.
Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it so much. Y'all know what time it is when you hear the bell ring.
Death Studios in Los Santos, San Andreas. Welcome, everyone, to Late Night Counter-Apologetics.
In the middle of the afternoon,
And now,
of course.
please welcome your host. He is the wise man of the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. He is the sexiest man in all of word wrestling entertainment. He is the most entertaining man in the history of evolutionary biology. He is the virtual visionary, Mr. Dual PhD himself. Please give it up for the architect of the atheist apocalypse, the only man to have his vestments blessed by pine
The
trees,
one and only,
the most high apostle of the cult of the flying man. He is none other than the Outlaw Prince.
I love it. I love
The
it.
one and only Jesus who can save us, Dr. Heartbreak J. Pocket Locker Bundy.
I think I'm cute. I know I'm sexy. I've got the look that drives the girls, while I got the moves that really move them. I send chills up and down their spines. I'm just a sexy boy. Are y'all ready to go? I am streaming this afternoon. Then I got a meeting. Then I'm streaming some more. At 10 o'clock, I'm streaming with the gate. My game club. I am taking over. I make them hot. I make them shiver. Their knees get weak whenever I'm around. They see me walk, they hear me talk. I make them feel like their God ain't real. I'm just a sexy boy. Woo!
I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy.
Eat your heart out, girls.
Hands off the merchandise.
I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. I'm just a sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Thanks, YouTube Punk. Oh, YouTube Punk, the emotes are perfect. They're perfect.
just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Just a sexy boy. All right, folks, we're gonna get our broadcast ready over here. I'm just a sexy boy. Sexy boy. I'm not your boy toy. Boy toy. Welcome, everyone. I am so glad you could all be here with me. It is your boy Pocket Locker in the building, as always, I am in You know what? This bong isn't working. We got to fill it up. I'm in airplane mode. You should be in airplane mode. Head over to that. It's airplanemode.com. And you can check out my cousin OG Roddy's music for yourself. Folks, I am personally, I don't know about you guys, but I am ready for takeoff. Definitely smoking. Whoa. Definitely smoking.
Working hard on my stump, what's the problem? I ain't had shit to show, being modest. Now it's grams of the wax for my conscience. Bron James in LA, you're on college. I've been jumping on them planes like a hobby. Still moving with the pack like my partners. Just the John on them jets cause you wildin'. But the bowl is a party on the island.
Moment of silence.
So good, get back to the topic. Grew up, it was me and Flocka. Grandma's and Big T, this my mama. I ain't even for the pain when my pots flip. Knew his name, that's it, never bothered. Mom said you the man.
So you got this.
Ever since I found a way to go and pop shit. Hold up, blaze through a whole zip. Took a seat at the table of my first flip. Days in red roof with my first whip. Spent the money with the gang, never post pics.
Appreciate you guys. Also, let me give out some points while we're here.
Ever made in a month, nigga. Used to serve him at the minute just the front, nigga. Goddamn.
Lena, I appreciate you being first.
I made my own rules. Had my first child, got it jumping with music. Can't really hang with nobody.
1 million.
I thought by now that you would go and get it, but I could hardly see niggas this distant. Know you get cropped if you not in the picture. And I made that tag and went got a bag. Shots to the Henny and OG.
James Apperson, number 2. 500,000. Until you have victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard. All carry-on items should now be stowed securely, either in an overhead bin or
and then Nano.
All aisles, exits, and bulkhead areas should now be cleared. All electronic devices should now be turned as they may interfere with the
Hey, David Pacman's going to be covering these hearings too. You get a little bit of extra Obama. All right, James Apperson, 250K. Love y'all so much. Appreciate y'all. We're about to, I'm gonna play another song while I do this and get ready for our thing. Here we go. I love this record. It's airplanemode.com, folks. Go check it out. Also, the merch is fantastic. The merch like sells out crazy. Boom. All right. Let's go and pull up our fun January 6th committee here. And then I'm gonna share my screen with you guys. Chop it with Henny and talk with A. We crack it's my dog and we get it back. Champion South taking devil crash and somehow I still. All right, everything's shut up. That's looking good. Y'all want to do a quick unboxing? Hang on, y'all. We're gonna do a quick little unboxing. You'll see why it's good. I'll be right back.
I'm gone, yeah.
Been going and going, and shit got my main line going crazy. Going, I've been moving strong, remember they tryna play me. Said I'm wasting money doing all these songs, ain't no cannot find me and Roddy, we just touching down to Miami. The way the police got these niggas on records, they all need a Grammy. It's all for the family. Told my daughter how my car when I'm landing. It's all in the plan. Your circle gets smaller when you start expanding. Say, go. Where we came from, that shit made us so heartless. But what they talking, I do me regardless. I'm not pulling up there without a deposit. At all. Run my money. Pull up a gang, I'ma pull up with goblins. They put in work, but them niggas is jobless. Put in that work, they be saying it's timing. Gotta trust the process. Couple niggas expired, I feel like I'm timeless. Hey, I'm still here, bro. Do it by my lonely, I don't need no accomplice. How you on that same block for like 5 years, and it's all you accomplish. How? Going and gone, going and gone, I'm going and gone, going and gone. Hey, right. Going and gone, I'm going and gone, going and gone, going and gone. Hey, yo, hey, I'm just saying, going and gone, I'm going and gone, still going and gone, still going and gone, going and gone, I'm going and gone, nigga. Yeah, going and gone, I'm back, hey, yo, we gotta get back to my I'm getting the vibe back. Do that. Feel like I'm going through withdrawal again. I need sun and palm trees, man. Hey, until then, we still gone.
Airplane mode. Ready for takeoff.
All right, y'all. Appreciate y'all sticking with me. When I get a chance, I'm gonna add more pocket change to the whole chat. Appreciate y'all. All right, folks. Here's what happened. Let me pull the music down a tad. As I mentioned to y'all the other day, I really lost my my bell. I couldn't find the bell, right, that I use for communion. And also, No Name told me to get a bell to interrupt people when I gotta talk. All right, folks, so I got a bell, like one of the ones you see at the hotel, right? Like a hotel bell, all right? Right, that means Pocket need to get in there. Pocket need to get some stuff in there, right? I just put on my, yeah, can y'all hear that? Uh-oh, fell over. All right, but that's one bell. What's this? Uh-oh. Dome Star. Let's see what's in here. I'll be forgetting what I order sometimes. There we go. There she goes. Look at that. Brand spanking new. Right? All right, here we go. This is what I use during communion. And the reason I like this one is look at the details on it. I never really showed it off. I just kind of rang it, but I'm gonna show y'all now. This is the bell I normally use. And I just like those details. It sounds really good. All right, so we got the bell back. And then there's one more thing. There's a couple other things that I ordered, like garbage bags and stuff, but they were all like domestic stuff, nothing fun. Let's see what's in here. Oh, my knife. I'm like, where's my knife? My knife is right there, but I'll rip it open anyway because I'm totally uncivilized, hashtag unprofessional. All right, what's in here? Oh, I forgot. What I did was I was so mad that I didn't have a backup bell that I actually ordered this as like a combination that they had on Amazon. So this one isn't as like it doesn't have the nice details on it like the other one does. But it is much louder and it's got a nice little handle. All right. Yo, I don't play around. I don't play around with this Most High Apostle shit. Okay, with my priestly duties and my priestly vestments and the things I need to have, I don't fuck around. It's not a goddamn game to me, y'all. I didn't have my bell. I felt naked. I didn't waste any time. I literally same day ordered new bells. Like y'all see it. And I got a backup bell. I wasn't playing around. All right, that's how seriously I take this. All right, folks. So later we'll do communion because I'm not going to drink right now. We will do communion later. Probably before we do the Sacred Death stream, since that'll be the appropriate time of the evening for me to actually put alcohol in my system. All right, folks, let's get right to it. I want to show y'all First, we're going to start with our appearance on that Crazy Folks channel, right? So let's pause this. Let's restore our volume in case somebody does a redemption. Yeah, we'll start here.
Party, pal.
Yep. What's up, Jay? How you doing, man? Welcome to the stream.
I'm good, man. How are you doing, actually, man? I saw you. I was getting ready to call it a night. I saw you were live. Yeah, I really was. I was getting ready to get off for the night, and that's also why I left. I left because I had a certain time, man. Just that I needed to get off. Streaming the usual. What have you guys been chatting about tonight?
No, a variety of things. There was a
mostly good news.
Yeah, there was initially it was the after show for a evolution debate.
Oh, you guys were beating down on evolution again?
No, not too much tonight. It was more of a analysis of the debate itself. I mean,
oh, I got you. Actually, it's really helpful to share that with your audience and kind of break it down. And
I mean, to be honest, there wasn't much new stuff from either party.
What up, Randy? I see you. Thanks for coming through.
I mean,
Randy,
one of the things we were going off, at least I was going off about earlier, is
Sorry, Randy, I just saw your earlier comment. That's what we're here to talk about with January 6th. When we realized that this is all a false flag operation, right? Because obviously it was Antifa who did January 6th. When that happens, it is going to be time to seize all machines. Really funny. We covered a Trump rally over the weekend. And I only covered Donald Trump's speech, right? But if you were there all day, right, there was, everybody was giving their speech. Shabaka gave a speech, Palin gave a speech, they all gave speeches. But nobody got a reaction, and he didn't even give a speech. He was just appearing on the show for an interview. Nobody got a reaction like Mike Lindell. Nobody. Literally, Mike Lindell's pop, the amount of applause and sort of, adoration he gets from the audience is probably second only to Donald Trump. Honestly. They love that motherfucker.
Revolution. I mean, his talking points were hilariously bad and just didn't actually... I've interacted with him myself a couple times, and I know he doesn't actually understand the points he makes, and then he claims that they're proven beyond all doubt, and it's like, okay, buddy. But
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, plus there's just no need for the.
I could tell. I was kind of tired. I guess trying to be calm.
Evidence. That's
end of the night,
It's the kind of thing to stay away from.
I don't necessarily say.
What evidence?
What evidence? Here we go.
We love science.
We love science.
Evolution is science.
I mean, that's weird, right? That's kind of that puts you out on the fringe of science, though, of scientific perspectives.
It's not science. It's consensus, but it's not consensus.
All right, here's what this guy never gets. He never gets this, and I got to tell y'all, because I don't want to hear y'all saying this either, right? I want us to be good about this. When somebody is saying all of, this is the consensus opinion of all these people in the field, right? If we say all, geologists accept gradualism, right? We are not saying as an argument from authority, you have to listen to the opinion of, whatever authority, which is really funny, right? Because every time they do this, what do? They flip around, they cherry pick some obscure paper by some random person with a PhD or whatever, right? And then they go, oh, well, this one person says you guys are wrong, or this one study, undermines what you're saying. So the same way they turn around and say, oh, well, you can't argue from consensus or you can't argue from authority, they turn around and try to do the same thing. And don't even get us into the historicity of Jesus, right? Because these are all people from, and what are they going to tell us every single time? Y'all have heard it a gazillion times. Well, the overwhelming majority of biblical scholars accept the historicity of Jesus, right? So they do the same shit. But I was thinking about this literally in the shower. I'll think about this. You think about me in the shower. Hey. But what was happening, I was like, look, this isn't an argument from consensus or an argument from authority.
What we're mentioning to you is the evidence. What I'm saying here is there is evidence and there's a consensus scientific opinion based on the evidence. That's the difference between scientific consensus. We're not saying, oh, all the biologists got together and we're like, yo, you want to just not have evidence for evolution, but just pretend we do? That way there's a consensus. No. What you're saying is there is sufficient evidence to warrant that consensus. And all I'm saying is a fact, right? It is a fact that most biologists accept evolution. That's a fact. So I'm relaying a fact to you. I am not saying, oh, evolution is true because the majority of biologists believe it. I'm just saying if you love science the way you say you do, you are not being scientific when you ignore consensus based on scientific evidence. Let's be clear about the difference here. They will never be clear about the difference. They will never understand the nuance I just said, so don't even try. I just wanted y'all to understand where I'm coming from.
Politics, not science.
But how? So then what is science then?
What is science? That's what I got to ask him. What is science?
Measure, observe, measure, test, repeat the testing.
Right.
Evolution, you can't do any of that.
You can actually do all of that. What are you talking about?
Baloney.
Yeah, I agree with you, James Apperson. I don't take theology seriously.
If you have time, you
pause
want
the
to tune
tape.
into my stream.
Actually, it's really important thing to remember is that I honestly just don't take them that seriously. And I think a lot of what we see in these theological circles is basically a sort of an elaborate rhetorical version of like a sunk cost fallacy or something, right? Like basically, and I mean this sincerely, when I see a lot of these philosophers and these theologians, I kind of feel bad for them. Right? Because they'll be sitting up there talking about evidentialism and, you know, how much they love science and all of this shit. And I literally want to tell them so badly, oh, I'm sorry, you just chose the wrong field, right? Like, you spent 8 years or 9 years doing theology and then 20, doing the rigmarole of the theological field and all of this. And you just invested your time in a discipline that just isn't where it's at right now. Like the world has just kind of moved on, right? And so, but I don't think they accept that. And so they just like, they're just going to double down on what, their perspective is. Lita says, hey, they paid for 8 years. Yeah, exactly. Also, I don't remember Project Steve, Randy, but if there's any footage or anything like that we could use to introduce people, including myself to it, let me know. Let me know for sure. All right, roll this fucked up ass tape.
I'll be coding evolution experiments, and
just give us one example. How can we test?
But Jay, are you doing evolutionary algorithm programming?
You kind of look at it that, yeah, like artificial life.
You're doing simulations, right?
Not a simulation.
They're not really simulations. They're just computer programs that evolve.
How many times I got to explain this to this guy?
The computer program is the simulation is dependent on programming, right?
It's not really dependent. It's just
bro, your program does not operate on anything other than code.
Yeah, but it's still evolution.
Right.
Oh boy.
Here we go with
do you have a search function?
Again, here we go with, I just told you I'm a digital evolutionary biologist. All right, here we go. Please insult my discipline. Please not listen to a word I just said. And please keep telling me my research is what I just told you it is not.
What? You just let natural selection do the
right.
search.
Yeah, but you've limited the scope of what you're searching for.
Well, I mean, similarly to the way a frog is going to limit what it searches for to things that are relevant to a frog, computer programs limit what's relevant to them to computation, but that doesn't mean it's not evolution. My point is evolution is really just a theory. It requires three things: variation, inheritance, and selection in time, so that you can have change in a population over generations.
Yes, I realize.
Those conditions met, you have an evolving system. So I
realize I said just a theory. Y'all should know by now, I mean scientific theory. By just, I was trying to say it's a simple theory and it doesn't require all this nonsense that these guys are talking about. But yeah, I know I was doing bad there. We're reviewing the footage. That was a bad play, Jay. That was like an interception. You shouldn't have given the team just the theory words. But again, I say that like gravity. Gravity is just a theory. Or, the Big Bang is just a theory. Or, gradualism and geology is just a theory, right? Common ancestry is just a theory, right? But they're scientific theories.
Variation, inheritance, and selection in time.
Sorry, I didn't want to cut that statement
you can
off.
have change in a population over generation and evolution. My point is evolution is really just a theory. It requires three things: variation, inheritance, and selection in time, so that you can have change in a population over generations. And anytime you have those conditions met, you have an evolving system. So
That's
we
vacuous.
know.
That's vacuous.
I don't. Well,
we want to know how common ancestry.
Again, which one of us is an evolutionary biologist? Just asking. Okay.
Bible
Do you have
research
any
tools.
evidence for common ancestry?
Yes. Here's the thing, Bible research tools. I'm trying to say this as nicely as I can.
Well, say it.
Okay. What the opinion you're expressing is just not scientific, and it flies in the face of evolution. Is like the most well-supported theory in all of biology.
Well, then
right?
show us some evidence for common ancestry.
Here's
I don't care what it is.
I'll give you. I'm gonna give you something.
And
Better.
he's
I'm gonna
been
say something.
Here's the thing, folks. Don't fall into this trap. Don't fall into this trap. I kind of did a little bit, like I went looking for something and then I realized I shouldn't have done that. Like, don't fall into this trap. These people have read the papers, they've read the books, they've heard the arguments a gazillion times. They know what the evidence is. They just refuse to accept it. So do not play their stupid game. Show me a citation. Show me the evidence. They won't accept the evidence. There is no evidence you can show them. And they've seen it. What, you think this motherfucker's never heard of DNA? You think this motherfucker's never heard of geology? You think this motherfucker's never heard of phylogeny? Fuck out of here. They don't give a shit about the evidence. So why waste your time? First, get them to commit to accepting something based on the evidence. Before I show you evidence, you gotta tell me that evidence means something to you. And these guys have shown us repeatedly that it doesn't.
That's genuinely probably more important for you to understand, right? Okay? Whether or not I can demonstrate evolution to your satisfaction has zero influence on whether or not you actually are evolved. So I could be able to not even explain to you what evolution means or is, or I could be completely incapable of demonstrating it to you, and none of that would change the reality of it, because like the reality of it isn't dependent on you understanding it.
Sorry, I was trying to kill a bug.
But look, the fact that you.
But look, y'all, this is something that creatards never get. Creatards never understand this. This is the same thing I want to say to Rebecca all the time. You fucking evolved. And again, I've had this conversation with my church friends, right? My church friends love to do this. Hey, Jay, I really appreciate our conversations. I've been thinking a lot about evolution, and I'm considering coming around. No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This is the thing they don't understand. And logically, logical, plausible, probable, he makes this mistake all the time. What they do is they sit on a mountain of ignorance. First off, like I said, they've already seen the evidence. They've seen the evidence a million times. Y'all hit my socials, hit me up on FetLife. But look, they've been shown the evidence a gazillion times. And now what they want to do is they want to put the onus on you. If you can't prove evolution, then they don't have to accept it, right? Think about it, gang. If I said to you 2 + 2 is 5, right? I'd be wrong. If you said to me 2 + 2 is 4, you'd be correct, right? Now imagine somebody just told you 2 + 2 is 4. You took it. You're like, cool, 2 + 2 is 4. and you were like, well, I can't really explain 2 + 2 is 4. Either I don't have enough materials around me right now to do it, or, I'm not really the best at explaining these things, right? So you completely can't convince them that 2 + 2 is 4. Does that mean 2 + 2 is 16 all of a sudden? This is why debates, you could miss me with the debates a lot of times. Because it's like, they just deny the truth. And so when you got somebody who's that committed to denying the truth, it literally doesn't matter what you show them. And that's my point I'm trying to make to them. The onus should be on them. You go figure out evolution. You go figure out what's up. Because, again, I'm tired of them living in an alternate reality. But that's my point. Don't feel like you got to educate these people. If they don't know the truth and they won't accept it, fuck them. That's their lack of education.
You can't demonstrate it, it puts you in the super majority because no evolution can demonstrate it.
No, there we go. Here we go.
Here's the thing. We can demonstrate it. You won't accept the demonstration.
Pause this fucked up ass tape. Also, a lot of y'all think I'm being too emotional probably. I'm really not. I really don't care. When I got off the stream last night, I made myself some dope ass spaghetti at like 3 o'clock in the morning. I watched some wrestling. I took Sam outside. Like I give no fucks about these people. None at all. Yeah, No Name, I could turn it up a little bit. Although, No Name, I gotta admit, you have a lot of problems. You have a lot of problems hearing my mix that other people don't have. But yeah, I could turn it up a little bit. I could definitely probably give it a bump. Let me look at it over here. Also, you gotta remember, we're talking pretty quietly. But yeah, it's all the way up. It's all the way up, and it's full volume over here, actually. So this is actually a little bit louder than I have it mostly. But yeah, I'll give it a bump, No Name, no problem. Also, No Name, I try to have them sit so you can hear them, whereas if I want to talk over them, it's easy for me to talk over them. It's only a problem on phones. I got you. Thanks, that's helpful. But yeah. Yeah, that's No Name's thing. No Name always got me with the but that's what they do. That's exactly their thing. And I wanted to get back to this comment that I was trying to make, which is basically to say, I'm just here to fight back. I'm tired of these creatards, just straw-manning science and then telling everybody they love science and telling everybody how much they love biology. Nah. I'm just here to be like, fuck y'all, you're wrong. That's it. I just want to fight back. That's all.
Huge difference. When you say something like, oh, well, show me this evolving into that or whatever test you set up, what you do is you set up a test that by definition, nobody is saying that that's what evolution is or how it works. And we'll concede.
Again, can I finish the thought?
Nah. Darwin said, because I'm an evolutionary biologist and I'm not.
Notice I can never cut them off, but they cut me off every time I speak.
First of all, he hasn't been proven wrong, whatever that means. He's one of the most celebrated scientists in the history of science. Like, this is just.
Well, so it's Satan.
No, Satan was not a scientist. This is what I mean. You just say things that are demonstrably wrong. No, Satan is not celebrated. Not many people celebrate.
Okay. So Jay, what is the fidelity
Honestly,
rate?
again, go look up the motherfucking Satanist religion, right? Most Satanists don't worship Satan. I'm not saying there aren't a few here and there, but literally most Satanists don't worship Satan. They're just ignorant about science, theology, social studies. And I got a new question for this motherfucker next time, right? Where did you get your PhD? Where did you get your master's degree? Where did you get your bachelor's degree? What evidence do you have to support the Bible? Sit on a fucking pencil and rotate, dumbass.
Necessity that you require for your fitness function in your simulations.
Oh, I don't. What? I don't. That's not how natural selection works. I don't have to set up a fidelity rate of a fitness function.
No. In order for evolution to actually be plausible in the real world, you have to have a fidelity necessity.
You don't. Listen.
There's papers. I interviewed a PhD biochemist.
Again. He talked to one PhD. He talked to this one PhD who told him this, right? He won't tell us his name. He won't tell us shit about this person because it's probably a religious fuckhead who's not serious, right? Right? But then again, he's talking to an evolutionary biologist right now. Most High Apostle, Pocket Locker 86, PhD X2, right? So how about you ask me about evolutionary biology? How about you fucking ask me? Because I just spent 10 years in grad school. Fuck out of here. What up, Otangelo? What's up, Otangelo? Otangelo is my guy. Look, Otangelo is welcome here anytime. How is it that there is no God? Look, Otangelo, we just don't believe in the God. We don't believe you could demonstrate one to us. But we're glad you're here, dog. You know that? You know Otangelo. You know that. Otangelo is my guy. All right, let's rotate.
Do you see what?
Can you read my name to me? Can you just read my name to me? Can you just read it to me?
Yeah,
just read it me. Y'all can see I'm getting annoyed.
Congratulations.
Do you know what they're in?
I think one's evolutionary biology, and I'm assuming something's in.
Yes. So I don't give a fuck what other evolutionary biologists say because my job is to argue with other evolutionary biologists and tell them they're wrong all the time. So you quote literally, I tell evolutionary biologists they're wrong every day. 6 o'clock. 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern, I'm probably going to play replays on this channel. Why? Because I have a motherfucking lab meeting. Do you know what we're going to do in that motherfucking lab meeting? We're going to be arguing about how other evolutionary biologists are wrong. Literally, the job of a scientist is to critique other scientists. So when you sit up in a show and you tell me, oh, well, this other evolutionary biologist said something, I bet you're about to fall out your chair right now. I'm like, no, nope. Evolutionary biology, like any other field, is competitive, right? The same way at whatever job you got, right? I don't care what it is, whatever your job is, right? It's people around you, and you think this motherfucker's an idiot. He doesn't know what they're doing. This motherfucker's sharp. I could learn a lot from them. All right, if I'm ever gonna, go higher up in the hierarchy of this place of employment, I got to take that person out the way. That's how scientists think too. So when you come to us as experts, we've worked all this time so that we could become experts, so that we could do our teaching, so that we could do our research, and then you tell us that what we're saying is bullshit because some other evolutionary biologist has a difference of opinion. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. Listen, I'm...
Okay, Jay, I was talking, and then you started...
Right, then I get muted.
Okay, so calm
now
down.
Notice,
all right,
I get cut off all the time, but that's cool.
In biological systems, is it recognized that you must, in order for reproduction and life to exist, we have to have a fidelity rate
No, I've tried to say no like five times and you won't let me answer your question.
I haven't finished my sentence. I will tell you when you can speak, bro.
I know you're the big dick. Oh, Tangelo, I'm with you. It's just the problem is y'all can't demonstrate it to us. You can't demonstrate it to us. And then for you to... And here's the thing that makes y'all lying scumbags, in my opinion. Not you, Otangelo, not you personally. But it's why I hate the religion. And I think you guys... And strike until you have victory. I am striking and striking and striking until I have victory. Otangelo, I'm just saying, like, the thing is, man, it's like... yeah, exactly. They mute me. And here's the thing about Christianity y'all got to understand. As soon as y'all say there's evidence... right? Don't fall into that trap. I've been trying to tell y'all, don't talk about evidence. Don't do it. Just say you believe on faith. Because as soon as you start talking about evidence, right, we got to ask questions. What kind of evidence? What quality of evidence, right? And then here's the big one. Here's the killer. How much evidence, right? So if you were to come at me and just say, hey, Jason, I love Jesus. I had the most amazing grandmother. She took me to church, and the people just loved on me. And I just said, man, this love of God thing, man, the God must be real, man. And so I've been on Team Jesus ever since. And I'll be like, go ahead, do your thing, boo. Like, I feel you. But as soon as y'all come at me with, oh, no, there's evidence for the historicity of Jesus, and oh no, creation is, intelligent design creationism is more well supported by the evidence in evolution. Oh yeah, I definitely believe there's an evidentiary basis to believe the Virgin Mary. Oh yeah, I'm totally down with the Shroud of Turin. Okay, cool. But now you gotta acknowledge that this geological evidence for gradualism and the age of the earth and the age of the universe is better. right? You got to accept that now, right? Because you told us we should accept the 4 letters and we should accept the appearance to 500. Well, think about it. How many geologists do you think are currently active in the field of geology? Right, let's conservatively put the number at, say, 1,000. Let's say there's 1,000 geologists, right? Which is it's totally way more than that, right? But let's just say there's 1,000 geologists. Okay, so all these geologists, not one appearance, right? These 1,000 geologists spend, let's just say 30 years in their career. Some of us are going to be a lot more, but let's say they spend 30 years in their career, right? And they each write like, 10 to 20 papers, and all of them support gradualism. Well, now you definitely support the old age of the earth, right? Right? Because we have the independent attestation of 1,000 independent labs. They're all peer reviewed, right? So that's definitely way better evidence, right? So if you accept the Shroud of Turin based on 1 or 2 studies, you definitely accept geology, right? Oh, you definitely then accept evolution, right? Because again, we got the independent witness of thousands of labs and a gazillion papers. So you definitely support that, right? You definitely support common ancestry with apes and other primates, right? That's why you don't want to talk about evidence. Shut the fuck up. Go fuck yourself. Don't talk about evidence. Oh, Tangelo, I'm trying to move through stuff. I will send you a link later. Here's my schedule. I know you're just joining us. You probably didn't know. I'm happy to talk anytime, but I have a lab meeting at 6 p.m. I want to get through stuff before it so that afterwards I could kind of shift to January 6th. But what I'll do is if you're either still here or you come back around 7 p.m., I'll open up the room. So I'll just say, fuck it. Oh, Tangelo, come in here. I got a little bit before this lab meeting. The link should be pinned. The link should have been a pinned comment. So let's see. I'll do it now because Tangelo might be busy or something later. I don't want to be accused of dodging. Y'all know how it is. All right. So Tangelo, what you do is first let me make sure I got the damn thing up. Oh, maybe I changed the link or something. I don't know. Let's see. What do we got going on? We got a January 6th committee event. Yep. Open the studio in a new tab. Yep. All right. Now, here's the question I got. If y'all go here, tab, yep. I don't know if y'all see the view count, since I'm taking over the internet and there's so many people watching me, YouTube like abbreviates my viewer counts. There's probably like 3 million people watching me right now. There's just only a couple of them in chat, y'all. Don't buy those numbers. That's a false flag operation. That's fake news. That's definitely fake news. Oh, I don't have a comment pinned. Well, that explains it. That'll explain it. There you go. You guys are right. What do you know? All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're jumping into the studio. We got a link copied. Get in here. Actually, I lied, y'all. I lied. Why did I lie? Because I'm a liar, y'all. I do this from my other computer. It's just better to do it from the other machine. All right, so I'll show you what I'm talking about in a second. Let's take this machine down. Let's turn this up. There we go. Let's cut. All right. And then we're gonna go in here to Brave. Boom. There's everything. All right. So let's start with Studio. There we go. It's already in the studio. Who cares? Let's go. Let go. Also, I'm being a bad influence, y'all. I've been testing all day. Always before you enter my studio, test your camera settings, test your audio settings. I did this earlier, but always check at least your audio and video settings. All right, there you go. All right, so we're supposed to be joining. I don't know what on earth is taking so goddamn long. But yeah, let me go ahead and play this while that's happening.
Tater, go ahead.
Make a point, and I will yield.
But wait, listen to this. Listen to this jab. Listen to the jab I just got in.
I haven't finished my sentence. I will tell you when you can speak, bro.
I know you're the big dictator.
Oh wait, hang on. Y'all can't see. I called him a big dictator. Like I tried to call him out for being so annoying. Like it's no name for the control freak. But listen, guys, I've seen him be super rude and fucked up to Lena. I've seen him be super rude and fucked up to No Name. He's done it to me. Danny won't even actually talk to the motherfucker, right? Danny's trying to feed other people to the LPP. Like, I've seen him threaten to boot his whole shit. So, like, you know, this is one of the most insecure motherfuckers on the fucking internet, right? So, but listen to what I said to him.
A point, and I will yield, and you can respond. Okay.
Sure. Yeah, we're getting the link together for you right now.
I want you to show me research. Send me links that shows in real.
I don't have any obligation to educate you.
So, Jay, are you gonna let me finish the sentence?
I'm just trying to help you out. Go ahead.
There is none. They don't have any evidence.
Jay, I have read papers out the wazoo on this topic.
So have I.
In relation to the fidelity requirement for a organism to live. And unless you are going to sit here, and not from a simulation perspective, but from a real world perspective, I need you to tell me, when I let you talk again, tell me if, and please direct me to the research which shows you don't have to have an extraordinarily high fidelity rate in order for life to continue. You don't have to have an extraordinary.
All right, you ready for this?
Go ahead.
That's not a relevant parameter. I'm going to repeat this again. For evolution to happen, you need a population that is changing from generation to generation. That population needs to have 3 parameters: variation, inheritance, and natural selection. There is absolutely zero obligation for a fidelity rate, selection. None of that is essential to evolutionary theory. Now you can
simulation. Okay, in simulation.
And again, I'm not talking about simulation. And I tried to tell you before that that in my system, the evolution is not a simulation. It's actual evolution. Now you can keep misrepresenting what I said to you if you'd like, but I've tried to correct you multiple times.
Okay. Oh, hang on. Okay, so you just said it's not simulation, but is it digital or is it?
Yes, it's digital.
Okay, so that's not biological.
No, let me explain. Yes, I didn't say it was biological. I just said it wasn't a simulation.
So my point was, show me the research in actual biological systems where the fidelity necessity is not in play.
Bro, I just spent 10 years in grad school, and the word fidelity necessity was mentioned 0 times, is what I'm telling you. Biologists do not talk about this, and whoever told you they don't. I just graduated from the lab that runs the longest running evolution experiment in the history of science.
Lansky?
Yes, I graduated from the LNCA lab.
He failed. He failed.
Oh my goodness. Yes.
This is some bullshit, right? Hey guys, I'm a huge fan of science. Oh, we fucking love science around here, right? Right? And then what does the dumbass motherfucker say? That LNCA? Yeah, he failed. Oh, right. So let me see. They put him on the American Academy of Sciences and the National Academy of Sciences, and MSU gave him an endowed chair. And people say if there was a Nobel Prize in biology, he would have won it a long time ago. They did all that because his experiment's been literally called Darwin's missing evidence. He won the Friend of Darwin Award for the fact that his experiment, he's literally the most well-known experimental evolutionary biologist on the planet. His experiment is taught ubiquitously in biology textbooks. He's been written about by almost every relevant popular biology writer that we have. And all of that was because he failed. Right. That was all because he failed and his experiment was shit. And it definitely showed that evolution is a bunch of bunk. That's absolutely why he failed, right? Right, guys? That they did all those things because they were like, hey, hey, Linsky, you're a failure. You suck. So here's all this prestigious awards. And then he was awarded. And then he was awarded a fellowship. Also, fuck off. He was my mentor. And just like Gin and Truth feels about his basketball coach, the story with Rich Linsky is not even the experiment. I'm sorry. Those of us that are fortunate enough to know the man know he's just an amazing human being. Also comes from a religious family. I think he's the grandson of a pastor. He's just awesome. You know, he's like a grandfatherly kind of figure. I love him. But again, to treat me like I don't know what's going on with his research, when I have keys to the Lenski lab. I have keys to the motherfucking Lenski lab because that's just where I finished. I have strains sitting in the Lenski freezer that say JNB on them. Do you know what that means? Jason Nairi Bundy. And they are motherfucking E. coli. They're actually copies of the long-term evolution experiment. Not only do I know Lenski's experiment, I have my own fucking copy of it. And I've got the keys to his lab. And you know who the fuck my advisor is right now at the goddamn University of Minnesota? Also somebody who graduated from the Lenski lab. You know where I'm going at 6 o'clock? To have a lab meeting in the Travisano lab with that very same person. Because we do experimental evolution every day, you dipshit.
National Academy of Science for failing.
Jay,
calm down. I just graduated from his lab. Oh my goodness.
You didn't learn anything.
Have a good night, fellas. I didn't learn anything. I'm kidding, but seriously.
Don't leave, man. Hey, listen.
I gotta go. I got a few minutes. All right, I got a guy in here. Hang on, y'all. We got a guest. Let's check out our guest real quick. Hey, Kevin, how's it going, man? How you doing? Can you hear me okay?
How's it going? Yes, I can hear you okay.
Great. How you doing today?
I'm doing great. Fantastic.
Yeah. What'd you wanna talk about? I don't have a ton of time to take calls. I'll have more time later though. If you wanna jump back on later, you're free to do that.
Yeah, I can come on later.
But for now, what do you wanna talk about?
Well, I just popped on your stream and I want to say hello to everybody. And I just want to say that when I was on your stream, it said January 6th and I was going to talk about that. So, you know.
Oh, dude, yeah, that's what I'm going to do after. I wanted to make sure, I showed this as kind of like a lead in because it's something new and exciting. And the January 6th thing takes super long anyway. So I figured let's go ahead and get this thing out of the way. We did. But yeah, I would love to talk about January 6th later. What's your take on it?
Okay. I say that, I mean, I've been watching a lot of the January 6th committee stuff, and I think it's Donald Trump is sort of weird because, you know, Donald Trump I don't remember hearing anything about him grabbing the steering wheel until the day I heard of it, but I do maybe believe he did because of the, you know, how rowdy he was that day and, you know, how excited he was he was wanting to go to the Capitol. I know that for sure.
So say the first part again. Sorry, I was looking at the chat. So you think it?
So I think he might have grabbed the steering wheel. Might have.
That story. Okay.
Yeah.
What do you think overall though? Would you vote for him again? Do you think he's a good president? Does this turn you off to him or?
I mean, he was a good president. He's like, it feels like he's going to run again, which I think he's going to. And
do you want him to run again?
I like Trump. Well, yes, I do want him to run again.
Is there any other Republican that you would prefer to be the president in 2024?
Ron DeSantis.
So you're a DeSantis over Trump guy?
Yes.
Kevin, I'm halfway tempted to give you my phone number. Get my email. You are welcome here anytime because I need to understand what's going on in your brain. So, but no, seriously, I want to be friends. So, tell me why you like DeSantis more than Trump.
Because I think he does a better job. I mean, he's changed Florida. He's helped with the COVID thing. He made it better.
Wait, what do you mean help with the COVID thing?
Where people don't have to wear masks. You know how Joe Biden is
by removing the restrictions. So you mean better, less restrictions, what? Because you're not messing with the COVID. You don't care about that. All right.
Yeah, and then I like him because he's sort of a new he's sort of like a new challenger. You don't know what he's gonna do next. It's sort of a surprise for me.
do you think he can beat Trump? Do you think if it's DeSantis over Trump? So talk to me about, I guess, 2 questions. One, do you think DeSantis can beat Trump in the primary, right? Because to be the candidate, right, he'd have to beat Trump in the primary. And then I guess, do you think he could beat Joe Biden? So just take both of those.
I for sure think he could beat Joe Biden, but it may be like a tie with Trump, you know, because Trump is so popular nowadays. I think it's gonna be like at the last minute. I think he's gonna come on top.
So people don't even realize, like we talk about, Joe Biden won by 8 million votes, or whatever. But whatever he really won by wasn't that much, right? It could have, because it comes down to the electoral college, and had it been, you know, states swinging a different way. So, and then people think now the resurgence, and I actually say Trump is on right now, right? Trump promised the pro-life judges, right? And even though he's not in office right now, it's almost like he's delivering more for the Republicans than Joe Biden is for the Democrats. Would you agree with that? Even though he's not in office.
Yeah.
Like as a sort of shadow president or whatever, he's like doing more for his side than Trump is. Than Biden, because Biden can't do shit for me.
Yeah. I mean, it feels like Biden is the puppet. And Trump is sort of like the person that's trying to get
I wanted
there.
to say you're being a little bit mean, and I don't care if you're mean. I honestly don't give a shit. But puppet is actually, I think, kind of deep. I don't know if you meant it this way, but it's almost like you could see Joe Biden being attached to the actual strings, right? He's like, oh, sorry, I can't do this. The court won't let me up. You really need Congress to do this. You should write a letter to your mayor if you want this done, right?
I saw a video this week, and it was a video of him repeating what he said on the top upper. He's like, move up one. And I'm like, okay, then that's proof that he's being puppeted because they're telling him what to say.
Yeah, I actually heard
a piece of paper of him having the one after another what he should do.
It's so weird. I was literally listening to something on the news today. I think it was MSNBC or something, and they were literally breaking down, you know, how much the Biden team is struggling with his messaging, but they brought on new people to help, but he's still concerned because his biggest things don't seem to be resonating with the people. And I'm like,
networks like CNN and MSNBC are all going against him now. I think.
But to your point, I'm like, what kind of operation are you running where this is coming out? Right? Like I tell my mods, if you really want to critique the content I make, like if you're really having an issue, right, you should, with me personally, right, you should use the most private means possible, right? Like you're my mod, so don't put it in the chat, because if you put it in the chat, you're making it public. Right? If you really want to critique me, don't put it in my chat. You know, private message me on the Discord. And if you got a private access to my social media, that'd be even better. If you got my phone number, I gave you my phone number for a reason, right? It's because if you want to tell me something important, I want you to use my goddamn phone number, right? So with Joe Biden, I'm almost like, why are y'all airing y'all dirty laundry in public? Like, I get that he needs better, but don't tell the whole world, hey, the president sucks. He sucks right now. He can't really get his words together, but we're working on it. Do that behind the scenes, and then just show us the improved version, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they're so weird.
Don't be so bored with it. Don't be like telling everybody, oh, this guy ain't doing so good, because then everybody's gonna be like, of course we need somebody else in office.
Yeah,
they're gonna.
Imagine if your pastor got up on Sunday and be like, hey man, so basically over the weekend the ushers got together and told me that my theology sucks. You know what I mean? Like it's so weird, I mean, right? But they do it. To your point, they do it, and they just seem to do it. They almost think it's better, right? They think that instead of the improved messaging, we would rather them tell us how much they're trying, right? Like instead of, we don't want results. We just want we just want you to show us you're trying. If you show us you're trying, you know that's way better than the actual results. I think this is cool because. You know, I'm super liberal or whatever, but you know, I think we can find common ground. I'm gonna run for a little bit so I can get through a little bit more of this footage. But I'd love to have you come back after 7 p.m. Eastern, and I'll be getting into the January 6th stuff, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
All right. Yep, that sounds
good.
good.
Kevin, you're welcome here anytime, man.
Tonight, but I'll try to make it anytime.
What do you have tonight?
church. I have like church.
Now tell
youth group
me
tonight,
now,
so-
hang on, you're a real one. You just signaled to me that you're a real one. You know, you're not one of those phony Sunday only Christians. Hang on just a minute now.
No.
What are you doing in church on Wednesday? What you got?
Oh, we're going to. Well, they told us to bring a towel, so we gotta like swim. I guess we're gonna like do some fun stuff like that. It's normally like them tell us like if you're nothing, like they say nothing is like you can do things like you know what I'm saying. I'm saying like that you can like anything, like if you throw a basketball to like a hoop and then you don't make it, you're like anything is possible with, or anything is not impossible with Jesus.
All right, but what I want to know is like, what do you have tonight? Is it a college ministry? Is it a prayer service, or is it Bible study? Like, what's the actual event on Wednesday?
Youth group. Youth group.
Okay, great.
Youth group.
Okay, cool. And then, do you do like Bible studies? What else is on your church calendar throughout the week? Sorry, Kevin, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Sorry. All right. So just give me your weekly church calendar.
So I go to church on Sunday.
Right.
And then I went to another church service this last Tuesday, and there was this guy that was from Israel.
What motivated you to check that out?
My father, Charlie Stevens, he took me there, and I thought he was a pretty good guy. And he this word just seemed powerful to me, you know?
Okay. And then Wednesday's youth group. Anything else throughout the week?
Yes, Wednesday's youth group. And then there's sometimes things on Saturday. Like there's a serve day on Saturday this week. So.
And the serve day is like y'all go out into the community, do different good works and stuff like that. Oh, that's fantastic. Yeah. And then Sunday service, man. Like I said, my real one detector went off, and I feel like it's been verified a little bit. You're a real Christian. You're not a Sunday only guy, or just putting a cross outside your house or something like that. Do you read your Bible?
Yes, I do read a Bible. I do have a Bible.
What version do you like?
The King James version.
Oh, King James guy. King James only, or King James preferably?
Well, King James and maybe what is the one called? The AOACS. I don't know what it was called, but it was like started with an A, I think. And then
so you're not dogmatic about it. It's like if they've got a good interpretation and your church tells you, hey, that's all right, then you're kind of cool with it.
Yeah, I like the ones that have a better understanding, where there's not like in Greek or whatever. I like it where it's like in English, where you can understand it more like that.
Oh, sure. That's kind of why I go with like the NRSV, and I think that's why I just find it to be readable, But yeah, man, thank you so much for doing this, and let's chat later. And I'm getting a little bit of understanding about you. I'm sure you might have more questions for me. I'd love to answer those. And yeah, this is super fun getting to know each other, man. I hope I see you later. And if you don't make it for any reason, then just anytime, man.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Have a good day.
You too, bud. All right, that was fun, guys. I'm gonna play a little bit more footage before my meeting, so let me just get that set up real quick. We're gonna do, what are we doing here? I gotta set back up the laptop screen, and you don't need to see the game capture. There we go. All right, 3, 2, 1, go. All right, guys, that was super fun. Hopefully, I'll talk to more people later on. And yeah, guys, you don't have to agree with everybody or have the same lifestyle or cultural perspective to just make friends on the internet. I'm here to make friends, and particularly, I want to interact with people who have a different worldview than I do and see things differently. So, would it be fun for me to just sit up here and give you guys commentary on January 6th? Yeah. But why not add in some comments in the live chat or from some callers who actually see it from the other side? You know, especially if it's going to be like that, right? If we can be polite to each other and answer each other's questions and listen to one another and not do what we're doing over here with LPP, right? You guys can see the difference, obviously. Let's go.
That in I think it was the 2019 paper update on the running experiment you're referring to. Did they not talk about the reduction in fitness overall?
Again,
as a result
what?
As evidence in the experiment?
Nope.
Oh, really?
Yeah, all the populations have improved in fitness. What are you talking about?
What do you? Are you serious, bro? I've literally read the paper. Where they
Again,
talked about
I just spent 10 years in the lab, my dude.
Do you want me to?
I know.
Can you share? Can you come on, bro?
Okay, I don't care if you graduated from the lab. Were you actually?
I don't care if you graduated from the lab. Oh my goodness.
Were you on the paper? Were you an author on that?
Not that paper.
Oh my goodness, bro.
Were you an author on that paper? Yes or no?
Oh my goodness.
So now you got to be an author on the paper.
Do you want me to pull up
to know what's going on in your lab?
Evidence? If I show you evidence, you gonna accept?
No, I just know all the people who wrote the paper. I was in the lab meetings where they presented the data before they wrote the paper. I got a Twitter alert when the paper was published. We celebrated the paper. Oh, fuck out of my face.
Did you publish any of those
No,
papers?
I wasn't. Yes, I was on some of those papers. I was just going to show you how the fitness has increased over time and continues.
I work
to
on
do
digital
so.
experiments.
You can't even read your own paper.
I have worked on E. coli. I am a published researcher in the LNCA lab. I worked on a very prominent and important paper in the lab, one of the most important papers we did while I was there. And also, I'm a biological anthropologist, and I wrote my master's thesis on sexual selection in men's voices. Again, I'd give you very interesting answers to questions if only you would ask.
The rate of fitness increase has improved.
But they're not dying?
What do you mean they're not dying? Of course they die.
They had an increased death rate, an increased mutation rate, increased death rate.
Yes, we have hypermutators that have increased their mutation rate. What is your point? That in no way.
That's not evolution.
Their overall fitness has not improved. It's literally talked about how
it has
inside of
in the ancestral environment. All right, guys, here we go. Guys, I did some real hard digging through the internet because this information that I'm about to share with you is super hard to find, okay? So what I did, right, I'm even going to take the chat off the screen for a second just so you guys can see this, right? Now, guys, like I said, this is really exclusive stuff, right? Like, if you didn't have the keys to the lab, right, and if you couldn't, like, hit up Rich Lenski personally, I mean, if you weren't, like, currently actively writing a manuscript with Rich, it's just funny. Guys, I'm alluding to the fact that, like, I'm literally trying to currently publish my dissertation research, right? And Rich Lenski is one of my co-authors, right? And he'll probably be a co-author on, like, the next 3 or 4 papers I write. It's just unbelievable what these people are saying. But no, guys, if you didn't have that super exclusive access, right, you'd have to go, I mean, I don't even know if you could find this, right? As you guys could tell, this comes straight from the archives of the lab. It's super hard research to find, right? All right, so thank you guys. I did some real hard digging to find out some information for you guys. All right, so the E. coli long-term evolution experiment, which we call the LTEE, and I call all my shit VLTEE, in other words, virtual long-term evolution experiments. And the reason I do that is because this lab that Rich Lenski runs is not just an E. coli lab. It's an experimental evolution lab, and actually digital evolution is really important to Rich Lenski. Anyway, LT is an ongoing study in experimental evolution led by Richard Lenski at Michigan State University, and it's actually being moved, right? And this is all very up to date. It literally got moved like a couple weeks ago, and currently overseen by Jeff Barrick at the University of Texas at Austin. I was considering working with Jeff Barrick. I know Jeff Barrick. Of course, I thought my situation at the University of Minnesota with Mike Travisano would be better, but I did consider working with Jeff Barrick. Nice guy. Shout out to the Barrick Lab. It has been tracking genetic changes in 12 initially identical populations of asexual E. coli bacteria since February 24th, 1988. And guys, what I do is I do digital experiments that start with multiple, usually 10 or 12 or 20 or whatever, initially identical asexual digital populations, right? Which can be asexual or sexual. That's one of the reasons I work with digital organisms, is that they can be sexual and asexual. We can answer a much broader range of questions than we can with E. coli. Anyway, the populations reached a milestone of 50,000 generations in February 2010. They're now all over 75,000 generations. Lenski performed the 10,000th transfer of the experiment on March 13, 2017. The populations reached over 73,000 generations in early 2020, shortly before being frozen because of the COVID-19 pandemic. Very up-to-date stuff. In September 2020, the LTE experiment was resumed using the frozen socks, right? They're bacteria. You can stick them in the freezer, right? That's why I have my own copy with my name on them, because what happens is they're just in a freezer, and then what we're going to do is we're going to ship them out to the University of Minnesota, stick them in a freezer there, and when people want to work with them, we'll just pop them out the freezer. And actually, I'm lying. I actually have 2, and in many ways you might even say 3 copies of the LTE, because I keep one stored away, and then I keep 2 working copies. So again, not only do I know this experiment, because they're E. coli and they're asexual, I literally have it. I have my own version for my own experiments. It's ridiculous to tell me I don't know what's going on in this. All right, here we go. Over the course of the experiment, Lenski and his colleagues have reported a wide array of phenotypic and genotypic changes in evolving populations. These have included changes that have occurred in all 12 populations, and others that have only appeared in 1 or a few populations. For example, all 12 populations showed a similar pattern of rapid improvement in fitness that decelerated over time. In other words, we say this all the time. Their fitness did not decline over the course of the experiment. There is no theory in which your fitness in your current environment doesn't improve in the population over time. That's literally not how evolution works, fundamentally, right? The rate of improvement slows down over time. And everybody already knows that. Fucking ridiculous, right? And that's why they hate our experiment, because what happens is the rate of improvement declines, but it never fully flattens out. In other words, one of the things that the Lenski lab demonstrates is that fitness will continue to improve indefinitely. There is no such thing as a fixed fitness maximum where you stop evolving. Another fucking thing creotards don't accept. They'll go, oh, we're the most highly evolved species and we're no longer subject to natural selection. Wrong, 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 wrong. Okay? Just ridiculous. All right. But yeah, this is the big point. Yeah, you could look at them in other substrates. You could look at them compared to wild E. coli, and wild E. coli have high fitness in a whole shit ton of environments, and then you could compare the ancestor, who have a whole really good fitness in a whole bunch of environments, and then look at these later on, the 12 derived lineages, and yeah, they will have declined their abilities in all those resources environments that they haven't seen for 50,000 generations, because that's how motherfucking evolution works, and it's what we would predict. And the beauty of the Lenski lab is that we see it. We literally provided the hard data, replicated in these 12 populations, and we do replicate experiments in each fucking population. And so it's undeniable now that we've done the experiments that simply confirm the theory. It isn't, the reason you didn't know about it, the reason most y'all never heard about it, is because it shouldn't fucking matter to you. If you already accept evolution, and you already understand that evolution is a scientific theory, and then you already understand that scientists are going to be in the lab doing experiments that support the theory, well, there you go. Good. You're good. We're good. Don't worry. No need to go to grad school. We did it. We got it. We got it covered. Right? That's it. We just do experiments that test the theory, and in this case, they confirm the theory quite nicely. Okay? So when I tell you all 12 populations increase in fitness, and you try to tell me anything other than that, go fuck yourself. And yes, I have keys to the lab. Yes, I have my own strains, but you don't need a dumbass motherfucker. You could have just Wikipedia. You could have just hit up Wikipedia with your lazy ass. Fuck out of here.
That
you don't know a
goddamn
goddamn
thing. Talking
thing.
about in other environments that they haven't seen.
Okay. So if you can,
are you talking about in glucose? You talking about a glucose?
Right.
Go ahead. Say
Notice he won't say
increase in glucose, and then go pull it up. Show me. Why don't you show me the paper you're talking about? Why don't you pull up the paper and then show me the graph right now? Go ahead. Prove it.
I'll find mine, but you
go ahead. Go find it. Go ahead. Go find. I'll wait.
Bro, you talk shit about
go ahead.
Your papers. No, you talked about pulling up your papers, bro. Pull it up.
Here's the difference between me and you. You're wrong. I'm right.
Okay,
I'm trying to tell you.
That's an assertion. Pull up your paper.
I am trying to tell you. I don't have to prove it to you.
Listen, I read this one 2 years ago. Okay, I'm trying to go find it right now.
All right. So I'll wait till you find it.
John, I have the paper here.
Oh, great. Go ahead.
Let me go ahead and just read one small
No.
section.
Share your screen. Share your screen so we can all see it.
I'm not going to share my screen.
We'll wait till you figure it out.
I'll knock it off.
I'm basing. I'll wait. No, you said
I'm a tech guy.
You got to show us. Mute him. He's talking bullshit.
I'm going to read it.
No, you read it. Show us. Share your screen.
Read it.
Jay, calm down. Dan is been in ICU for like 2 months. He's just
tell him to share the link with you, and then you can share your screen and you can show us.
Calm down, Jay.
No, y'all talking big.
Blount et
Oh,
al.
I got muted.
Genomic and phenotype evolution of Escherichia coli.
I got muted so he could spew his bullshit unchallenged. Y'all see it, right? I get muted. And then Bible Research Tools gets the floor, and there's no opportunity for me to interrupt his bullshit.
Genomic and phenotype evolution.
Let me make sure I don't cut off the part where he talks it down. Go ahead, my bad.
Share your screen and you can show us.
Calm down, Jay.
No, y'all talking big.
Blount et al. Genomic and phenotype.
Blount et al. Again, I just wrote another fucking shit with Blount et al. Up. Watch me make you look stupid. Let's see how long this takes. Let's see how long this takes. Documents, manuscripts. Let's see what we got here. We should have something. Avita Ed. Let's do better than that. Let's do BUNDY dissertation chapter. Should be 4 or like give me. You know what this is, guys? I just don't like this view. This is not the view that I use when I'm looking at this. All right, here we go. Yeah, go to details. This is how I look at my shit. All right, so let's go to my. Let's see what we got here. All right. I just need my. Oh, I know where to go. Guys. Sorry. Let's go to. Be in manuscripts. I gotta find this anyway. All right, here we go. Dissertation. That's what I was looking for. All right, that's what I was looking for. All right, let's go to my dissertation. Let's pull up the PDF of my formatted dissertation. Very pretty, very pretty. All right, let's go straight to the last chapter. Easy peasy. Oh, look at this chapter that's all about teaching people evolution using digital evolution, which is my motherfucking job. Oh, isn't that interesting? Blount et al. Interesting. Wow, look at that. Chapter 4, Exploring the Effects of History on Evolution in a Vita Ed Exercise. Who are the authors? Jason Nairi Bundy, Zachary Blount, and Richard E. Lenski. Man, all right. There it is. Sorry, Bible Research Tools. I have no idea about these people, Zach Blount, Rich Lenski, that you talk about. Clearly, I don't know a goddamn thing about their research. Please educate me.
Down, Jay.
No, y'all talking big.
Blount et al.
Blount et al.
Phenotype evolution of Escherichia coli in a novel citrate-only resource environment.
Citrate-only resource environment. Fucked up already.
Said you were wrong.
Well, okay, this is Lenski paper.
And then I get muted again.
This is where he said this. He said
he's citing my advisor out of context, but I get muted.
Refinement of traits that open new niches may often promote evolvability at the expense of robustness and overall good health. Now that's 2020.
All right, LPP, can I have 30 seconds to rebuff this?
Sure.
Please. You can't after he finishes his point. Continue, Dan.
He's done. Can I just finish this already? Okay, great. All right, do me a favor, Bible Research Tools. I want you, in the name of the Trinity, do me a favor and read the title of that paper 3 times in a row.
The title is meaningless. It's
do me a favor, please.
You can't name drop evolution.
I asked you to do this. Just play the game with me. I did it your way. Please read the title 3 times.
Well, part of it was right there.
Read the title for me.
Rapid evolution of citrate utilization by what? But it wasn't evolution, it was devolution.
Okay, you said a citrate. You said a citrate-only environment, correct?
In that one, yeah.
I said specifically, show it to me in glucose. They were not evolving in citrate. This is evolution. According to natural selection, as you improve in fitness in a particular environment that you're exposed to, you lose fitness environment you had not been exposed to. What they were able to do was recapture that after they evolved them in citrate. Normally, they're involvement where they don't utilize citrate. So this is not the environment of the experiment. You're talking about a citrate-only environment. They evolved in glucose, and only one population evolved the ability to use citrate, which is the evolution of a new trait.
That's the one that lost viability, and it increased death rate.
It didn't lose. What did it lose viability? It still grows in glucose, and it grows on citrate. What are you talking about? See, here's the problem. You're being a jerk right now. And I don't mean, no. I don't mean to say this. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be honest with you. Who else would come in here and they would say to you, I literally just graduated from this lab. I literally just wrote a dissertation with this man, and you're gonna actually sit here and after I spent 10 years in the LNCA lab and tell me I don't know the LNCA lab research. Fellas, literally I gotta go at 2 o'clock, but you've been very disrespectful. You would never insult somebody's intelligence that way, and don't act like you would. You did it because you want to deny evolution at all costs. No, I'll come back. I'll come back. I'm good. But you totally disrespect.
Yeah, sure.
Man, I had a
thought
question.
You might enjoy a good dumpster.
All right, guys, that was like the perfect time to end that. Because like I said, I got this meeting at 6. Yeah, it was wild. And I just wanted to share that with you guys. Actually, it's really funny because that segment performed really well. There's, the chat's been super active and you guys were super engaged with that footage. I really, 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 really appreciate it, guys. All right, I just made a playlist called the Best of Hot Program. Like I said, at 6, I have a meeting for an hour, and so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna play. You guys know me. I love my replays. But what we'll do is I'll play this episode we did with Rebecca for an hour, and then I'll be back after that. Yeah, that's what I think is going on, and
streaming like you think you are. I think that's
that's
you're not feeding it to all the places.
Yeah, I was, and they weren't looking at the right link. But let's get through this. All right. Yeah, they were both on the wrong link. It was a mess. It's no big deal. But that's what I mean. Rebecca was cool about it. No big deal. Oh, this is our intro. Watch this. This is our little clip. I mean, normally played at the outro. This is our little promo. And you'll see the love of pro wrestling I have. I just saw this super botch, and I made it like a little promo. So I added the arrow, I added the little ding sound, then a little halo sound, and then the hot program graphic. I cut this up. We're going to be editing some videos to promote the channel.
Crossing himself.
Oh, crossing himself. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, I love it. I love it so much. All right.
Are we indeed live?
And I played clips. We were live. You guys have seen these clips. I won't play these here. We play them a lot on the intro. Love them, love them. Nano, I got new shit to download, Nano. Nano, it ain't on you, it's on me, bro. I gotta download the new shit.
But
I gotta download the new shit, Nano. That's not your fault, bro. Actually, I think this was the only one I played. I just played him. All right.
Wonders. He's full of unseen things. Jesus, people. I love it.
Yeah, Nano, I appreciate you so much, bro. I gotta download the new shit. Like I said, it's not true.
We wrestle not with people. And I have a lot of natural gas.
All right, everybody. Welcome to Hot Program. All right, yeah, they keep telling me we're live. We are live.
Not live on YouTube.
We were live. This is just, obviously we were live. I'm just seeing the video. Obviously we were live.
That's for sure.
We could do it that way.
I don't see it.
For the other channels as a backup, but on Hot Pro, making sure our stream is
It would be playing Kenneth Copeland.
This three-way. I'm gonna.
I'm trying to skip through the technical
Restream
stuff.
Change the.
All right. By a man who thinks you should airplanes from the East Coast from the hot program.
What?
All right, here's what we got. I guess we finally got it going. All right, this was a great episode. I wanted to just get to the meat of it so you guys have a better experience. We've got 14 people watching. Guys, welcome to Hot Program.
Wow,
I'm
cool.
of course your host with the most from the East Coast. Yeah, see how sweet she was about that. Rebecca's like 14. You know, Rebecca's big. No, really, guys. I can't say this enough. Broadcasting with Rebecca was a joy. It really was. I'm just being honest with you about how it actually felt. You know, it just felt great. I'm not saying anything about our opinions or whatever. All right, guys. And also, I got to get to my meeting. I hope you enjoy this. I hope you decide to hang around. Like I said, I'll be back at 7 or right after 7. Sometimes my advisor hangs out for a little while after to have a conversation with me. But between like 7:15, I'll be back. I can see the broadcast up here. I can see the video here. And I can see and I can interact with you guys in the chat. So I'm figuring out how to juggle it. I will be able to interact with you guys in the chat. So I'm gonna keep it going. After I get back, we're doing the January 6th footage. And then I'll be doing a little coding. And then at 10 o'clock tonight, we are going to be selling drugs, folks. Selling lots and lots of drugs with the Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. That's at 10.
Sense of impending doom.
If you guys want to do call-ins or something like that, I'll have the lines open. I'm also willing to go somewhere else myself and do call-ins late night. Like I'll go, you know, if somebody else is live and has an open discussion. Appreciate y'all. Love y'all. I'll be back in a little bit. I am in airplane mode by a man who thinks you should have at least one revelation each time you read the book of Revelation. A man who needs no introduction. All right, I got to change the audio setup a bit. Special guest who I owe a gazillion pocket change the next time she comes through one of my live streams, because she's actually the person who alerted us to our technical difficulties. Not only we have been obsessed with getting her. Obsessed since day one. It was like, so you want to do a show, right? Yeah. And we're gonna get Rebecca, right? And we're gonna try to get Rebecca, right? So, folks, we'd like to welcome Rebecca Davis. Yes, welcome to the program. Welcome.
Thank you, guys. I'm so happy to be here.
Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
I'm gonna turn it over, my one black friend. Go ahead and get started.
Okay, Rebecca. First of all, thank you for being here. Secondly,
yes.
Where is your accent from?
Well, like I told you, I really don't have it. Like people always keep telling me, like, you have an accent from Minnesota. I've never been to Minnesota, so I really don't know. Give me 1 second, guys. There's people waiting over here, and let me tell them that we are live at this link.
Thank you. I appreciate you taking the time to do that.
Do you have it set up? I don't know if they can see live at...
Yeah, I was trying to, I should drop the link for the channel. That way it should, you know, be a little bit easier to find our stuff.
Well, you can catch Rebecca's channel, the Bread of Life channel, and we'll have her talk with us a little bit more about that. So if you'd like to see more of her, you can there. I've been lucky enough to tune in to several streams, and I was working when you were talking to S.J. Thomason the other day, but I wanted to reach out.
Thank you, guys. There's people waiting at the other link, but I can't. It won't. The link isn't showing when I post it. Okay, did you post it?
Yeah, I posted it. I posted it here in the chat. I posted it in I posted it.
All right, you guys should be able to.
I'll put it also in the private.
All right, you guys should be able to hear me.
Wait,
it's a little weird. I just want to make sure it's okay. I'm still testing things out.
Let me just say, click on.
Nano, thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming
that's
through.
What I'm trying to do is get them.
She does sound like Sarah Palin to me too.
And
appreciate you guys hanging out while I do this. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Really do. Also,
Randy
I forgot I said I was going to
KCA Randy says,
check my audio.
Go. Rebecca, you want to comment on that? How your collaboration with SJ went?
It went great. You know, SJ is, she's a wonderful lady. And, you know, I love connecting with female ministers. And, you know, it's just kind of rare for women to be on YouTube like this, you know, talking about this kind of stuff. So I appreciate those who are.
Well, it was interesting to see there were some philosophical disagreements there, and I really admired the way that you respectfully challenged her. I thought that was just great, and I'm like, this Rebecca is really someone special. I appreciate your approach. I try to be the same way when I disagree with someone. Offer non-destructive commentary and non-destructive challenges to you know, maybe things they do or say that I don't necessarily agree with, or even if I'm offering and I think you've done this, a gentle rebuke, just gentle, because it can be done that way, so the person doesn't feel slighted at all. So I think, well done, Rebecca.
Thank you. So I can expect gentle rebukes from you today?
But not Pocket Locker. Me, yes, of course. Him, no. No, he will most likely give you the same courtesy, because it is exactly that, courtesy. And I think with the internet could do with a bit more courtesy and a bit less nastiness.
All right, guys, you should be able to hear me with this mic.
We've all seen our fill of the nastiness that's out there, that's been volunteered left and right by so many people. I don't think it's necessary for us to beat each other up. I don't think.
All right, this is good. I'm gonna use this as my stream mic while I'm in the meeting.
We desperately need. So.
It's also my favorite mic in the world.
Definitely.
So, can you tell us? Well, I think he always wants to ask about the verses. So, do you want to do that to get started?
Yes. So, what are some of your, maybe 3 of your favorite Bible verses? And then as a follow-up, how would you say your Christianity, what in the Bible sort of speaks to your Christianity? Certainly,
you guys can't read that anyway. It's an SM58
thing. And I would say, how does the light shine
literally my
through
favorite
you,
microphone in the world?
I love that question. Thank you. And there are some passages that I would kind of say are, you know, particularly important to me. So this is a good question. So one of them is Romans 5:19, and it's actually like inscribed on my wedding ring, because this is an important verse for both me and my husband. Mm-hmm. It's for just as through the disobedience of the one man, the many were made sinners, so also through the obedience of the one man, the many will be made righteous. So the reason this is such an important verse for me is because it's the beauty of the plan of salvation that, you know, look, I ended up a sinner through no fault of my own, right? I didn't ask for this state, this condition. And just in the same way that I ended up in this condition through the sin of, you know, Adam and Eve, so also through the righteous.
Yeah, guys, if you're on Jay Bundy, head over to Pocket Locker 86. Pocket Locker 86.
So I love
There's
that.
a lot
and that
more
is
content.
actually the reason it's important to my husband is that he didn't grow up in a Christian home. He read the Bible in college. And
basically,
like,
Pocket Locker 86 is my main channel.
You know,
it's where I do
he wasn't a
music,
strong atheist.
coding,
He just,
word,
you know, kind
gaming.
of was like
it's where
not
like everything.
He didn't believe in God,
Jay
but,
Bundy is just where I do shows that are normally a few hours. Lately, I've been doing more on Jay Bundy, but it's just to expose people and also
really
to push through this charity campaign.
Concept of salvation,
but definitely if you want the prime streaming experience,
like, beautiful symmetry
go
of
to Pocket Locker 86.
That caused him to say, you know what? I don't know if there's a God, but if there is, this is his story. And so, yeah, that was his, that was kind of like his entry point. He grabbed onto this idea and he said, wow, this is like, if there is a God, this is how he would have done it. This is the way. And so he loved that. And it's been important for me. There was about a 10-year period when I feared being rejected by God. And my husband would always get out Romans chapter 5 and read Romans. He'd be like, are we going to do this again? I was like I had covers up to my, chin in bed, and I just don't want God to reject me. And my husband would be like, oh, I can't believe we're doing this again. You're a Christian and you don't believe the one thing that Christians are supposed to believe, that you're saved. And so he would be, here we go, Romans chapter 5. And he would read Romans chapter 5. And then I would, be reassured. So that's why that passage is significant for me.
Okay. Well, I think it's a good thing to be renewed in your values. And it's even nicer to have someone there to go, hey, you've not forgotten who you are. I'm here to remind you. That's a wonderful thing. Okay, so do you have two more?
Yep, I do.
I'll take them both if you have two.
All right. Yeah. Now, this one might seem a little strange. Like, I'm almost sure that no one else will choose this as their favorite verse. But for me, it's been one that God has spoken over and over again to me. And it just has so much power for me. So it's Galatians chapter 4, verse 30. And it says, get rid of the slave woman and her son. For the slave woman's son will never share in the inheritance with the free woman's son. And the reason this is powerful for me is because for so long, I was living as if I was not a child of God. I was living as if I had to slave away for God, right? And I was never sure of my place, in God's family. So I was working my butt off for God, but I never felt like I was doing enough. And, God finally broke through to me with this verse and I just felt him speak this verse to me so strongly, like, get rid of that slave woman. Like, basically the way that I was thinking about myself, right? Get rid of that. She will never share. So the way that I was thinking about my service for God was totally wrong. And that, like, that type of thinking is never going to be the way that God works. No, it's and the whole context of this passage. So you really need to read the full context.
I was going to ask, please. Thank you.
Yeah. I mean,
can you repeat I want to pull it up.
Yeah. Galatians chapter 4, verse 30. So the whole context is very much what I'm talking about. Okay. So remember when Abraham, he was waiting for God to give him a child, right? And for years, God had promised that he was going to give him a son. But it was taking quite a long time for that promise to come. And remember, Sarah said, hey, go and, take my slave Hagar and have a child with her. And so she did. And so then so basically, remember that Sarah ended up kicking Hagar to the curb because Hagar was making fun of her son and blah. Eventually Sarah had a child. But anyway, basically, in Galatians chapter 4, verse 22, it says, for it is written that Abraham had two sons, one by the slave woman and the other by the free woman. His son by the slave woman was born according to the flesh, but his son by the free woman was born as a result of the divine promise. These things are to be taken figuratively. The women represent two covenants. One covenant is from Mount Sinai and bears children who are to be slaves. This is Hagar. Now, Hagar stands for Mount Sinai in Arabia and corresponds to the present city of Jerusalem because she is in slavery with her children. But the Jerusalem that is above is free, and she is our mother. Okay, so let me skip a little bit because I don't want to get too long, right? Again, I'm already almost there, so let me just keep going. For it is written,
Okay.
Be glad, barren woman, you who never bore a child, shout and cry aloud, shout for joy and cry aloud, you who were never in labor, because more are the children of the desolate woman than of her who has a husband. Now,
I
you
think
brothers
she's
and
breaking
sisters,
up on us.
Yeah, I hear
Like
that. I hear that too.
Isaac, Scripture say,
Rebecca,
get of the slave woman and her son will never share in the inheritance with the free woman's son. Their sisters, we are not children of the slave woman, but of the free woman. So the context is that, look, when God makes you a promise, it's by his promise that you receive the inheritance, the blessing, right? Abraham tried in his own flesh, he tried to make God's promise come true. He tried with human effort to make the child of the promise come about. And that's what I was doing as, you know, a Christian. I was trying to basically earn what was already promised to me. And so when God spoke this to me, it was like, dude, you have got to get rid of that mentality. That is like the wrong way to approach me. I've already promised you the inheritance. I've already promised you salvation, and you're still acting as if you're a slave when you are, you're a child of the free woman. So anyway,
Can I jump on this real quick? So what we learn from the story of Hagar is set free with her son Ishmael.
Yep.
She's set free. And hold on, that's in Genesis 21, chapter 21 that it talks about it. And it says, I'm going to just skip a bunch. After some time, when all their drinking water was gone, Hagar put her son under a bush. Then she walked a short distance away and sat down. She thought her son would die because there was no water. She did not want to watch him die. She sat there and began to cry. God heard the boy crying, and God's angel called to Hagar from heaven. He said, "What is wrong, Hagar? Don't be afraid. God has heard the boy crying there. God will help the boy. Hold his hand and lead him. I will make him the father of many people." So that's God telling Hagar she's going to bless the son.
Yep.
Okay? Then God allowed Hagar to see a well of water. So she went to the well and filled her bag with water. Then she gave water to the boy to drink. God continued to be with the boy while he grew up. Ishmael lived in the desert and became a mighty hunter. He learned to shoot a bow very well. Sounds like he learned to shoot an arrow very well. But so I don't know. I guess maybe this brings balance to the force in a manner of speaking. Now, I doubt that whoever wrote the 1 Corinthians and Galatians, rather, they can't get to everything. You can't talk about everything, otherwise they'd still be writing today. But often I find one scripture is a target-rich environment, to continue with the archery terms, for I would say wisdom, learning, allegory, all that sort of thing.
Yeah, and definitely, you know, the verse that spoke to me in Galatians, it's nothing personal against the Hagar and Ishmael, right? Like you read, God blessed them, right? But the point of the taking the symbolism
Oh.
about the human effort.
Rebecca, can you try turning off your camera for a second? Sometimes that helps it sort of reset.
Oh, I'm going out?
Yeah. It's like you're going in and out. It's not you. I'm sure it's restream.
Okay.
And please restate your point. Please restate your point. We want to know.
Yes, please.
What your thoughts are.
Okay. So, what I was saying is, this was nothing personal against Hagar and Ishmael. God blessed them, and you read the passage where God is blessing them, and so, but the point that is being pulled from to make, to illustrate what's going on in Galatians, the point is that Abraham tried by human effort to bring about the promises of God. God promised him a child, and Abraham didn't see it at first, so he tried to bring it about himself. Right. But and so this was the point that Galatians is making. Don't try in your human effort to make God's promises come true. Like, it's not by human effort that these things have the promises are yours. It's by a gift from God. It's by what God has promised that will come to pass. So that's what I needed to hear at that time, because I was trying my best to earn God's favor and earn my place in his kingdom.
Yeah, I feel like I can't help but comment on the struggle there. And I feel like especially people who are maybe non-believers and haven't been in community with believers for a long time, or people who never were part of churches or never believed, that there's a difference between holding some idea in your mind and believing in that thing, and the sort of life and the intricacies that come with actually struggling to serve God day in and day out, and feel the need to get better and to never feel content, right? Because you're always, even if you're not sinning and you're feeling good about not sinning, you're oh my man, am I boasting in my not sinning? That's bad juju right there, And it's just really great to hear somebody talk about that. Our guest last week talked about playing on the worship team, and I really connected with him about the lifestyle of preparing those songs week in and week out. And I love talking to my church friends about the walk in their faith and their actual lifestyle as Christians, and I just hear that coming out as an important verse that spoke to you. I think that's great. Do you want to tell us, and I'll pull up the third one?
Yeah, the third one is one that's, I think it's probably a favorite of many. I don't know. It's Mark 2:17. It is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners. So I love this one, because this is when Jesus is hanging out with sinners, and the religious people are like, why are you hanging out with the sinners? And Jesus was like, well, it's not the healthy who need a doctor, right? So I came for the sick people. And for me, that's good news. Because, in the times when I've struggled with, I'm not as righteous as I should be, this is encouraged me that, well, if I was, I'm not the one Jesus came for, right? And I think this kind of actually, this is also an answer. I feel like this is, I'm an evangelist, so I share the gospel, and I've noticed that the number one thing, when the gospel, I love the moment when somebody first gets the gospel, when they first understand it, and they're like, wow, and I've noticed that the first question that often comes to people's mind is, what about all the people who haven't heard this, right? And often it'll be phrased as what about all the good people who haven't heard this message? right? And now, I'm an inclusivist, meaning I don't think people have to hear the message in order to be saved by Jesus. I think it's much better for them if they do hear the message, right? Like, I believe the message is extremely important. It's life-changing. But I believe I'm an inclusivist, meaning I think Jesus can save people who haven't heard the message.
Can you just quickly maybe distinguish that or not from a universalist?
Yeah, I'm not a universalist. I don't think everyone's.
What's the difference? Because I don't know. I don't know those terms.
Okay, an inclusivist is someone who believes that Jesus is the only way to salvation. Okay, so we are like orthodox in that sense of, Jesus Christ is the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father but by him. But that, we make a distinction that, hey, it's not our knowledge that saves. It's Jesus himself who saves, right? And
Okay.
he can extend his salvation to anyone he wants, right? It doesn't have to be someone who directly heard the message and confessed Jesus as Lord and put their trust in him. Like, he can see people all over the world. He knows their hearts. He knows who wants to be part of his kingdom, and he can extend that salvation to anyone. And so, I believe that many people who've never heard the gospel, and some of them who have heard about Jesus but have not accepted them because of cultural barriers, religious barriers, I believe that they can be saved.
Okay, so just by power of his will, his choice,
Yeah.
Okay, great. I was just gonna quickly say too that I don't find that passage quoted a lot. And when I in my head go to the gospel, I go to like the go and make disciples of nations. But this one I feel like gets right at it too. And it's also interesting because I feel like the passage isn't quoted a lot, but the context is quoted a lot. Like people are fond of saying, oh, Jesus hung out with the sinners and the tax collectors. And as I scrolled up and I'm like, oh, so people like to quote this context, but maybe not that passage. And it's very interesting. Go ahead, my one black friend, sorry.
Rebecca, how would you define righteousness?
Well, the Old Testament describes righteous people, right? So, I would say righteous people are honest. They don't cheat people. They, they're grateful to God. They are, as they understand him. They may not have perfect knowledge of God, but they're grateful to the source of their life. They, they don't love violence. They're not out for violence. They're, there's a list of things that the Bible talks about as the traits of a righteous person. Now, that doesn't mean that they are completely without sin. So, Jesus came to perfect us, to make us holy, and to give us true righteousness, which is sinlessness, right? And we will see the fullness of that on, when, at the resurrection and God's kingdom. We may not see the fullness of it right now, but we have been promised a complete righteousness. But I think what a lot of times Christians, especially Protestant Christians, they really focus on righteousness as perfection, when that's not actually what is the consistent message of the entire Bible. There's many people who sin in the Bible who are still called righteous people by God.
Okay. Well, Noah is a great example of that.
Yes.
So then, just continuing in that vein, you did a fair job of describing me, except for the whole believing in God, faithful to God part, because of course that's out the window. I'm an atheist. I don't even, and you, full disclosure, a Christ mythicist.
A Jesus mythicist. We just or both mythicists.
Fine. Yeah, I'm a mythicist of both. You're not getting. I would say you didn't have either, and you're getting neither. So that's my perspective. After careful study, years of it, that's the conclusion I've come to. But what about a person like me? What does God do as someone like me? I'm generous with donating my salary. I'm very kind and helpful.
Attest to that.
You can attest to that. Lots of people can. But I go out of my way to be there and help the people on my staff when they need something. I take time to teach them, and often that causes me to end up working very late. I just try to be as helpful to others as I possibly can be, to my own hurt at times. When it came time for me to buy a house, I didn't have the money because I'd given it away. I'd given away more than I gave away more than my down payment was when I finally did get a house the next year. Like, I gave away twice as much as my down payment was.
Yeah, we're watching the chat, guys. We'll go back and get questions for her.
When a man came to Jesus and he said, "What do I need to do to get eternal life?" Jesus said, "You know the commands. Don't murder, don't commit adultery." Basically, he listed off the commands, right? And the guy was like, "All these I've kept."
All these I've kept.
But anyway, well, actually, there's two stories, so I might be conflating them. But the result was, in one story was Jesus told the guy to sell his stuff, but the result in one of the other account, Jesus said, "Do this." When the guy said, now I got it. So he said, "I have kept since I was a child," and Jesus said, like, "Do this and you will live," or something. Oh no, wait. Okay, I'm so sorry.
Sell all you have and give it to the poor.
Wait, yeah, okay, that came later, but that Jesus didn't tell him he had to do that to have eternal life. He said, if you want to be perfect, go sell all your stuff, right? But actually, Jesus said, "You know the commands, do these and you'll live." So what I will tell you is, I can't give you an assurance, because I can tell you that anyone who trusts in the name of the Lord Jesus Christ will be saved. But I can tell you that, if you are living a righteous life, right? Then, like, that's what Jesus said. He said, "Do these things and you'll live," right? But one of those commands was, "Have no other gods before me." So, I don't. I guess my well,
I took that very seriously.
Well, now let me ask you this: if it turned out that you were wrong, and Jesus is the king, would you be okay with him being king?
I would, Rebecca, but if you knew me well, you would already predict what was going to come out of my mouth next, which would be, I have some management tweaks for Jesus. Quite a few suggestions, because I don't think he's running the show very well. I think he does. I would criticize him for being extremely lazy, a terrible listener, not really wanting the job that he has. I would say, for a perfectionist, he just is not really interested in being King of Kings and Lord of Lords. The fact that we have a society here in the United States where someone wants to force me to share in their values, where I clearly should have a choice. Is it opposite day? We're supposed to be free people, so I don't want to murder anybody. I don't want to steal your things, but also, like, my body is mine, and you can advise me not to sin, but should you be able to force me not to do what I don't want to? things I want to do.
When has Jesus ever forced you not to do?
No. Well, I don't believe Jesus forced anything. I think he's a guy in a storybook. You and I could have some talks, I'll tell you. Like,
I guess he's saying, I guess he's asking, where would the source of the force come from?
Other Christians that think they're doing his will.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Yeah. I'm kind of
right.
Yeah, that's kind of how I see it manifesting.
Now, I'll be honest. I think a lot of times, and I'm gonna phrase Jesus like he was a real guy. Okay. I think a lot of times Jesus is being perfectly clear. And I think often in our modern times, in ancient times, and even by other authors in the Bible, what Jesus is asking for, what he is stating, is being misunderstood left and right, because people found a way to use what Jesus is saying as a stick to, well, let me get my ruler, because then I'll appear like a teacher, as something to beat other people with, when that is never the purpose, nor is it necessary.
Yeah.
You
well,
know,
it
and then
sounds
I'll
like
say-
you know
go ahead.
something, right? It sounds like you know
I know
something.
many things,
Okay.
yes.
So
I think a lot of times, Rebecca, people unfairly use Jesus as a doormat. Jesus would not Jesus might mistake me for a Christian before he would mistake them for one, because of their value systems, the way that they cling to things. I have where is it? Did I take it off my lamp? I'll share this with you that I wrote. It says, before you can slip out of those shackles, you must first unclench your fists. The strength you gained as a fighter will need to relax into open hands. After all, your clenched fists were holding on to nothing. So I think a lot of the people in our society that are fighting for something, when I hear Christians be told again and again they are fighting, you have to fight for this, fight for that, then they become a mentality where, well, I wouldn't have to fight a friend, so these outside people who don't share my beliefs, well, they must be enemies. And then they start to treat their own people in their society like that. They're being told to. Even Jesus, and I'd correct him if I could see him to his face. Look, just because I'm not with you doesn't mean I'm against you. If you're trying to get people to be kinder, nicer, sweeter, happier, I'm all for that. I'll help you. I'll gladly help you if I agree with your methods. But just because I don't think that a person who isn't on board fully with you, Jesus, should go to hell, I don't need you to get me an express ticket, thinking, well, you're awful because you don't believe what I tell people to believe. And I mean, I'll be honest, I think Jesus in the Bible and Paul, I think they I've said this before on Hot Program, they set the bar really low. You have to follow a few things and basically believe, and you're in. You're in, baby. The disciples are there. Oh, welcome. I see you have a ticket. We have you on our OnlyFans list in the Book of Life. You can come right in and enter now into the joy. Come on in. We have wonderful things prepared for you. There's punch and pie. That sort of thing. I get it. I get it.
All right.
But again, I think in our am I talking too long?
No.
Okay. I think people can go about things in a way that is restraining to others and doesn't allow them to have the freedom that they should.
I want you guys to actually continue this conversation. I just kind of want to catch up with some of the questions from the chat. So let's, Rebecca, if you can, just try to answer these as quickly as you can, and if I have to respond, I will too. And I just want to put that out there so that people understand that the brevity isn't you. I'm just asking for that so we can get through more questions, because I appreciate all the questions in the chat. So, question quickly: why do you fear God, and is it healthy for a child to fear God?
I think some people need to fear God, but some people shouldn't fear God. So, Proverbs says the fear of the Lord is the beginning of knowledge. Okay, but that doesn't mean God wants you to stay in fear. It's a good place to start. I think everyone should recognize that there's a creator of this world and you're not him. And so it's a good thing to recognize the kind of power that you're dealing with and the mind and the, what's going on with reality. So fear is a good place to start. But, 1 John says there is no fear in love, and perfect love drives out fear, because fear has to do with punishment. Those who fear have not been made perfect in love. So I think once you know Jesus Christ and you know the love of God and you know that you're a saved person, then fear should no longer be a driving force for you. You should not fear God, because you've been saved, you've been cleansed, you have a promise from God that you are part of his kingdom, that you're an inheritor. So fear you shouldn't fear like being punished by God. He's not, he's not out to get you. So there should be no fear for a child of God. But for those who are on the outside, there should be some fear.
When I was a Christian, I felt that way too, and I felt like I was totally in God's family. And when I heard about that, it was sort of like, oh, fear of the mean old man. But like, if you really get to know him, he's just like a sweet, doting father. And I feel that way sometimes with my teaching mentor. Like he's really, like he sets the bar really high for our students. So they think he's like super strict and like difficult. And I'm like, oh no, that's the dude who like hosts barbecues and is like the sweetest, mentor ever. And then beyond that, I also felt that that term fear was just kind of misinterpreted, that there was like a healthy fear. Like if we were married, I would have like this healthy fear of like, oh, I don't want to like slip up because I don't want her to be disappointed with me, or like I want to make sure I keep the fridge organized a certain way because like if it gets a certain way, she gets frustrated, right? And it's not like I'm scared she's gonna hurt me or be mean to me. It's just like this, fear is a kind of simple way of expressing like a certain kind of respect, you might call it, right? And so listening charitably, like that's just how I took it. So I agree with you. Like that interpretation makes a lot of sense to me, actually. Personal questions I'm gonna definitely leave out because I don't like being asked personal questions on air. If you know like that, you can ask. No, I just won't. What about God poisoning David's baby and letting it suffer for 7 days before it died? I don't know.
I'll answer that one, but there was another one you put up on the screen that I wanted to answer, because I think it was Scott said, what about the other promises of God that haven't been fulfilled? I'm not sure which promises that he's referring to, but, the book of Hebrews tells us that there were people of God who lived out their lives and they never received what was promised. But that, this happened that together with us, that these things may be fulfilled. So it's not that God's promises have failed, but there are times when God's promises, we will not see them in this lifetime, but we can trust that he will fulfill them. Like he hasn't forgotten his promises.
Also, what about all the fulfilled promises that are unrecorded? And then also, again, I think there's value just to promise. Like, if you would ask me as a Christian, like if I got sick with like cancer, and you would ask me like, do I have hope in the promise of a cure? I'd be like, yeah. And you'd be like, well, do you really think they're going to cure it before you? I'd be like, I don't know, but there's something to me in the promise of that, right? Like the very idea that, I don't know, maybe there will be a miraculous cure tomorrow, and I'll sign up for the trial, and that certainly has some value to me living through this. That not having any hope is just like, not preferable. So like, again, this is the thing that when I was a Christian, I wrestled with these same issues and I didn't really find it too troubling, right? Like I just was like, oh yeah, people don't always understand the value of promise the way I read it.
But Jay, may you be healed in Jesus' name. Scott says, but now Scott answered my question. He said, God promised Christians would do greater miracles than Jesus. When did that happen? Scott, that is happening right now. And there are Christians who have raised more people from the dead than Jesus did. There are Christians who have healed thousands more people than Jesus did. And that promise is good right now for anyone who believes. God is a God of miracles. He has not changed, and he is working in this world right now. There's no shortage of God's miracles, but you know what God needs for miracles? He needs miracle workers. He needs people who are willing to be the person. If you look at every miracle in the Bible, God doesn't just pop off and do miracles. He does miracles through people. Moses raised up his staff and the Red Sea parted. Elijah laid on the widow's son and he was raised from the dead. God does miracles through people. So you have to sign up to be a miracle worker if you want to see the miracles of God here and now.
And that's another example of the undocumented promises. Go ahead, my one black friend.
My mother's been in a wheelchair for almost 20 years. She's been a Christian pretty much her entire adult life and part of her childhood.
Yeah.
Okay, so she had a doctor, they did a surgery on one knee and it screwed it up very badly. Another doctor did a surgery on the other knee and it screwed that up too. So why can't God, because she's prayed for this to be healed, she's had people in the church get involved, she's still in that chair. I go visit her and I'm seeing one foot
in Jesus' name. Mm-hmm.
Believe
May
me,
she be
that's
healed in
been
Jesus'
requested.
name. And I know. But let me tell you this my one black friend. And I'm just having so much fun with your name here.
That's why I'm here.
But have you heard of Delia Knox? Okay.
No. How's that spelled?
Delia Knox is a Christian. Look it up later. I'll send you the name later. Delia Knox.
Thank you.
She was a Christian, okay, who was in a wheelchair, paralyzed for 23 years. Okay. She cried out to God for years for healing, and she didn't see it. And she got to the point where she gave up. Like, she did not want anybody to pray for her. She did not want, she basically gave up. But then, some years back, maybe 10 years ago, at a revival service, an evangelist prayed for her and she got up out of her wheelchair. She walked and she's been walking ever since.
Great. So give me that guy's phone number.
23 years.
So in 3 years, when my mom is almost 90 years old, she's probably going to need a walker, she can give up her wheelchair and walk like the lady you just referred to.
Well,
you see
I
my
can't
point?
promise the timeline. I can't promise the timeline.
Right, but if God were more like me, then okay, I got your request 20 years ago. It's been in the queue. We're gonna handle this. And since I have all this power over the universe, I'm gonna make this retroactive, okay? So it'll be like I heard you back then, right? And then it's done. But that's not realistic, is it? That's not really the way it works.
It is.
I'm assuming I can knock on any Christian's door and ask them a similar question, and they have an example like you, and I can be happy for that lady who she could leave her chair behind and walk on her own. I'm happy for that lady, but I want to be happy for my mother too, that the utility of her legs has returned to her, and they're not just an aesthetic part of her body now that she can't even use beyond getting in and out of her chair, in and out of the shower, on and off of a toilet, right?
Yeah.
We clearly see people who have fully functioning legs and can even be remarkable gymnasts or really fast runners. They have that ability. My mother, I don't think she deserves what happened to her, right? But
She
evidently,
doesn't.
her grace, the God's grace is sufficient for her. When you have awful people who are walking around murdering people, shooting them, going into stores or school and shooting them up, why couldn't God put those people in a chair and make it hard for them? But that's not what we see. That's not what we see.
Yeah.
So I would say, isn't it more likely that if God exists, if I grant that God exists, that he's not really interested in my mother basically being a shut-in and unable to go drive and see friends and things like that and see her family, that everybody has to sort of come to her. She can't, when I go to her house, like, you need me to do this for you, do that for you, get this for you, that. She doesn't even get in the car anymore. She used to. But that's where she is now. There would be no justice in a God that treats people worse than he treats my mother. And on that level, and yet that's what we see. My mother is one example. There are billions more.
Is she a believer?
She sure is.
And so she's still walking. She's still hanging on to the
walking
promise.
in the faith figuratively,
She's hanging on to the
but
promise.
she's rolling in the faith in her chair.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
Rolling in the faith.
So if she's able to maintain her faith despite being in the chair, I'm sure if she's maintaining the faith, it disturbs her that her son is not in the faith because of her in the chair as one of the reasons, right?
I have amazing comebacks to all challenges from my family about this Jesus stuff.
Seriously,
they don't even want to come here with.
I'm sure they don't. My one black friend. You know what I'm remembering though is that I genuinely, when I was a believer, I felt that that was just part of God's plan. I felt like I didn't always have answers to these things, but I felt like I didn't. That wasn't necessarily my responsibility, but I also did sort of buy into the idea, it's part of the reason I didn't buy into faith healing,
because it's garbage.
Well, yeah, but not necessarily that, but I bought into the idea that sometimes God used suffering, that sometimes there was this beautiful story of a person who was dealing with the human condition, the sickness, the death or whatever, and they would be hanging on to their faith. An example being my grandmother. My grandmother got diagnosed with cancer. She's survived to this point, but I remember when, we first found out or whatever, and I'm saying the wrong thing. I think it's colon cancer. Okay. And when we first found out, you're worried. I was a lot younger and everything. And I remember that she just kept serving the church, kept serving the community, kept, visiting the other sick people and doing the whole thing. And, obviously she went to the doctor and got the best care she could and all of that too. And I remember just feeling so inspired by that, right? And so what I'm saying is I was sort of opposed to faith healers because they robbed people of that, the sort of joy and beauty, again, hanging on to the promise that God would find a way to express in the suffering. And I know that's hard to hear, and when I hear that now as an atheist, I'm like, no, I don't buy into that. But I'm just being honest, I did feel that way when I was a Christian, for what it's worth.
And you both can answer this. If there is a God, what does that say about him that he's willing to inflict suffering on people who don't deserve it? Why? For his ego. So what? God can have the glory. Are you serious? If we knew, if we had neighbors or friends that were like that, could we stay friends with them? Is it possible?
I never thought of it as his will that they do all that. It was just the condition, right? It wasn't him sitting up there being I want this person to do that. It was just this person has the condition, and then as an expression of their free will, they still want to glorify God. I don't know. I'm not saying it makes sense to me now. Clearly, it doesn't make sense to me now. If it did, I'd be a believer. but it made sense to me in a way then that I want to grant charitably to people who might be feeling that way now and say it's not unreasonable to me.
Well, I think this issue, and there are Christians who promote the idea that everything that happens is all for God's glory. I completely disagree with that. And I don't think your mom's sickness is from the Lord. I don't think it is the will of God. But the way that I see it is that God is not in control of this world. There is nothing in the Bible that tells us God is in control of the world. The reality is this is a spiritual battleground. A lot of bad stuff happens that is not God's will. That is why we pray, Father, may your will be done on earth as it is in heaven, because God's will is not always done on the earth. Now, your mom, she may be experiencing this attack from the enemy right now. And you know what? That may continue until, she's in glory with Jesus. But she also could get healed tomorrow. We are in a spiritual battle. We are battling real spiritual forces, powers of wickedness in the heavenly places, and also human evils. And so we don't win every battle, but we know that we have a promise that we have the ultimate victory. But I am not going to say your mom that God wants her to be, in the wheelchair. If that were true, then she'd be in the wheelchair in God's kingdom. But, God tells us that there's not going to be any sickness. So
Rebecca, so I appreciate you sharing this actually, because I think this is what I was hoping. Like, this has gone way better than I could ever hoped for, and you're expressing a lot of things about your theology that I definitely didn't know, and so I'm definitely glad we got into that. I want to touch on this question. I just want to say to the chat, a lot of the questions I glossed over. They were great questions. It's just I'm accepting her interpretation of things, and I'm trying to understand how she sees the world, and so a lot of those things we'll revisit, and we're just not going to be able to get to all of the questions, but I want to get to some of the key ones. This is one I think is great, because I think your scripture touched on this, right? That you hang out with the sinners, you hang out with the atheists a lot on your channel, you spend a lot of time with this community. I think that's consistent, right, with that being your favorite scripture. But I guess I want to hear a little bit more about how you got into that, because that's kind of how I discovered you. So how did that whole thing get started, and how do other people in your life, like your family and friends, feel about it?
Yeah, thanks. That's a great question. Well, it kind of happened by accident, because I started my channel just to share the gospel, and mostly directing it toward my community at that time, which was mostly Muslim and other Christians and stuff like that. Yeah.
I would have never known that. Oh my goodness, that's wild.
I lived 10 years in 3 different Muslim majority countries. And so, primarily I've been sharing the gospel with Muslims up until 2018. We were living in Dubai at that time. I started up my channel, and then almost immediately I was getting a lot of comments from atheists. And so I ended up I took a lot of time to respond to people's comments. Sometimes I would spend 6 hours a day responding to atheist comments.
Wow.
And so,
I
ended up just having long chats, conversations in the comment section that went on for a month, And
yes.
So that's the way it started. And then I ended up asking Nathan Ormond. I connected with Nathan Ormond just on YouTube because I watched his testimony video and liked it. And I contacted him and I said, I loved your testimony. And he said, well, I'm not a Christian anymore. And I was like, what? And then I said, I want to understand that. Do you want to come on my channel? And he came on my channel. And then I just started, other atheists started getting connected with them. And then my audience just over a few month period of time changed to being mostly atheists. And then, I just kept, interviewing the atheists, and then that's how we got here. So I never set out to reach atheists, but
to evangelize to the atheists.
Yeah,
exactly.
And
the great unwashed.
How long have you been at it?
Well, I started my channel in 2018, but it's only been in this past year that all of my Christian audience has basically gone. It's been 1 year ago that I interviewed Nathan Ormond, and then slowly my Christian audience kind of dissipated, and then the atheists I welcomed them, and then people were getting mad because they were like, you're letting the atheists talk too much, you're letting they shouldn't be able to say that, you should delete comments, I'm leaving your channel. And so a lot of the Christians left. But yeah,
have you come not to save the righteous but sinners?
Yes, here. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. You gotta give her props.
Have you done that?
Yeah. So
thanks. Well, that's what I said when the Christians would tell me why are you letting them talk? You shouldn't let them. I'm like, I don't care about the Christians. I really don't. I love my Christian brothers.
They're going to be okay. I think that's
exactly.
I think that's what you're trying to say.
I love my Christian brothers and sisters, but I really don't care if they watch my channel. I wanted to do my channel to reach out to, those who needed to hear the message of salvation. So
that's great.
Yeah.
I also want to say a little bit about, just if you don't mind, just how I kind of our past, our background. And so it's I came across you just popping up on panels, on whoever's stream. And then I felt I wasn't one of the cool kids because you like knew everybody and I didn't know anybody. And then you hung out with Danny or something in real life. And I remember I got super jealous. I was like, oh, I want to hang out with Rebecca in real life. And then subsequent to that, I found your channel. And so I liked and subscribed. And so I'm, essentially one of your fans and one of the random atheists from the comment section of your videos.
Cool. Thank you.
But also, also though, like, I want to say that, like, I'm a streamer and like a broadcaster. Like, I love doing this. I love, living in studio and being live and streaming and making videos. But there is something to all the technical stuff that has to be dealt with. And I feel like a lot of guests and a lot of hosts and certainly a lot of other content creators, like their heads explode with the technical stuff. And you have been cool as a cucumber. Rebecca's just been like, oh, by the way, your stream's not live. Not worried about the alerts going off, not fazed by the chat. And when it gets active, it's super fun, right? But it's also overwhelming. There's no way to respond to every question or respond to every comment, but you are there, multitasking. She's paying more attention to our comments than we are. You know what I mean? So I have a certain degree of respect for how good you are at this, you know what I mean? And it's like, I just want to give you props for that. And I also want to say that you're a lot of fun, right? Like, we get along on these things, we go back and forth. And I remember even people reacted, because I was live streaming when you booted me for going at Sal or whoever it was. And I was like, yeah, guys, this is what happens, but we do this all the time. I've put my one black friend backstage for no reason. It's just part of the streaming culture. And I said that to people. She didn't kick me out of the studio. I didn't go anywhere. I was still there in the private chat, right? So Rebecca's cool. She knows how to deal with this. She knows how to handle herself. There's no beef between us, right? And I know you're a young earth creationist. I've always known that. And so even though I kind of reacted to finding your Examining Evolution channel, like, how could she put this? I mean, what would I expect your content to be, right? So I recognize that was me being caught up in my feels. So it's all good. I've loved having you on. This has been so much fun. And my one black friend, I'll turn it back over to you. I just wanted to acknowledge that and get that stuff out there.
Thank you, Jay.
Before we're done, I want to get this young earth business. We got to have a talk about this, because in Genesis 1,
okay,
there's some stuff you ought to know. I know there are a lot of questions in the chat, and I don't really look at the chat. So Pocket Locker, can you kind of bring forth those questions?
I'm starring some of them that we can come back to.
Okay, Rebecca, what should God be doing for people on earth? Or does God owe us something?
I don't think God owes anyone anything. So I don't think there's a what should he be doing. But I think God he loves people, and he is doing things for people on earth.
Okay. If you became God tomorrow, like God says, Rebecca, I can't do this anymore. I've made a lake somewhere with awesome fishing, and I'm going there to be by myself. I want you to take over. Here's my chair. Here's my rod. Here's my staff and my other staff of angels. If you need something, just tell them, or you just do it yourself. It's up to you. But Earth is now your dominion, except for my fishing hole. That's on me. So what are some immediate changes you'd make?
Well, first of all, I'd be frightened for the world, because I think it's probably in better hands with the creator than it would be with me. But if I was just in charge, I mean, I'd probably immediately kick Russia out of Ukraine. I'd make sure all the, people in Yemen had food to eat. I would, just probably bring down some lightning on a few people, maybe more than a few.
All right, yeah. Yeah. No, Rebecca, can I say this? I've called out God on stream before as a gag. Like, you know, I do the pro wrestling thing, so I was cutting a promo on God. And I literally said, you know, if God wasn't such a punk, he'd strike me down, you know, right now. But honestly, if he live streamed, zapped a couple, you know, trash talking streamers like myself, I gotta give it to you. That would really send
I
a
wouldn't
message.
zap you, Jay. I wouldn't zap you. Wouldn't get
I'm just saying, I asked for it. I did ask for it. So if he just said, hey.
No, you wouldn't get lightning yet.
And God's a woman now, folks. It's time to mix it up in that prayer walk of yours.
Things are getting a whole lot pinker around here.
All right, so,
I don't like.
So
I don't
Iron
like.
Chair here asked a question. I think next we got to set something up. We're not big enough to take super chats, but we've got to figure out something so we can sort through some of these questions. How many times can a person commit adultery, and will they be forgiven every time if they repent and trust in Jesus? I'm gonna just say if you're a believer, yes, but go ahead.
All right, guys. I'm back in the saddle.
As many times as you commit adultery, you can be forgiven.
Had a very good meeting.
You know how when Jesus came, when the disciples asked Jesus, how many times should we forgive people? Up to 7 times? Jesus said, no, not 7, 70 times 7. Right.
All right, guys. I was just checking out the mix here. It looks good. Looks good. Thank you guys so much for bearing with me. I could have ended the show and started a new stream, but I was like, why not let people watch some of our good content?
And so, you know, what the cross accomplished is complete forgiveness of all sin. So, you know, if you are a person who is trusting in Christ for salvation, you can be absolutely certain that your sins are forgiven no matter how many times.
Do you also think sin is relative? I used to think sin was relative, meaning that for a lot of people, smoking weed was a sin because, you know, they just think that it's against God's will and God would want to punish them for it. So they thought it was missing the mark. Whereas for me, I sort of
no name's a mod. You can change. People change their minds.
With me smoking weed. So for me, it wasn't. So in other words, like missing the mark could be relative. There wasn't necessarily one standard. God could say, I have this standard for my one black friend. I've got this other standard over here for Rebecca, and I've got this other standard over here for Jay. Or do you think there's just one standard for everybody? In terms of behavior, I guess I'd say.
Well, I think there's an ideal.
Okay.
But what I'm saying is that may, you know, God may be overlooking sins or like less than ideal. He's overlooking less than ideal situations for all of us, right? So
right.
You know, so smoking weed, yeah, it may be different for some people. I mean, if somebody's like in pain and like, you know, like, you know, the weed is like helping them medically or something, I don't think God would be against that.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I don't want to cut you off.
I think, you know, God, there's an ideal and there's no one that's living up to it in this lifetime. But there are some things that, you know, it's not a sin for some people and it is for others. So anyway, that was a long way of saying I agree with you.
Oh, cool. Also, this question by Scott,
all right, I'm about to pause this.
Addressed, but I just want to say what a hot program it's been because my.
All right, y'all. I'm probably gonna be coding and stuff here a little bit. Let's get us. We're gonna be going to our. Again, I just want to thank you guys. If you'd like to see the rest of that episode or the full episode, please head over to Hot Program on YouTube. That's kind of how I set these things up, right? Is so that when I'm away, whether it be because I have a meeting that I can't stream or, you know, I've got to go to sleep sometimes if I'm streaming overnight or I need to let Sam out or whatever. Sometimes I play old content. So thank you guys that hung around and watched that. I know some people have kind of left or whatever, but you know, for I think it's just probably their schedule or something else came on or whatever. Because honestly, for most of my meeting, most of the people that were here when I started the meeting were here through most of the meeting. So I really just appreciate that. Hope you guys enjoyed that conversation with Rebecca. Again, Rebecca was a joy to interview. one of those interviews that you feel like makes all the time and effort you put into streaming worth it. I know that sounds crazy, but some of these people are just people I admire. You know, Doug from Pine Creek, Danny from Phil Talk, Nate from Digital Gnosis. You know, I'm like you guys. These are people I just watch all the time on YouTube. And so I'm fans of theirs. And, you know, when it starts out and you're just kind of, oh, I popped up on so-and-so's show on a panel, or I went on this person's show on a panel, or, I was hanging out with Rebecca and Doug on this panel discussion. Those things are super cool days for me, right? Just to be like, oh, I was on a stream with, you know, Danny and Doug today. Like, that's super cool. So then when you get to the point where you feel like these people are kind of like your friends, or you guys are getting friendly and stuff like that, that's, you know, it's super exciting as a fan to just be able to spend time with and get to be friends with people that you watch and you're fans of theirs. And then they become fans of yours. It's super cool. So thank you guys. And like I said, we're going to continue our January 6th coverage. Appreciate y'all. I got my bells. The crew is in the building. Before we do this, let's watch this. We'll take a little, I'll take a little MJ break here. Appreciate y'all. I'm going to do the communion ritual actually later. But y'all already know. Head to itsairplanemode.com. Check out my cousin OG Roddy's music. And I'm not even going to lie to y'all. I'm not going to drop names, but some people have. You know, some people have heard me play his music, you know, day in and day out on the stream, decided to cop the album for themselves. Man, I appreciate that. I told him about that. He really appreciates that. So thank y'all so much for supporting me, and not only me, but also family. Appreciate y'all. Also, type in charity, ! charity. We're trying to raise $100 by August 12th for the International Bipolar Foundation. Let's get it.
Start my morning every day with her. In the afternoon I lay with her. In the evening I'ma stay with her. Hi, I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, but them say she a drug, cause she here every day for me. In the morning hit her faithfully. At least a dub when we touch. No one falling in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. Even bring her out on dates with me. See my mama new place with me. She hold me down on the days when I ain't feeling too up. I ain't even tripping, cause she with me in the clutch. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but she ain't even a drug. Some say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I play with ya.
Yeah.
I know I'm never tripping. The signs say I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug.
Let's go.
She be there every day for me. She my sweet Mary Jane shorty. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some say I'm tripping. She turned me into the plug. She be there dealing way with me. She be there to take the pain from me. The homie said that I'm tripping, but all they do is get drunk. Smoking on the wax, they thinking I'm off the drugs. I go all out the way for ya. In the morning I might lay with ya. In the afternoon I stay, cause she know that I'm in love. I ain't even tripping, cause she the one I could trust. She go running every day with me. Take the kids out to play with me. They say I'm tripping, I ain't slipping, cause she ain't even a drug. Niggas sipping lean, ain't worried what's in your cup. In the morning I might play with ya. Take a long walk and stay with ya. She my sweet Mary Jane, and she the one I could trust. Niggas sipping lean, but me, I'm smoking a dub. I go all out the way for ya. Take some time out my day for ya. I even took her on a plane, but never enough. Some them say I'm tripping, but they ain't even in love. In the morning I might lay with you. In the afternoon I play with you. But I know I'm never tripping, cause hi, I'm in love. Mary Jane is different, cause she ain't even a drug. Yeah.
Yes. Yes. It's airplanemode.com. All right, y'all. Let's talk January 6th. Let's talk January 6th. All right, hang on. Let me get all my cameras back up. I might have to, I want to make sure everything is right. No, we don't need that. Oh, yeah, we do need that. We need that. We don't need this. We need this. Let's see what else we got. Let's see what else we got. We'll see what else we got. We should be able to get the droid cam. Uh-oh. Alrighty, alrighty, alrighty. Cool, that's what we want. I was just showing my lab, my talk. They were giving me feedback on the talk. If y'all haven't seen this talk, head to J. Bundy, History and Habitat Novelty, Shape Trade-Offs and Trade-Ups in Digital Organisms. I gotta really organize this channel. I'm putting out so much content on my channel, there's no way for people to know where stuff is. Because if you just go to my channel, you go to videos, it's just like everything's just here. I'm gonna have to organize this stuff in the playlist. I'll do that, but I'm gonna make myself code till like 9:30 or so. Get a couple hours of coding in today. Really important. All right. Let's go. We left off with this guy. We're gonna go back to the beginning of his testimony because he literally like just started. So we might as well just I don't even think these minutes in here are him.
Take back our country with weakness. You have to.
Do you swear or affirm on the penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give raised? I will now swear in our witnesses. The witness.
Let's I don't know exactly who these are, so I want to kind of go to the beginning of this segment.
Mr. Pascal said, Katrina, yes, it was. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Oh, wait, hold on. Well, oh, no, this is their, they're talking about them brats.
And the stupid like public.
Let's just go.
Pat Cipollone.
I'm just going to go from here. This Pat Cipollone that they're talking about, he's the White House. He was the White House attorney, all right? So the key distinction here is that he's not Donald Trump's attorney at the time, right? He's not Donald Trump's personal attorney. He's the White House's attorney. He has responsibility to the office, not the person, right? And apparently he's like that type of person would be, a stickler for the details. And he takes his job very seriously, that he, is the representative of the White House. All right, so that's who we're talking about. You guys don't see this on screen also. That's okay. Let me, I'll fix that. I don't know what are y'all seeing right now? Oh, you're seeing my thing. No, you're seeing what you're supposed to see. You're seeing what you're supposed to see. You're seeing what you're supposed to see. My bad. You're seeing it in the corner, and then what you have in front of me, I'm going to change. I thought I was showing you this, but really, I'm going to be over here coding. All right, there we go. All right, that's cool. I'm going to let this roll.
And his deputy did not attend the speech, and they were concerned that the statements in the speech about the election were false. In fact, the message that President Trump delivered that day was built on a foundation of lies. He lied to his supporters that the election was stolen. He stoked their
you
anger.
Ain't mentioned nobody.
He
I'm
called
a huge
for them
fan
to
of.
fight for him. He directed them to the U.S. Capitol.
Appreciate you coming through.
He told them he would join them, and his supporters believed him, and many headed towards the Capitol. As a result, people died. People were injured. Many of his supporters' lives will never be the same. President Trump's former campaign manager, Brad Parscale, recognized the impact of the speech immediately. And this is what he said on January 6 in excerpts from text messages to Katrina Pearson. Mr. Parscale said, quote, "This is about Trump pushing for uncertainty in our country, a sitting president asking for civil war." And then when he said, "This week I feel guilty for helping him win," Katrina Pearson responded, "You did what you felt right at the time, and therefore it was right." Mr. Parscale added, "Yeah, but a woman is dead. And yeah, if I was Trump and I knew my rhetoric killed someone." When Ms. Pearson replied, "It wasn't the rhetoric," Mr. Parscale said, "Katrina, yes, it was." Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
All right, I'll try to hit him later if he comes back through the chat or something.
By Mr. Jason Van Tavenhove and Mr. Stephen Ayers. Mr. Tatenhove is an artist and journalist. He's a former spokesman of the Oath Keepers and a former close associate of Elmer Stewart Rhodes, the founder and president of the Oath Keepers, who has been charged with seditious conspiracy in relation to the Capitol attack. Mr. Van Tatenhove broke with the Oath Keepers and has since spoken out forcefully against the violent group. Mr. Ayers is a former supporter of President Trump. He answered the president's call to come to Washington, D.C. on January 6th. He marched to the Capitol on the president's orders. He pleaded guilty last month to disorderly and disruptive conduct at the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, who no longer supports President Trump, came forward voluntarily to share his story as a warning. I will now swear in our witnesses. The witnesses will please stand and raise their right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you. You may be seated. Let the record reflect.
So it's a little bit low over here, and part of the reason is that there's a compressor.
I recognize myself for questions.
So that it's easier for me to talk on top of them.
Today we discussed how President Trump summoned an angry mob of supporters to Washington, D.C., many of whom came
I could probably make it a little bit less
against police and politicians alike. We're fortunate enough to be joined by two witnesses who can help us understand who was in the mob that day.
All right.
Both hardcore violent extremists like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and average Trump supporters swept up in the fervor of the day.
At this level, it should just stop them from getting on top of me.
Can you help us understand who the Oath Keepers are?
Let me know how it sounds out there to y'all.
I can, thank you. My time with the Oath Keepers began back at Bundy Ranch with that first standoff.
That Bundy Ranch hurts.
I went to cover them as an independent journalist. I then subsequently covered two more standoffs, the Sugar Pine Mine standoff and the White Hope Mine standoff. It was at that time that I was offered a job as national media director and an associate editor for the webpage. So I spent a few years with the Oath Keepers, and I can tell you that they may not like to call themselves a militia, but they are. They're a violent militia, and they are largely Stewart Rhodes. And I think rather.
It's funny that you asked this question, loyalty in the last days, because I honestly thought I wanted to think about it, right, so that I responded to you genuinely in the moment, right? Because it would have been easy to just be like, bro, I don't believe in God. I'm an atheist. Like, I don't believe in an afterlife, you know? Like, straight up, I really just don't believe in an afterlife. Like, I think I'm going to die, and I think you're going to die. It's kind of interesting, like, in some sense, like, we both think that, like, whether or not the other person buys into what we're saying, they're gonna face that fate anyway, right? I think whether you accept, that there isn't a God, and so that means you're just gonna die like everything else that's ever lived, and it's really not that big of a deal. Just It's just part of life is that you die, you know. You think like whether or not I believe in God, like I'm going to face God's judgment, you know, when I die, right? So it's kind of interesting. Also, though, what was interesting to me, though, right, is that I kind of do have more faith in man, right? Like, and it'd be easy for me to say, number one, I just think man exists and God doesn't. So I kind of have no choice other than to have more faith in man. But more to the point, I just think if ever there became a situation where we overcame death, which, by the way, I'm not sure I even think it's a good idea. Like, I kind of think it's just an emotional thing, but I'm not sure that, like, I think the government should be, you know, spending money and, like, putting tax dollars towards, you know, solving the problem of mortality, right? Like, I actually think, like, death is fine. You know, it's probably better that we die and like keep letting, you know, younger people, you know, have more of the resources and like, you know, we reproduce and we kind of just we kind of do it, but we do it through the generations. Like, I think it's not the perfect system, but it's fine. It's definitely better than us all living forever and just overcrowding and taking up everything. And like, I think people who suggest like living forever, at least here on Earth, like, I just don't think it's worth that. And then any sort of where you'd live after this, like, one, I don't think it exists. So I don't think it's even worth any like imagination effort, if that makes any sense. But two, like, if ever it came to be that we would live forever, because this is really my point, it would be us. What up, Tux? It would be humans, right? It would be man. Like, at least, so from my worldview, yeah, I do have more faith in man than God. Because if ever we were gonna conquer death, to me, it would be like a scientific achievement, right? It'd be like, oh, look, science figured out, like, you know, we solved cancer and a whole bunch of, you know, neurodegenerative diseases, and we figured out ways to, like, you know, get you this sweet kind of nutrient combination so like your spine doesn't cave in on itself. Like we just like solved all the problems, and people just pretty much never died, right? Like, to me, it's so much more likely that because even in my lifetime, and I don't think it's going to happen in my lifetime, right? But even the idea of, you know, because you're asking me, so it's got to apply to me. I think it's much more likely that in my lifetime, science solves all of those problems, so we live forever, which again, I do not think is going to happen. Then, you know, there to be an everlasting whatever after I die, according to the gods, you know, because I just don't believe in any gods. So yeah, I do have more faith in man. Now, I'm glad you were able to articulate my viewpoint well. I hope you continue to do so.
Rather than try to use words, I think the best illustration for what the Oath Keepers are happened January 6th, when we saw that stacked military formation going up the stairs of our Capitol. I saw radicalization that started with my beginning of my time with them and continued over a period of time as the member base and who it was that Stuart Rhodes was courting drifted further and further right into the alt-right world, into white nationalists, and then straight up racists. And it came to a point where I could no longer continue to work for them. But the Oath Keepers are a dangerous militia that is in large part fed by the ego and drive of Stuart Rhodes, who at times seemed to see himself as this paramilitary leader. I think that drove a lot of it. So, in my opinion, the Oath Keepers are a very dangerous organization.
Pause the tape. Well, Loyalty in the Last Days. Please watch more of my content, because I want you to understand that what I'm about to say is true. I want you to understand that what I'm gonna say to you is true. Okay, so please make sure that you watch everything I do ever, so that it just all plays out right in front of you. All right. So let's talk about a couple of things. Number one, obviously, I worship the flying man. Duh. I mean, come on, praise Myron, hallelujah, amen. Right? Like, come on. You see what I'm saying? Like, come on. Can we talk about this for a second, brother? Are you really up in my channel? You don't know that I worship the flying man? Praise Jesus, hallelujah. Right? Why I say praise Jesus, hallelujah? That's my number 2. All right. I praise Jesus. I love to praise Jesus. Like, and I know people don't believe me when I say this shit. So look. Let me switch over to my side cam. I'm gonna break it down for these Christians right now. Okay. I also praise myself, but I'm not even gonna praise this. I'm gonna tell you. I'm gonna show the Christians something they don't understand. I don't believe your God exists, right? So I could just do something like this because I'm a church drummer. Let me do some church drummer shit right now. Let me, amen, hallelujah. Let me get some like Chris Strouder. What was I rocking out to the other day? My YouTube music had me going the other day. Let me see what my YouTube music had me going on the other day. Ooh, y'all want to do in Jesus' name? Ooh, watch this though.
Welcome to the last night of HYC 2019. Are you excited to be here? Come on, put your hands together. You know this song, so sing it out with us.
Check. Oh, hang on, y'all. I'm gonna hook y'all up. Oh! Get it. Woo! We about to praise Jesus right now. They don't believe me. They don't think I'll really be praising Jesus. Like, they don't think, because I'm an atheist, I won't praise him. Like, they think I'm scared to praise Jesus or something. Like, I don't understand what's wrong with these people. Hold up. Yeah, blow this up real quick. Oh, yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Let's go! Woo! More than a conqueror. Bap, bap, boom, boom, boom. Yeah, let's go. I will live. Let's go, y'all. Let's go. Oh, this is my shit. Let's go. Carrying our burdens. Come up in my channel acting like I won't praise you. Come up in my channel acting like I won't praise you. Y'all know worshiping feels good. Let's go. The resurrection blood. Woo! More than a conqueror. More than a conqueror. Let's go. Woo! Bro, it's about to get so good. It's about to get so good. Woo! Y'all ain't even ready. You ain't even ready. You ain't even ready. You ain't even ready. When? We like marching. We like marching. We gonna take over the kingdom like this.
We believe that God is gonna do miracles, signs, and wonders in this room tonight.
God is fighting for us. You don't even know. I'm a drummer. We be trapped behind the drum set. We don't get to jump around and sing and dance as much as we want to. fuck around, act like the drummers won't go nuts because we're not on drums. I'm just letting out all the pent-up worship inside of me. What? Look at my man. That's Ken Sharp on drums. How do I know his name? Because I follow worship drummers. Because he's a pocket locker. Go Ken. Go Ken. Woo! Killing it. Crushing shit on Sunday morning. It's just another Sunday for us, dog. So nasty. Woo! I follow the bass player too. Also, two of my favorite content creators on YouTube. So sick. Sunday morning terrors. Woo! Oh, hell yeah. All right, all right, all right. All right. Woo! Oh, woo. Whew, that felt so good. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness, that felt so good. All right, now some of y'all out there are like, oh, Jay, the Lord is doing a work in your heart. He's doing a work in your heart, and you're on your way back to Christ. You're going to be a believer in no time. That's a false flag operation. Yep. I said it. False flag operation. Why? Because you're not paying attention to me. What I am trying to demonstrate for you is, as an atheist, I can worship your God too. Why? Because your God doesn't exist, and there's not a goddamn thing you can do about it. Oh my goodness. Like, oh, yeah, I saw you praising Jesus on YouTube. I know you're gonna be a born-again Christian any day now. Nah, you are missing the narrative. Oh my goodness. All right, y'all, let's back to our regularly scheduled program here, where we're taking a good hard look at the motherfucking insurrection. And what do y'all think the like, how many of them were, what's the believer to heathen, the heathens to believins ratio of the insurrection crowd? It's just an interesting number I'd like to see. How many of the insurrectionists were Bible-believing Christians commanded by their Bible to, leave unto Caesar what is Caesar's and all of that? Just the little number I'd like to take a peek at. Just a little peek.
Thank you very much. You've talked a little bit about that danger. So what is the Oath Keepers' vision for America, and why should Americans be concerned about it?
I think we saw a glimpse of what the vision of the Oath Keepers is on January 6th. It doesn't necessarily include the rule of law. It doesn't necessarily include, it includes violence. It includes trying to get their way through lies, through deceit.
Where are you going to go when you're dead?
Through intimidation.
Nowhere.
And through the perpetration of violence. The swaying of people who may not know better through lies and rhetoric and propaganda.
And we're not Luciferians.
That can get swept up in these moments.
Maybe if I don't answer your question about what Luciferians do, it's because I'm not a Luciferian. That ever occur to you? Roll this fucked up ass tape.
And I'll admit I was swept up at one point as well too. But I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, it does, and you talk about being swept up. So at what point did you break with the Oath Keepers?
There came a point, there were many red flags, and I probably should have broke with them much earlier than I did. But the straw that broke the camel's back really came when I walked into a grocery store. We were living up in the very remote town of Eureka, Montana, and there was a group of core members of the group of the Oath Keepers and some associates, and they were having a conversation at that public area where they were talking about how the Holocaust was not real. And that was, for me, something I just could not abide. And, we were not wealthy people at all. We were barely surviving, and it didn't matter. I went home to my wife and my kids, and I told them that I've got to walk away at this point. I don't know how we're going to survive or where we're going to go or what we're going to do, but I just can no longer continue, and put in my resignation.
Thank you very much. Mr. Ayers, there were many people in the crowd that day, January 6th, including you, who were not part of an extremist group. I'd like to start by having you tell the American people a little bit about yourself. Can you tell us about your life before January 6th?
Yeah, basically nothing but a family man and a working man. Worked at the company, a cabinet company up in Northeast Ohio for going on 20 years. Family's my life. I was a supervisor there, so that took up a lot of my a lot of my free time. Other than that, with my family, camping, playing basketball, playing games with my son.
Just what any ordinary American citizen, family man would do.
Yep, exactly.
So this committee has reviewed thousands of hours of surveillance footage from January 6th. During this review, we identified you entering the Capitol as we see in this video. Mr. Ayers, why did you decide to come to Washington on January 6th?
For me personally, I was, pretty hardcore into the social media, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I followed, President Trump, on all of the websites, He basically put out, come to Stop the Steal rally, and I felt like I needed to be down here.
So you basically learned about the rally on social media, and at some point made a decision to come to Washington.
Yep. I had some friends I found out were coming down, and I just hopped on with them right at the tail end when I found out, and came down here with them.
Thank you very much. The chair recognizes the vice chair, Ms. Cheney of Wyoming, for any questions that she may have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Ayers, when you entered the Capitol last year, did you believe that the election had been stolen?
At that time, yeah. Everything that I was seeing online, I definitely believed that that's exactly what that was the case.
And when you heard from President Trump that the election was stolen, how did that make you feel?
Oh, I was very upset, as were most of his supporters. That's basically what got me to come down here.
And do you still believe the election was stolen?
Not so much now. I got away from all the social media when January 6th happened. Basically deleted it all. I started doing my own research and everything, and for me, for something like that to actually take place, it's too big. There's no way you can keep something like that quiet, as big as something like that. With all the lawsuits being shot down one after another, that was mainly what convinced me.
Well, and I think that's very important. And we've also talked about today and in previous hearings the extent to which the president himself was told that the election hadn't been stolen by his Justice Department, by his White House counsel, by his campaign. Would it have made a difference to you to know that President Trump himself had no evidence of widespread fraud?
Oh, definitely. Who knows? I may not have come down here then.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Chair recognizes gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Earlier today, we showed how Donald Trump's December 19th tweet summoned both extremist groups as well as rank-and-file supporters of President Trump to come to Washington, D.C., average Americans. He told them to, quote, "be there, we'll be wild," and they came. We showed how how President Trump repeatedly told them, "fight, fight, fight," and they marched to the Capitol. Mr. Ayers, you were in that crowd at the rally, and then the crowd that marched to the Capitol. When you arrived on the ellipse that morning, were you planning on going to the Capitol?
No, we didn't actually plan to go down there. We went basically to see the Stop the Steal rally, and that was it.
So why did you decide to march to the Capitol?
Well, basically, the president, got everybody riled up, told everybody to head on down. So we basically were just following what he said.
After the president's speech, as you're marching down to the Capitol, how did you feel?
I was, I'm angry, after everything that was basically said in the speech. A lot of the stuff he said, he already put out in tweets. I've already seen it and heard it before. So, I was already worked up, and so were most of the people there.
So as you started marching, did you think there was still a chance the election would be overturned?
Yeah, at that time I did, because everybody was kind of like in the hope that, Vice President Pence was not going to certify the election.
All right, guys, I'm going to pause that for a second just so I can check this out. I want to put my tablet up. That way you guys can see when I pull up like something on my tablet. It's been something I've needed to do for a minute here. All right, let's fast forward through this. Oh, this is one of those videos with no commentary, I guess. All right, maybe we don't have to.
Big reveal. I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought that was it. So, I remember us talking about, and we kind of thought maybe that was it. So that hope was there.
Did you think that the president would be marching with you?
Yeah, I think everybody thought he was going to be coming down. You know, he said in his speech, you know, kind of like he's going to be there with us. So, I mean, I think I believed it.
I understand. We know that you illegally entered the Capitol that afternoon and then left the Capitol area later on. What made you decide to leave?
Basically, when President Trump put his tweet out, we literally left right after that come out. You know, to me, if he would have done that earlier in the day, 1:30, you know, we wouldn't be in this, maybe we wouldn't be in this bad of a situation or something.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Van Tatenhoff, in the run-up to January 6th, Stuart Rhodes publicly implored President Trump to invoke the Insurrection Act, the 1807 law that allows the president to call up militias to put down a rebellion against the United States. And I want to get your thoughts about this in the context of your prior relationship with Stuart Rhodes. I understand that you had conversations with Rhodes about the Insurrection Act. Why was he so fixated on that? And what did he think it would enable the Oath Keepers to do?
Well, I think it gave him a sense of legitimacy that.
Sorry, I failed at that. That was a failure on my part.
It was a path forward to move forward with his goals and agendas. I think we need to quit mincing words and just talk about truths. And what it was going to be was an armed revolution. I mean, people died that day. Law enforcement officers died this day. There was a gallows set up in front of the Capitol. This could have been the spark that started a new civil war, and no one would have won there. That would have been good for no one. He was always looking for ways to legitimize what he was doing, whether by wrapping it in the trappings of it's not a militia, it's a community preparedness team. We're not a militia, we're an educational outreach group. It's a veteran support group. But again, we've got to stop with this dishonesty and the mincing of words and just call things for what they are. You know, he's a militia leader. He had these grand visions of being a paramilitary leader, and the Insurrection Act would have given him a path forward with that. You know, the fact that the president was communicating, whether directly or indirectly, messaging, you know, kind of that gave him the nod. And all I can do is thank the gods that things did not go any worse that day.
What did the Oath Keepers see in President Trump?
They saw a path forward that would have legitimacy. They saw opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to become a paramilitary force, you know?
Last week, the Department of Justice indicated that it has evidence of the Oath Keepers bringing not just firearms, but explosives
Let's
to
set up
Washington
I'm going to set up a
January
poll on
6th.
Pocket Locker.
And the committee's also learned that Stuart Rhodes stopped to buy weapons on his way to Washington and shipped.
But for the record, I haven't used all of them, even on this desk. Yeah, so I have this kind of chunky ass gaming mouse. Actually, it's weird. I think that camera's frozen. Let me see what's going. I got to check that one too. But yeah, I use various mice and also a trackball.
And shipped roughly $7,000 worth of tactical gear to a January 6th rally planner in Virginia before the attack. Did you ever hear Rhodes discuss committing violence against elected political leaders?
Yeah, I mean, that went back from the very beginning of my tenure. One of the first assignments that he brought to me, wanting me to do as more of a graphic artist function, was to create a deck of cards. You may remember back to the conflict in the Middle East, where our own military created a deck of cards, which was a who's who of kind of the key players on the other side that they wanted to take out. And Stuart was very intrigued by that notion and influenced by it, I think. And he wanted me to create a deck of cards that would include different politicians, judges, including up to Hillary Clinton as the Queen of Hearts. This is a project that I refused to do. But from the very start, we saw that. There was always the push for military training, including there were courses in that community that went over explosives training. So yeah, this all falls in line.
Mr. Van Tatenhoff, you say in your very thoughtful written testimony that we received today that you fear what the next election cycle will bring. And you also say that we have been exceedingly lucky in that we have not seen more bloodshed so far. I wonder if you would elaborate on those two statements.
Hang on, I can switch this over while
I think
you got,
as far as the luck goes, we've had the potential from Bundy Ranch on. I mean, being boots on the ground at these standoffs, and they were standoffs where there were firearms pointed across lines at federal law enforcement agencies, you know, whatever it may be with that particular standoff. But I think we've gotten exceedingly lucky that more bloodshed did not happen because the potential's been there from the start. And we got lucky that the loss of life was, and as tragic as it is, that we saw on January 6th, the potential was so much more. Again, all we have to look at is the iconic images of that day with the gallows set up for Mike Pence, for the Vice President of the United States. You know, and I do fear for this next election cycle because who knows what that might bring if a president that's willing to try to instill and
I gotta go to
encourage to whip up a civil war amongst his followers using lies and deceit and snake oil, and regardless of the human impact, what else is he going to do if he gets elected again? All bets are off at that point. And that's a scary notion. I have 3 daughters. I have a granddaughter. And I fear for the world that they will inherit if we do not start holding these people to account.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Van Tatenhoff. Mr. Ayers, I first want to ask you about what finally caused you to leave on January the 6th. We know that the medieval-style combat with our police, the occupation of the building, this was going on for several hours until
I don't know what it should look like.
The president issued at 4:17 a tweet, I believe, that included a video telling people to go home. Did you see that, and did that have any effect on what you were doing?
Well, when we were there, as soon as that come out, everybody started talking about it, and it seemed like it started to disperse, you know, some of the crowd. Obviously, you know, once we got back to the hotel room, we seen that it was still going on, but it definitely dispersed a lot of the crowd.
And did you leave at that point?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, we left.
So, in other words, that was the key moment when you decided to leave, when President Trump told people to go home.
Yeah, yep. We left right when that come out.
You were not a member of an organized group like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys, as most of the crowd wasn't. I wonder, on January 6th, was it your view that these far-right groups like the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys and
this is for your daily driving
were on your side? Did you have
it's
any
what you use
reservations
within a
about
week.
marching with them and rallying with them?
Well, I definitely didn't have a problem. You know, I was probably following them online myself. You know, I thought, you know, hey, they're on our team, good. That's how I kind of looked at it at the time. You know, like, I didn't have a problem with it. I thought it was a good thing.
I'm interested in hearing about what's happened to you since the events of January 6th. You told the vice chair that you no longer believe Trump's big lie about the election, but that's what brought you originally to Washington. Looking back on it now, how do you reflect on the role that you played in the crowd that day, and what is going on in your life?
Basically, you know, I lost my job. Since this all happened, you know, pretty much sold my house. So everything that happened with the charges, you know, thank God.
Chat, where you at?
A lot of them did get dismissed because I was just holding my phone, but
Pause
at the
this
same time
fucked
I
up
was
ass
there.
tape.
So I mean, it definitely it changed my life.
The Usher, YouTube punk, in a moment worthy of tape pausing, has laid down the gauntlet. He says Trump cannot be allowed to run. If you are with us live, let us know. Actually, that's going to be our next poll, guys. You got 5 minutes for the what you use to drive. That just makes sure everything's going all right. Go ahead and get your little vote in on this harmless thing. Our next poll is going to be, can Trump be allowed to run again? I'm expecting there to be at least one no from YouTube punk. Of course, I don't want you to just vote. I want you to get your monkey ass in the chat and let me know how you feel about it. Oh, are you watching on the replay? Oh, I would, Jay, but I didn't catch it live. I don't give a flying hoot. Get your monkey ass in that comment section and let me know what you think. Amen. Hallelujah.
You know, and not for the good. Definitely not for the, you know, for the better. Yeah, I mean, well, all I could say.
President Trump is still promoting the big lie about the election. How does that make you feel?
It makes me mad because I was hanging on every word he was saying. Everything he was putting out, I was following it. I mean, if I was doing it, hundreds of thousands or millions of other people are doing it, or maybe even still doing it. It's like he just said about that. You know, you got people still following and doing that. Who knows what the next election could come out? You know, they could end up being down the same path we are right now. I mean, just don't know.
Mr. Ayers, I see that your wife has joined you today, and welcome to Washington. We know this has been very difficult on you both and your family. What lessons, finally, do you want the American people to learn from the way you and your family have suffered as a result of these events?
Biggest thing is I consider myself a family man, and I love my country. And I don't think any one man is bigger than either one of those. I think that's what needs to be taken. You know, people dive into the politics, and for me, I felt like I had, you know, like horse blinders on. I was locked in the whole time. Biggest thing for me is take the blinders off, make sure you step back and see what's going on before it's too late.
Well, I want to thank you for your testimony and for appearing, both of you, today. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back to you.
Gentleman yields back. I want to thank our witnesses for joining us today. The members of the Select Committee may have additional questions for today's witnesses, and we ask that you respond expeditiously in writing to those questions. Without objections, members will be permitted 10 business days to submit statements for the record, including opening remarks and additional questions for the witnesses. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. When Donald Trump sent out his tweet, he became the first president ever to call for a crowd to descend on the capital city to block the constitutional transfer of power.
We're good.
He set off an explosive chain reaction among his followers, but no one mobilized more quickly than the dangerous extremists that we've looked at today. Seizing upon his invitation to fight, they assembled their followers for an insurrectionary showdown against Congress and the vice president. On January 6th, Trump knew the crowd was angry. He knew the crowd was armed. He sent them to the Capitol anyway. You might imagine that our founders would have been shocked to learn that an American president would one day come to embrace and excuse political violence against our own institutions, or knowingly send an armed mob to attack the Capitol to usurp the will of the people. But you know, Mr. Chairman, the founders were pretty wise about certain things, and at the start of the Republic, they actually warned everyone about Donald Trump. Not by name, of course, but in the course of advising about the certain prospect that ambitious politicians would try to mobilize violent mobs to tear down our own institutions in service of their insatiable ambitions. In the very first Federalist paper, Alexander Hamilton observed that history teaches that opportunistic politicians who desire to rule at all costs will begin first as demagogues, pandering to the angry and malignant passions of the crowd, but then end up as tyrants, trampling the freedoms and the rights of the people. A violent insurrection to overturn an election is not an abstract thing, as we've heard. Hundreds of people were bloodied, injured, and wounded in the process, including more than 150 police officers, some of them sitting in this room today. I want to give you an update on one officer who was badly wounded in the attack and is well known to the members of this committee because he testified before us last year. Sergeant Aquilino Gunnell is an Army veteran who spent a year on active combat duty in the Iraq War and then 16 years on the Capitol Force. Nothing he ever saw in combat in Iraq, he has said, prepared him for the insurrection, where he was savagely beaten, punched, pushed, kicked, shoved, stomped, and sprayed with chemical irritants, along with other officers, by members of a mob carrying hammers, knives, batons, and police shields taken by force, and wielding the American flag against police officers is a dangerous weapon.
Sorry, I just told you I was about to cut.
Last month, on June 28th, Sergeant Gunnell's team of doctors told him that permanent injuries he has suffered to his left shoulder and right foot now make it impossible for him to continue as a police officer. He must leave policing for good and figure out the rest of his life. Sergeant Gunnell, we wish you and your family all the best. We are here for you. We salute you for your valor, your eloquence, and your beautiful commitment to America. I wonder what former President Trump would say to someone like Sergeant Gunnell, who must now go about remaking his life. I wonder if he could even understand what motivates a patriot like Sergeant Gunnell. In his inaugural address, Trump introduced one commanding image: American carnage. Although that turn of phrase explained little about our country before he took office, it turned out to be an excellent prophecy of what his rage would come to visit on our people. Mr. Ayers just described how the trust he placed in President Trump as a camp follower derailed his life and nearly wrecked his reputation and his family. A few weeks ago, we heard Shay Moss and her mother, Ruby Freeman, Speaker Rusty Bowers from Arizona, and Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger describe how hate-filled intimidation campaigns by Trump and his followers made them prisoners in their homes and drove their stress and anxiety to soaring new heights when they refused to do Trump's bidding. American carnage, that's Donald Trump's true legacy. His desire to overthrow the people's election and seize the presidency interrupted the counting of electoral college votes for the first time in American history, nearly toppled the constitutional order, and brutalized hundreds and hundreds of people. The Watergate break-in was like a Cub Scout meeting compared to this assault on our people and our institutions. Mr. Chairman, these hearings have been significant for us and for millions of Americans, and our hearing next week will be a profound moment of reckoning for America. But the crucial thing is the next step. What this committee, what all of us will do to fortify our democracy against coups, political violence, and campaigns to steal elections away from the people. Unlike Mr. Ayers and Mr. Van Tatenhove, people who have recovered and evolved from their descent into the hell of fanaticism, Donald Trump has only expanded his big lie to cover January 6th itself. He asserts the insurrection was the real election, and the election was the real insurrection. He says his mob greeted our police officers on January 6th with hugs and kisses. He threatens to take one of America's two major political parties with him down the road to authoritarianism, and it is Abraham Lincoln's party, no less. The political scientists tell us that authoritarian parties have two essential features in common in history and around the world. They do not accept the results of democratic elections when they lose, and they embrace political violence as legitimate. And the problem of incitement to political violence has only grown more serious in the internet age, as we have just heard. But this is not the problem of one party, it is the problem of the whole country now. American democracy, Mr. Chairman, is a precious inheritance, something rare in the history of the world and even on earth today. Constitutional democracy is the silver frame, as Lincoln put it, upon which the golden apple of freedom rests. We need to defend both our democracy and our freedom with everything we have and declare that this American carnage ends here and now. In a world of resurgent authoritarianism and racism and anti-Semitism, let's all hang tough for American democracy. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Murphy, for a closing statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. At one of our first hearings, Chairman Thompson explained that the members of this committee would not spend much time talking about ourselves. Rather, we would let the evidence play the leading role. And the chairman was right, because this isn't about promoting ourselves as individuals, it's about protecting the country we love. And it's about preserving what actually makes America great: the rule of law, free and fair elections, and the peaceful transfer of power from one elected leader to the next. But if I may say a word about myself and why I'm proud to serve on this committee. I'm the only member of this committee who was not blessed to be born an American. I was born in Vietnam after the Vietnam War, and my family and I fled a communist government and were rescued by the US Navy and were given sanctuary in America. My patriotism is rooted in my gratitude for America's grace and generosity. I love this country. On January 6th, 4 decades after my family fled a place where political power was seized through violence, I was in the United States Capitol, fleeing my fellow Americans. Members of the angry mob had been lied to by a president and the other powerful people who tried to convince them without evidence that the election had been stolen from them. Some of them then tried to use physical violence to overturn the outcome of a free and fair election. Our committee's overriding objective is to fight fiction with facts, to create a full account for the American people and for the historical record, to tell the truth of what happened and why it happened, to make recommendations so it never happens again, to defend our democracy. To me, there's nothing more patriotic than that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Without objection, the chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Cheney, for a closing statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, let me put what you have seen today in a broader context. At the very outset of our hearings, we described several elements of President Trump's multi-part plan to overturn the 2020 election. Our hearings have now covered all but one of those elements: an organized campaign to persuade millions of Americans of a falsehood that the 2020 election was stolen by widespread fraud, a corrupt effort to pressure Vice President Pence to refuse to count electoral votes, an effort to corrupt the U.S. Department of Justice, efforts to pressure state election officials and legislators to change state election results, a scheme to create and submit fake electoral slates from multiple states. And today, you saw how President Trump summoned a mob to Washington for January 6th, and then, knowing that that mob was armed, directed that mob to the United States Capitol. Every one of these elements of the planning for January 6th is an independently serious matter. They were all ultimately focused on overturning the election. And they all have one other thing in common. Donald Trump participated in each substantially and personally. He oversaw or directed the activity of those involved. Next week, we will return to January 6th itself. As we have shown in prior hearings, Donald Trump and his legal team, led by Rudy Giuliani, were working on January 6th to delay or halt Congress's counting of electoral votes. The mob attacking and invading the Capitol on that afternoon of January 6th was achieving that result. And for multiple hours, Donald Trump refused to intervene to stop it. He would not instruct the mob to leave or condemn the violence. He would not order them to evacuate the Capitol and disperse. The many pleas for help from Congress did no good. His staff insisted that President Trump call off the attack. He would not. Here are a few of the many things you will hear next week from Mr. Cipollone.
Is that right?
I was, and others were.
Okay. Was it necessary for you to continue to push for a statement directing people to leave all the way through that period of time until it was ultimately issued after?
I felt it was my obligation to continue to push for that, and others felt it was their obligation as well.
Would it have been possible at any moment for the president to walk down to the podium in the briefing room and talk to the nation at any time between when you first gave him that advice at 2 o'clock and 4:17 when the video statement went out? Would that have been possible?
Would it have been possible?
Yes.
Well, yes, it would have been possible.
And you will hear that Donald Trump never picked up the phone that day to order his administration to help. This is not ambiguous. He did not call the military. His Secretary of Defense received no order. He did not call his Attorney General. He did not talk to the Department of Homeland Security. Mike Pence did all of those things. Donald Trump did not. We will walk through the events of January 6th next week, minute by minute. And one more item. After our last hearing, President Trump tried to call a witness in our investigation. A witness you have not yet seen in these hearings. That person declined to answer or respond to President Trump's call.
Some of you guys' comments are wild.
And instead alerted their lawyer to the call. Their lawyer alerted us.
Seriously.
And this committee has supplied that information to the Department of Justice. Let me say one more time, we will take.
Although part of the reason I don't believe in Christianity anymore is like the way Pontius Pilate is portrayed. I wouldn't say it's even part of the reason. I would just say it's one of my critiques of Christianity. It has nothing to do with the reason I'm not a Christian, but how ridiculous like the Roman authorities are played. Like they're totally cool with them like brutally executing this man who's never sinned in his life, and some people think he's like, you know, the Messiah. It's just ridiculous.
Any effort to influence witness testimony
deicide, y'all.
Seriously.
The Jews committed deicide.
Thank you, Mr.
That's
Chairman.
the point.
I yield back.
Thank you. Gentlelady yields back. In my opening, I mentioned how we look to our leaders to serve as a fail-safe if
All right,
people
sorry guys,
in this
I gotta kind of
country
work on this one on stream, I
refuse to
guess.
accept the results of an election. That's part of the way those in positions of public trust
Oh wait, maybe not.
uphold their oath, how they show fidelity to the Constitution. In the run-up to January 6th, Donald Trump had an obligation to tell his supporters to accept the results of the election. Instead, he urged them to further along the path toward mob violence. The idea of mob violence makes me think of another sort of fail-safe. All across this country, there are different ideas about what role the federal government should play in our lives. In fact, up here on this dais, there are plenty of different ideas. But there are moments when the institutions of our federal government are the fail-safe. I am from a part of the country where, had it not been for the federal government and the Constitution, my parents and many more Americans like them would have continued to be treated as second-class citizens. The freedom to be able to vote without harassment, travel in relative safety, and dine where you choose is because we have a government that looks over the well-being of its citizens. This is especially important in moments of crisis. When we have a natural disaster that state governments can't handle on their own, when there's an emergency that requires action by our public health services or our military, we have a federal government. What happened on January 6, 2020 was another one of those moments in history that test the strength of our federal government. January 6th was an attack on our country. It was an attack on our democracy, on our Constitution. A sitting president with a violent mob trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one president to another. It still makes my blood boil to think of it. In a moment like that, what would you expect to see? You expect to see the President of the United States sitting behind a resolute desk in the Oval Office, assuring the American people that the attack would be repelled and the threat would be dealt with. You'd expect to be reassured that there was a fail-safe. Instead, the President of the United States sent the mob. He disregarded the advice of the people who had taken an oath to the Constitution. He oversaw a scheme aided by people whose loyalty was only to Donald Trump. There's nothing we can compare that to. There's nothing in our great nation's history that has ever come close to that sort of betrayal and dereliction. Thank goodness, our system of government held in spite of a commander-in-chief who worked in opposition to what the Constitution
Thanks for using the bot.
designed.
Thanks for using the bot, guys. BRB,
When this committee
BRB, use that.
reconvenes, we'll tell the
And then
story
use
of
back
that
when you get
supreme
back.
dereliction by the commander-in-chief, how close we came to a catastrophe for our democracy, and how we remain in serious danger. The chair requests those in the hearing room remain seated until the Capitol Police have escorted witnesses and members from the room. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
A 3-hour hearing, one of the longest, if not the longest, as this committee now heads toward one more public hearing next week, day and time to be determined. Let's walk you through some of what we've learned in the second half. President Trump made last-minute changes to his speech for the morning of January 6, adding attacks on Vice President Pence, telling the crowd to fight. And the committee revealed that his call for his supporters to march to the Capitol was pre-planned, but that it was to look as if it was spontaneous and a surprise. They also presented evidence that allies of Mr. Trump worried that the rally could turn violent. And we heard from 2 witnesses, including Stephen Ayers, a rioter from Ohio. He said he had believed the election was stolen and stormed into the Capitol because the president riled up the crowd and told them to go. His advice to others who had stood with him, take the blinders off before it's too late. And at the very end, we heard the suggestion of possible witness tampering from President Trump himself as recently as this week. Here with me now is senior Washington correspondent Hallie Jackson. I think our heads all snapped around at the word that not only the president called a witness who we have not apparently seen, but that the committee has now referred that to the Justice Department.
Well, this is, you say, the suggestion of witness tampering. It absolutely raises that very serious question, which comes with the potential for very serious legal jeopardy. So as people all along, even before these hearings have started, Lester, have raised the question of accountability. In other words, what might this hearing bring other than simply an accurate record of historical occurrences as laid into the record basically by the committee? The question is accountability. Will there be any accountability if it's proven here, any link, and again, this is not a court of law, but any link that then the Justice Department can use to show that the former president could be indicted? I think there's a real legal question here, given what Congresswoman Cheney just laid out. Let's also be clear, though, light on details, Lester. I mean, that was a bit of a grenade that she just dropped at the end. She didn't say who the witness was.
The person declined to respond.
That's right. They didn't say anything back to the call. They immediately called their lawyer, who then called the committee, who then referred this to the DOJ. We don't know what the intent? I mean, we can assume what the intent was,
there
but
a
we don't.
voicemail? We don't
Exactly.
know.
Was there some other piece of information that is missing here? So I think that's obviously something we're going to.
All right, that landed at the very end of this, but let's walk through some of the other things that either we haven't heard before or that a point that was strongly made.
So overall, the committee was trying to draw this link between Donald Trump and this December 19th tweet in this hearing that said that it will be wild what was going to happen on January 6th, and then the planning that went into what happened. And I think there's a couple of key takeaways. I think that what you saw the committee illustrate was the power that Donald Trump had over these rioters, both in egging them on to attend, to go, as you heard from Mr. Ayers there, as well as calling them off. People, as you heard in the testimony, who began to disperse once the former president finally sent that tweet after 4 p.m. in the afternoon. And that is what triggered the crowd to disperse. You heard at the end, too, White House former counsel Pat Cipollone saying people had been pushing for that hours earlier. There's also, I think, new evidence that the march may have been pre-planned. That startling new draft tweet that we hadn't seen before that's in the National Archives record showing that the former president was going to tell people via tweet to march to the Capitol. And then somehow, we don't know how, but somehow the rally organizers knew that that may be something Donald Trump would call for at the end of his speech. But it had to look unexpected. Mike Lindell, the former MyPillow, the MyPillow CEO guy, talked about that, too. And then I think it's also important to talk about how people knew, many people in this circle knew that this rally was going to be problematic. You had a Republican Congresswoman Debbie Lesko, who said that rioters would go nuts. You had Katrina Pearson, who was an advisor, suggesting that she was concerned. You had that Twitter employee at the time saying that they couldn't sleep at night because they were so worried about the potential for violence. So the committee laid out, I think, what they see as the very real violence that came out of some of the former president's actions. The question still remains, is it enough to clear some sort of legal bar?
I want to turn to Dennis Oelis right now I'm going back and forth, but I want to go back to this question of possible witness tampering. What alerted you in that statement that Ms. Cheney made?
Lester, you made the point that I was thinking, was there a voicemail? What was the nature of the contact? Anytime you're prosecuting or criminalizing speech, it's not just the words, it's the context of those words. You don't look at them in a vacuum. So even the act of reaching out to someone, the next question that anyone wants to know, and they did a remarkable job of teasing it for us, is what exactly was said, if anything? Is just a missed call from former President Trump? I don't know how it would show up on the caller ID, but just a missed call from the president, is that enough? Probably not. Because the courts have already said if you call somebody up and say, look, make sure you tell the truth, probably not witness tampering. However, we can all imagine a way in which you might say, make sure you tell the truth. That would imply something very different, possibly even a threat.
After the last hearing, we heard some wording that implied witness tampering, but the language, again, very careful.
Right. The language, again, very careful,
Welcome
but it
back,
was not
Lena.
quite tell the truth. It was more
Thanks
like,
for using the bot.
we know, we expect loyalty or something to that effect. But the word loyalty, we know you'll do the right thing. That is, in my mind, far afield from saying just tell the truth. And again, context is everything.
Let me look at the
we
restream.
expect your loyalty or asking for loyalty or you'll do the right thing has a very ominous meaning when put against these.
God, they sound like shit. It makes me think it's me, right? Like when I hear bad sound like that echo. I'm gonna reveal another thing to you guys that y'all may or may not have heard me talk about. One of the ways I actually found this YouTube community, actually it is the way I found this YouTube community, is I was listening to different lectures and debates and talks on the internet, and I wanted to start to make a series of tutorials where I downloaded them, opened them up in a digital audio workstation, and showed people how you could fix some of the issues on these things. Like say oh, you recorded a lecture or something and there were some issues with the sound that I made you sort of sensitive to. I could show you how to fix it in post, right? So that if you notice these things, you can take care of it. Or if you notice it on a video, you can re-download it or whatever you want to do, right? And then, man, I started really paying attention to the content of the debates because as I was looking for examples, I was noticing that I was really getting into the debates themselves, probably because I was going through that transition from, open belief to open non-belief myself. And one thing led to another, and over time, I went through that progression I often talk about where you start to find, oh, there's these content creators that make these videos addressing these issues, and they're really nice, and they've got, really great production value, and they make these like 10-minute videos, and I would start, following those guys and getting notifications when they made a new video. And then I noticed that other people, I started to make this list, right? One's called Atheist, I don't know, like Critical Atheism, I think it's called. And then the other's called like Theology or something. And then when I started to talk to other people, like just in my, over the course of, real life people I was seeing or just socializing with or whatever, when I started to have these conversations in real life, I noticed these videos were like a really great resource for other people. And then over time, I found, there are these like other content creators who like make shows, and they're going deep on these things, and they make like these really extended broadcasts, and there's really active chat, right, and that whole thing. And then you start to get into the people who are like doing the live streams and the panels and sort of the active community and all that stuff. So this is a great example quickly for you guys. Of course, I ramble so that I can community build. You guys get to know me a little bit better over our time. But this is an example. You guys will see me do this a lot. I hear a little sound issue. I want to make sure it's not my system. I'll play another couple clips that I think I know these channels have good sound.
Hello, here is some news. That's weird. There's no news.
Right, you're not hearing it there. Doug is not actually one of the channels that's best for this because he sometimes has sound issues. I've listened to this a million times. Maybe that. All right, I'll check my signal path, make sure everything's muted. Right now, I'm making sure everything gets muted where I expect it to. Turning it off there. So it's only coming out one channel. Just showing you guys a little audio engineering tricks we do. And this is what we do live. When we're hearing an issue with the sound system live, we plug in our phone or something like that. And we play either some shit we have on our phone or some shit on YouTube that we know sounds good. Sometimes lo-fi streams aren't the best because they, music is always really good, but lo-fi sometimes has a lot of dirt and noise built into the sound. I've listened to this video a million times. This girl's so good, y'all. Check this out. Yeah, ooh, that bass tone is nasty, right? And she's so wonderful. Ooh, I don't know how to pronounce her name actually. Gian Rangel, follow her, y'all. 24,000 likes, 612,000 views. She's a superstar, y'all. She's so great. Great. She's like a Christian too, but she does play secular music and secular covers as well. You can see the amount of effort she puts into some of her content. All right, fantastic, thanks. All right, so now we go back to our video here.
Facts. So key to me is going to be,
it is.
Was there a voicemail? As
you hear that like bathroom effect? It sounds like he's talking in the bathroom, right? Or some kind of weird hallway, right? And I wanted to make sure that isn't some kind of comb filtering or some sort of effect. Like if I have a mic on, sometimes you have a mic open. Like if I play it with the volume, or if I play it through my speakers, and then this sensitive mic kind of plays it back, and it's not quite at the point where it sounds like feedback, but it's just a little bit of weirdness. So sometimes you get this effect, and this is how you trace it down.
You pointed out, and if so, what did it say? And if not, is that call enough?
It's just fucking NBC News. And apparently they're like, put up some audio treatment in this room? Nah. Hey, you guys want to come in early, do a sound check? Make sure when we broadcast to millions of people, it doesn't sound like you're talking in the bathroom? Nah. You guys want to hire some good sound people like Jay Bundy who would actually tell us that this is a problem and come up with a constructive strategy for solving this problem? Nah. What do you guys want to do? We just want to get in front of as many people as possible and pander to the middle of the political spectrum that doesn't exist and absolutely refuse to discuss the political corruption that's going on in America. Oh. All right. All right, carry on.
Depending on the person and the relationship between the person and President
and what
Trump.
they can recall from the call. I think the person declined to respond, so that takes me back to the voicemail again. Perhaps.
It could be a voicemail. It could just be a missed call.
Oh,
but
yeah, I think
now
Trump's
we've
an
seen
atheist.
Maybe for the second time that this may be
I was
going
gonna
on.
make
and
a
really,
poll.
the question arises, who else is this happening to? And how often? How long has this been going on?
I wasn't being lazy. I was going to make a poll, but 3, 2, 1 cut. This is what I was working on. I want you guys to see my tablet. I said we're going to be doing a lot of different types of gaming. So there you see my tablet. You can see actually some adult games I've got on here. When you get back. What else? What I got on here? I can see some of my real adult apps right there. Oh, no, you can't. It's not showing you guys my screen. Uh-oh. This happens with this app sometimes. Let me see. Stop sharing. It's not actually showing you guys what's on my tablet. All right, I stopped it. It says mirroring is started. Let's see, stop. Oh, it looked like it was doing that. I don't know. All right. So now what I want to do is I want to restart it. Oh, it says it's up there. All right, so let's see. All right, so let's see now. Let's do something else. See what it does. Yeah. All right. It looks like it's live again. All right, guys. Yeah. This is what we wanted. So now, if I go out here. If it's done with the blase and the glavinoids. Yes, that's my favorite expression now. Go fuck yourselves. No, I don't want to stop the screen here. No, I don't want to stop. I just want to pretend that I know how to use this. You can see Shadowverse, Poker Stars. Rally Aces, right? These are some of the games. You can see all this shit, but look, y'all. We got Cream Pyre. Right? We got Horny Arcana. Over here. We got what else we got? We're obviously going to be playing Pinochle. The main thing I want this for is playing Pinochle. But also, I read books and shit. So the reason I pulled this up is because sometimes I need to read books and stuff when I'm coding. And I was actually needing to pull up my C++ book, and I couldn't show you guys what it says. So I did that instead. All right. Cool. Thanks for coming to my TED Talk about my screen. Let me go ahead and play this again.
That's right. By Ms. Cheney. Let me go to our moderator of Meet the Press and political director for NBC News, Chuck Todd. Chuck, you've been taking in this last half of the hearing. What struck out to you?
Well, I think we have, if you're looking, there was Jamie Raskin made a Watergate reference saying this is all making Watergate look like the Cub Scouts, I think was sort of the metaphor he was going for.
Also, 10 o'clock, we're rocking with Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. 10 o'clock, we're rocking with Sacred Death Motorcycle Club. Don't miss it.
What we're missing here, and I think what the committee actually made clear that we're missing, is it's clear President Trump was getting advice from the outside. Roger Stone, Steve Bannon, Michael Flynn, Mike Lindell, perhaps even the Overstock guy. I don't know if he was around on January 5th, but the point was this. We have a good picture of what White House aides were telling the president. We have a good picture of what everybody was going on in there. The big gap of knowledge that we have is essentially Lindell, Flynn, Bannon, Stone. Well, that to me is the roadmap for the Justice Department. Their subpoenas are stronger. They could compel more testimony. It's perhaps they end up with the problems of running in to pleads of the fifth. But in some ways, what they don't have is actually a roadmap to get there, because it sure looks like they sort of presented, I thought they did a good job of basically, you fill in the gaps. All of a sudden, after the president has these two calls, he wants to add in this language. Like, you get this sense that he was clearly listening only to his outside advisors and not his inside advisors, but they don't have the goods yet, right? But they're laying it out there. Hello, Justice Department, you have stronger subpoenas, get at this. And I want to make one more observation. Former president is clearly a coward. What was astonishing about all of this is how much he was trying to get everybody else to break the law, everybody else to do these things. And at the end of the day,
guys,
he was
don't be hacking my password.
He on one hand led us to this situation, ruined, as we saw there at the testimony, I think extraordinarily powerful testimony by Mr. Ayers, who gave sort of firsthand account of how Donald Trump ruined his life. Right, Donald Trump's lies ruined this guy's life.
Actually, y'all, we have no reason to be doing this. All right, it's time to wrap that up. Hey, guys, here's my thoughts on January 6th, all right? Hold on to your motherfucking butts, all right? All right, hold on to your motherfucking butts, y'all. 3, 2, 1, cut. All right, now listen. Here are my thoughts. It was a motherfucking coup attempt led by the goddamn president. Are you good? Are you good? All right, glad we wrapped that up. Let's get back to being YouTube perverts. All right. If you want to holler at me, if you want to hop on and tell me why I'm wrong and tell me why Trump should ever be allowed to run for dog catcher in Duluth, Minnesota, holler at me. In the meantime, nope, go fuck yourself. Let's be YouTube perverts with our favorite YouTube pervert, who's teaching us how to be a YouTube pervert and inspires us to be a better YouTube pervert.
Which is entitled
Left Nut.
Left Nut.
My political views.
Political
before
views.
we get into the main cadet, guys.
That's what I am. I'm a left nut, guys. I'm gonna start telling people that from now on. Jay, what are how would you describe your political views? I'm a left nut. Jay, would you stop being a jerk and take this conversation seriously? Jay, I'm trying to really engage in serious discussion here. And I'm like, bruh, go fuck yourself, bruh. I'm literally, hold on a second. This didn't work out like I anticipated it to. Let's go back to this one. But yeah, we're gonna be listening to a little Aaron Brown. Hang on, let me put Aaron Brown on this screen so that you guys are like, oh, now we can see what Jay is watching. Because if we can't see, you guys, I don't give you the gin and truth treatment a lot. I could just give you the gin and truth treatment where I just play stuff, but I don't do that. I try to make sure you guys see. Cut. Good job. See, sometimes my about y'all get what's going on. We're working it out. But sometimes, when people say, Jay, what are your political views? I just want to be like, hey, I'm a left nut,
The space.
And my point is, all right, let me make sure you guys see it now. Now you guys see it. All right, here we go.
Hi guys, welcome back to my program, which is entitled
Left Nut,
where I do my political views.
He did it.
So before we get into the main,
so now when they ask me about my political views, I want to be like, hey, I'm a left nut. And when they tell me, hey, Jay, like, don't say that. Don't say that. You're not taking this conversation seriously. I want to be like, fuck off. All right. First of all, according to the American political spectrum, I am a leftist. I am way more liberal than most liberals, okay? So I'm literally out way to the left, and I'm left-handed, all right? And I'm bipolar, okay? Put way to the left and bipolar, what do you get? A left nut. I was taking the question seriously. I answered appropriately. I told you the truth. And what did you do? You just stumped on me. You just pretended that I don't exist. You just pretended that me telling you about my actual identity, is a joke. What? It's like if I tell you my identity and you don't take the words that come out of my mouth seriously, that makes me feel like you don't take my identity seriously. So when you hear me out here telling these people I'm a left nut, right? And they don't think I'm having a good faith conversation, go fuck yourself.
Roll the fucked up tape. Very exciting news from NASA, which is the space organization. They released this image from this fancy new telescope, fancy new camera. I don't know, what do they call this thing?
Those are all galaxies out there. So, guys,
we cannot look out into space without looking back into time.
That's how it flows.
So guys, what's going on here? I was talking to Joe Rogan about this and Lex Fridman about this. Is there's probably an alternate version of Earth out there, which means there's probably an alternate version of you doing your exact crap, which means there's an alternate version of me doing this exact same show out there somewhere. And to that version of me, I would like to say, I'll look at the camera for this. I am going to copyright strike you. Okay, this is my intellectual property.
That's how it flows.
That's how it flows. I wonder if he'll copyright strike me enough times that he'll say something to me and I'll be like, hey, you want to come on my show? Oh, it all worked. I'm laying out a honey trap for my favorite content creators.
He's a little different than a lot of other people. He liked rockets.
He's a little different.
If you would like me to stop stealing your intellectual property, please come on my show and tell me about it.
So guys, mostly what we do on this channel,
that way I can use your appearance
on, scammers like.
I want to use your appearance.
That other guy, whatever more.
To make that.
We make fun of these guys who are just like, what's the way I can make the most amount of money with the least amount of morality? And life threw them a little curveball over the past couple days where they were all on board for this guy, Elon Musk. He's a right-winger now, and he's going to bring back Trump on all this crap. He's going to let us say the N-word on this crap. And now the whole thing is kind of looking
He's going to let us say the N-word? That was brilliant.
What's taken an even funnier turn is that their favorite guy, he sounds like this. Bye. Is now publicly doing this. Where is it?
Their favorite guy.
On this guy,
Let's
Elon
get some
Musk
Trump.
Now.
We're practicing our soundboard chops.
Fighting now. Are my daddies crazy?
Protect our LG.
Playing the soundboard is a very difficult. It's a very difficult instrument to play the soundboard.
United States. Elon Musk tweeting that it was time for Donald Trump to quote hang up his hat and sail into the sunset.
What?
Tesla CEO went further, saying Dems should also call off the attack, adding, don't make it so that Trump's only way to survive is to regain the presidency.
Bye-bye.
The pointed Monday night Twitter post came just days after the former president mocked the billionaire at a political rally in Anchorage, Alaska, about Musk trying to back out of his $44 billion deal to buy Twitter.
So the backstory is this guy, Donald Trump, at a rally says he's never going to buy it. He wasn't going to buy it. He's a moron. He's an idiot, and he kissed my ass. And then Elon Musk says, hey, that guy needs to go away. So blah, 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 all this bull crap, all this nonsense, all this. All this stuff that we should not be paying attention to because it's rotting our brain. All this in the service of what I'm about to show you. Yes. People are always like, oh, Donald Trump, he puts the funniest tweets. And I'm like, really? That's funny? And they were right, because he put the funniest tweet after this. Oh, sorry, not tweet, true. He put a funny truth.
He put out a truth, a troll.
When Elon Musk came to the White House asking for help on all his many subsidized projects. On all his many subsidized projects. Whether it's electric
if you're thinking,
cars
Jay, you are the
enough,
soundboard.
Driverless cars.
The soundboard is like a sidekick
rocket
soundboard.
Ships to nowhere. Without such subsidies,
you are correct.
He'd be worthless. And telling me how he was a big Trump fan and Republican. I could have said, drop to your knees and beg, and he would have done it. Now Elon should focus on getting himself out of the Twitter mess because he could owe $44 billion for something that's worthless, perhaps worthless. And this might be the funniest part. Also, lots of competition for electric cars. P.S. Why was Elon allowed to break the $15 billion stock purchase barrier on Twitter without any reporting? So now he's just saying, hey, he's a criminal too, I think. I think somebody should look into that, if you know what I mean. They should take away his
Uber cars.
You know, I love this because obviously, you know, in America, all our politics
want
are
Uber cars,
spectacle and
too.
nonsense. It's just useless.
I'm gonna have to have an
Instead of
RM
making
Brown
our
digging
lives better,
night.
They're like, hey, I'm a celebrity. These idiots. But this one's
That way
great
I can
because
have
his whole presidency,
Uber
Donald Trump
cars.
was like, he loves rockets. He's gonna do rockets, and we got to protect our rocket people.
Is now worth more than GM and Ford. Do you have comments on Elon Musk?
Well, you have to give him credit. I spoke to him very recently, and he's also doing the rockets. He likes rockets, and he does good at rockets, too, by the way. I never saw
He does very good at
He
rockets.
does good. By the way, he does good.
By
at
the way,
rockets, too.
he's great
It's
with
not
those
just likes
rockets.
them.
And I was worried about him because he's one of our great geniuses, and we have to protect our genius. You know, we have to protect Thomas
Hey guys,
Edison. And
in order
we
to
have
protect me, one of
all
our great
these
American
people
geniuses,
that, came up
I'm gonna
with
go use the
originally
little
light
boys'
bulb
room and refill my
the
water.
wheel and all of these things. And he's
And
one
in
of
order
our-
to be lazy,
that
hashtag unprofessional, I'm
That
not
guy
even gonna
who-
change
that guy who
views.
made the wheel, everybody was attacking him. They were like, yeah, it's
Actually,
evil.
I'm lying. I want
That's
to change
evil.
views.
Let's
I want to
get
be
him.
better.
We gotta step
I'm the
in and
United
say,
States
no, no.
champion. I got to
No,
step my
no.
game up.
That's a good one.
I got to
that he
get better.
invented.
I always got to get better.
So that rules because, you know,
I'm
all
never
through
going to
the
be good
presidency,
enough
he
for
was like,
myself
he's a
ever.
genius and we gotta protect
I should
our
go to
genius.
hell.
Just like the wheel guy.
I should go to hell. I'm
You know,
never
he
going
went
to be good
some
enough. That's
weird
the
press
truth.
conference where he was like, we're doing rockets.
Jay, when are you going to be like, hey, the
Elon
stream's
and
good
all the
enough? It's
stuff.
never
It
going to
was,
be
you
good
know,
enough. I'm going to hell.
And now just within like, I don't know, what, 48 hours?
I'm
a
wasting
couple
people's
hours,
time. I deserve to
Elon
die.
Musk was kind of mean to Trump.
That's
and
how
now
it
Trump's
goes.
Like, actually,
That's
the whole
how it
thing's a
flows.
scam. The guy's a scammer and a criminal, actually. Remember all that time I was saying, he's one of our innovators. America, he's America's. He's a story of American.
Wrong scene.
America.
See, I almost messed
Actually,
up. I
what
almost
was
hit the wrong
trying to
scene.
say, what I meant to say,
but
I
I fixed it.
misspoke. What I was trying to say is they should throw his little South African ass into jail, face first. You know, if it weren't for all the goose stepping around, you know. Bye. This next quote, I might actually.
Hey guys, that's how it
I
flows.
show up with the memas and peepaws at Trump rallies because of this quote from Trump. That Trump could occasionally be heard privately mocking Musk, including for being sloppy and on drugs. Trump seemed to be referring to a viral 2018 clip of Musk appearing to smoke pot on Joe Rogan's show. He's on drugs. Elon Musk takes a puff of like a joint with Joe Rogan. Trump's like, he's a drug addict. Also, I started downloading that Truth Social thing because I was like, oh, I want to see this on the platform. And then about halfway through downloading that thing, I was like, nah, this thing is going to steal my entire family's identity the way this thing looks. It's going to brick my phone and computer and steal my whole family's identity. It just does not look legit, that thing. Here's a crazy thing, too. I think Trump was actually right when he's like, Elon was mean to me, so I'm going to tell the truth. And this might be a little hint of why Elon Musk wanted to get some money out of Tesla. Study predicts both Ford and GM will overtake Tesla by 2025. What's now, 2022? 2022 Car Wars report forecasts Ford and GM will each have roughly 15% of the electric vehicle market share. This is crazy. If this is true, this is crazy. While Tesla will plummet from 70% to 11%. Oh boy.
The fight for free speech, of course, has been happening on platforms like Twitter, Facebook, YouTube.
Okay.
We are still banned from Twitter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It happened a couple weeks ago. Now, I'm not taking credit for anything, obviously.
Right. Okay.
But it was the Babylon Bee, then it was us, then it was Tucker Carlson.
That's how it flows.
Who seemed to be part of a movement that was kind of the straw that broke the camel's back. It was the final push.
So we looked at a lot of these guys last week. You know, these guys who were like, but whatever, Ben Shapiro and Tim Pool and all these people were like, Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk is going to kick everyone's ass with his money and attitude. But there's one guy I forgot about. That's right. It's a Chuck check. He might be the one who went the hardest on this.
And he's doing it for a very specific reason.
Scams.
Elon Musk is mad. He's mad that people can't speak freely on the internet anymore, and he wants to do something about it. Elon is on a crusade to restore freedom of speech. And we're going to get into the significance of this in great detail, because this is more than just a wealthy guy buying a company. No, this has societal, civilizational implications.
Oh,
and
Western?
dare I say, this is one of the first
Western civ or just regular
examples of the people that were always on the top crest of human society coming down into the trenches of what matters most for us as human beings.
Like gods,
you know
like
me,
Jesus.
I'm skeptical by nature. So when
He's basically Jesus, is what I'm getting from this, and I agree.
HomeTitleLock.com. That is HomeTitleLock.com.
That's my favorite Charles Kirk product, by the way, Home Title Lock, which is a thing. Home Title Lock is, hey, Grandma, someone's trying to steal your house, and then you'll be homeless. I'm not even lying. That's what Home Title Lock is. Anyway, here we go.
Take out your phone and subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. The ground is shaking.
Yes.
The world's wealthiest man is taking over Twitter, and the fight for free speech is just beginning. Charlie Kirk, be right back.
Or ending. Okay. Yeah. Rip it in there to Charlie.
The American patriots in the revolution required the French government to come in with assistance.
Yeah.
Right.
Even the book of Luke and Acts in the Bible, the
Yes.
first thing that is said in the book of Acts is, dear Theophilus, who was the underwriter, literally the benefactor
I
that
love
wrote
Theophilus.
most of the New Testament.
Yes.
Most
In
of
fact,
it.
Luke and
Most
Acts,
of
Yes, I agree. Elon Musk is, I would say, even more epic than a biblical character. I agree, Charlie. Thank you. So I wanted to see if Charlie Kirk addresses this, because this is like this stupid.
All right, guys,
story is,
I'm
like,
going to come
such
back
a
on your
meme,
screen
and
here.
it's all
So,
over
Myra
every,
Bot,
news that
let's
crap
come
now.
back from this
So I want to see, did he address it? 'Cause Ben Shapiro
intermissionary
addressed
screen
it too.
setup in
Ben Shapiro went
3,
real
2,
hard. He
1,
was
go.
like, he's gonna fire
Thanks.
everybody on Twitter.
Fantastic.
And Ben Shapiro's way to kind of be like, it was totally wrong, actually. His way to do that was he got on his show and he said, actually, Elon Musk is a brilliant trickery guy. By the way, I was the one getting tricked also. And I led all my fans to believe in the trick.
So it's not that I haven't lost faith in Tesla. I'm just trying to save the world by buying Twitter. And so everybody's distracted by this hand, and they're neglecting the fact that you actually.
All right, guys, I'm going to close that poll. I said I'd close an hour ago.
So they all think their audience are idiots, but at least they address it, you know? So I wanted to see, I looked at today's stream, and Charlie cannot get people to watch his YouTube channel. Poor guy.
There's supposed to be another one about Jesus, but I kind of forgot what it was. Like something about... Anybody remember what the Jesus poll was supposed to be? I done gone and forgot. I done fucked around and forgot, y'all. 4 votes. I love it. I love it. Thank y'all so much. Appreciate it. All right, you got almost an hour, so if you didn't vote, you're lazy. All right, it's okay. You're just one of the lazy kids. There's no extra credit for you today. All right. Also, I don't know who voted, but this is how we do things around here. We take the number of people that voted. In this case, it would be 4. And to show our love and appreciation, we go over to the little loyalty. All right, and what we do is we add points to all viewers, okay? Okay, and then we say the 4 people voted. So we go with 41, 2, 3. And we hit them up. Gangnam style. And some people may have actually been over on Jay Bundy instead. So normally I have this set up already, or maybe I do over here. Yeah, I think I do over here. I think that's what's happening, guys. Hang on a sec. Gotta go over here and show you guys what's going on. This is the real behind the scenes how the sausage is made, folks. We go over here and you see here we're logged in as Jay Bundy. And so we just keep it neutral, you know? We just keep it neutral. You know? Do the same thing. Boom. Now, why did I take all that time to show you guys that? Because basically, sorry to tell you this, but it means if you don't participate in the polls and stuff like that, you're being selfish. Because if you spoke up and made your voice heard, everybody could have got some more points that they could redeem so that they could do fun stuff. But no, you were just thinking about yourself. But no, we love our viewers, we love our lurkers. We just want to let you know what's up and hope you one day decide to join us. You know, it's all love. Thanks for your time.
You got to be in the middle of nowhere driving a truck to be desperate enough to listen to Charlie Kirk on AM radio.
Not on YouTube. Charlie's not doing great.
I can't wait till Trump turns on Charlie for some reason. You know, there's some leak phone call of Charlie calling Trump an idiot. So Trump gets upset and he's like, actually, his face is weird. Those memes are correct.
Yeah, guys, head over
He's
to
weird.
Pocket Locker for polls and all that good stuff.
He
We'll put
didn't
it on
address
Jay Bundy
that,
too,
but he
but
did get into this.
I got to find a different bot.
Yeah. And I'm having a good time,
Letting
Charlie.
everyone know socialism sucks.
Whoa.
The Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com and
Okay.
subscribe to the Charlie Kirk Show podcast. With us right now is the author of the book Laptop from Hell, Miranda Devine.
Welcome back, Lena. You're good. You're good. You're good.
Probably seen her on TV.
No
and you
worries.
should check out her
I love
book.
her. Yep.
But I have a lot of questions because there was this leak allegedly over the weekend, and maybe it's a leak or not a leak, and I can't think of a better person to help make sense of this.
Charlie America Kirk, that's his logo.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back.
Yeah,
Email
how
us
are
freedom@charliekirk.com. Are we ready for a battle with China? Are we ready
Hell
for a
yeah.
conflict?
Yep.
Now, they might not attack us
This is the sound of me getting ready.
conventionally. How about a cyber attack?
Yes.
What if I told you the Chinese Communist Party
Yeah, he's
might
probably
be
too
funding
quiet.
some of the green energy groups?
Oh, wow. Well,
Guys,
I think
how's the
we can
video
catch
volume?
them based on the following fact.
Generally speaking, Chinese people.
Chinese people
Thank you,
look
Joe.
Chinese.
That's already been proven through some declassified documents.
Yes, yes. Green energy is a plot.
You
from
missed the poll. No
Chinese
worries.
to
No worries,
get
guys. We'll do plenty of
off
polls.
Fossil fuel.
We'll do plenty of polls. You know,
Joe,
it's all
anything
love.
about that?
Generally speaking.
So yeah, doesn't look like he's addressing the fact that.
Oh, I'm having so much fun right now.
Real worked up about didn't pan out.
All right,
the way.
we're gonna
But he
try to
is-
do more
But he is saying some valuable information.
scientist things right now.
Definitely doesn't sound like.
So
he's
we
just
got the
mushing all
tablet going. Now I
crap
got to
that
do
these
like
people
another
say
one
together.
that's
Yeah,
like
green
small,
energy and higher taxes
so
on
that I
rich
can
people
keep it
is a
up on
plot
screen
from the Chinese
while I'm
Chinese
doing
to
whatever
turn
else
you
as a
grandma
secondary
watching
source,
this
right? That's just what I do with my
transgender.
secondary
Also,
sources,
I have food
like where
buckets
this thing
that
is
you
right
could
now.
buy. You could do this with them.
If I was the Chinese Communist Party,
So I
let's
just
use
added
that.
my tablet
Play
basically, and I
for a
got to
second.
add my
If I was
tablet
the
again.
Chinese Communist Party, I would be BLM's #1 supporter. I would
Wow.
be Planned Parenthood's #1 supporter to make sure our population stays down.
He's literally doing what I just said. Hey, what's all the things we don't like? Yeah, that's Chinese. All that's Chinese. And there's one thing we know about them.
Let me actually
Generally
switch our
speaking,
primary
Where can I
source
find
here.
out more about that, Joe?
That's in the Bible.
And we got to
Oh my God! You obviously know I want that
We got to
sample.
go back and do a little
I don't even have to tell
because
you guys how much I want that sample.
This is the best. This is the best story of all this Elon Musk fanaticism that he's taking over Twitter from these idiots. Charlie Kirk did the best one. I love this. I love what he did. It's a little bit of this. Charlie Kirk's Twitter got suspended because he was, I don't know, breaking some rules or some crap. I think he said this on Twitter. I think he said buckets of cum on Twitter or something.
Whoa.
So they suspended his little ass. And then he came back and he put up this tweet on April 28th that says, "Due to new management, I'm back on Twitter." But it turned out that he just deleted the tweet.
All right, let
Elon
me.
Musk is already I mean,
I'm
didn't
doing
even
backstage
own the
stuff, so I'll
company
take
at
that
point, but he's
main
like,
screen off.
Look, Elon Musk put me back on, dude. I mean, you got to give it up for that amount of respect for your
All right,
audience.
Myron
Hey,
Bot,
we're
let's make a
on
cut.
set.
3, 2, 1, go.
Remember, Elon Musk is our cool guy that you got. So he put me back. This was an
Also, I'm gonna
accidental
change some of the
discovery here.
transitions. I only want that
I found
transition
something
between
that's
certain
changed
scenes.
my mind about Chuck. Okay, usually we come on here, we say this guy's a moron. He's an idiot with no sort of moral compass or bravery or any of that. He's just like this scumbag, this little creep, this little turd worm who sucks around for money from right-wing billionaires. I take that all back. I take that all back because right now in this clip that I'm about to show you, Chuck Charleston Kirk shows us how much he's willing to sacrifice for his beliefs.
What is the point of being rich if you can't live in a free country?
Exactly.
What's the point of being fabulously wealthy over an unfree nation?
Exactly. That's what I say.
I personally would rather have $1 million and live in a totally free country versus 5 or 10 million and live in some sort of authoritarian regime and be.
Wow. Wow. What a. Guys, look, I'm really committed to this, okay? I'd rather have $1 million and not have a real job, okay? I'd rather get $1 million for basically doing nothing than have $5 million for doing nothing. That I'm willing to put it all on the line. I'm gonna make a sacrifice, and I'll just take the 1 mil. Well, guys, thank you so much for watching, and a big thank you to Allah for creating all these planets and all this crap. What's going on out there?
You know, I gotta know what they're doing out there, man.
They're watching us, so we gotta do
All
a
right,
preemptive
y'all know what
strike
time
on
it
all-
is. No, you don't really know what time it is, but don't worry. You know, obviously, when people say that, that means they're about to tell you. Hold on. We could do David Pakman, y'all. But
is still a crime. This is sort of less clear.
But yeah, we can watch this later. What we're actually gonna do, we're gonna go. It's time to be sipping on gin and truth, lay back, being YouTube perverts. Woo! Y'all, I think I'm just gonna keep this stream live. I was thinking about maybe ending the stream and then doing the Sacred Death stream, but I might just stay live. You know, it'll be super long, and people won't ever watch it again to see the January 6th coverage because it'll be buried in the middle of it. But I care a lot. And I really need to do better. You know, I care a lot, and I'm also not ever gonna find what I'm looking for by looking for Gom and truth. That's not a thing. All right. I was watching this earlier, and I'm gonna watch it again because I wasn't able to really pay attention. I was doing a lot of shit.
All right, gang. Let's jump into this. It's gonna be a
woo. I literally want to say the same thing to you. I want to be like, all right, gang, let's jump into this. You know, that means I'm a copycat artist. It means I'm not original, and I'm worse than these Republicans. Oh, also, I had my speakers open. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about being a failure. Yeah, I'm like the Republicans, right? I say the quiet part out loud. I literally have a YouTube channel where I expose my viewers to all the people that I copy and where I get my material from. And yeah, this pretty much makes me a hypocrite once again. Once again.
one topic day today.
Hashtag fuck you, Jay Bundy.
First, I brought out the special stemware. 0 fucks given. Christians, that's what I got for you today. That is exactly what I have for you guys fucking today. Now, gang, let's just jump right into it because I did a quick video on it when I saw this story on Twitter.
Lena, we got to go find some more Christians to tell that they're fascist. Like,
Florida,
as soon as possible.
The Satanist.
We got to join their servers and find their special apps.
religion.
We got to get on Truth Social.
The Satanists want to start holding prayer before football games in the state of Florida. Now, obviously on those Twitter videos,
yes, Satanists. See, I wasn't paying attention. I didn't even catch this part. Yes, Satanists.
So I'm going to base myself a little bit on this one. Now, the reason why in that video last night I talked about the important... Do I got a Hockaloogie, gang? Oh,
Yeah, you might have done.
gross. Hold on.
Hashtag unprofessional. Go fuck yourself, Robert Roode.
You guys didn't hear that? You guys didn't hear that? I'm
Yes,
so
we did.
professional. No, I'm not.
Yes, we did.
Okay, back on topic. The reason why Florida it's going to hit harder is because of this right here. It hasn't changed since the...
But no, if you guys actually want to know why I do shit like this on the real, it's just because, like, I want to expose you guys to what I actually like, right? I think we spend too much time in the Counter-Apologetics community talking about who we don't agree with, instead of shining a little light on the people who we do agree with and what they do, and using that as an opportunity to elaborate on some of our positions, and using that as sometimes just when I want to kick back. It's like, when I'm doing these reality streams, I'm working on different things, or I'm doing different things, I'm gaming with my club or whatever, you know, it's just like you guys really getting a chance to see what I would really just be listening to or doing at the time in the background. And this is one of my top guys right now, obviously. I always say he's my favorite YouTuber right now. I think he probably is. There's kind of like my, I don't even like playing that game, but he's definitely up there.
Late 80s and 90s when I was being recruited to play college football.
Love this guy. Huge influence on me.
There are three,
which is probably not a good thing.
3 major states.
Because I say go fuck yourself a lot now.
Texas is one of them. California is another one, and Florida is the other. If you want to win a conference title or a national championship in Division I college football, you have to have a pipeline coming out of 1 or 2 or all 3 of those states. Just for whatever fucking reason, we just grow.
Oh, shit.
What the fuck? That was funny. Got it, Dave. Back on W. The reason why, gang, this is so big, just something about those 3 states. We grow the biggest, the baddest, the best high school football players in the entire country, right? Some of y'all know the name, Ricky Williams. I was a senior for Ricky's freshman year. People always say, did you play with Ricky Williams? No, Ricky played with me. Ricky's from the state of California, right? Okay, it's just something about us that we do. We grow the biggest, baddest fucking ballers in the United States. That's not up for debate. If something happens in high school football out of those 3 states, it is headline news. Gang, because this is happening in one of the pipeline states, this is going to be an enormous fucking story, Jack. Gang, when I tell you I have a fucking emotional hard-on over this, it's because
I'm an emotional hard-on.
Emotional fucking hard-on over
That's what I get with these
I'm
fucking evolution deniers.
I am praying to a God I do not believe in. Please let the Satanists have their way. I want this to fucking happen. Now, Christians, let's talk to you guys. First, let's get Buddy, because Bubba's coming in. What's up, Bubba? Oh, yeah, look at that face. Look at that face. Hold on, gang. Where's the Q-tip? There it is. Shocky. He's laying on my clothes because, yeah. God forbid he goes without me for
All right, I've unblocked on Pocket Locker 86 Benji and Wesley Curry. There was and maybe somebody with like a random name I've never I just don't remember for some reason. But yeah, there are people that over the last couple weeks or whatever I've realized are actually active participants on my chat or on Wesley's Curry. He's popped up on my show. Benji hit me up on Discord and requested that I elevate him in the Discord. So I told him if he's active on the channel, I'd elevate him. So yeah, that's just how it goes, folks. Just send me a request on Discord or something, and I'll do that. I almost wish I remember who the other person was, but it's all right. Just try it out. It might be. There's nobody else blocked that I don't know. There's nobody else blocked here that I know. I'll unblock, for now. I don't remember why they're blocked. All right. Some of y'all maybe that they dropped links and stuff that I wasn't okay with. All right. Anyway, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Gang, you know what's fucking hot? When Papa doesn't want to stay outside. Look, Bubba's over there just chugging all the goddamn water back on top of it. Gang, I want this to fucking happen, right? Because again, Christians, whether you realize it or not, this is what you asked for. It is. This is why zero fucks given, Jack. You were told You were told, you have been told, you are being told now, and you will be told in the fucking future. We told y'all. Like, this isn't just, the snarky atheist saying this. We're telling you this because, again, the same rule that protects me from you protects you from everyone else. Trust me, you don't want to push this. You just don't. What did the Christians say? Oh, no, this is a Christian. They're like, no, shut up. No, really, seriously. Stop talking. Get off your script. We're telling you this. The fact that there's not a public, school prayer and everything in public, that's actually a good thing. Trust me. What did Christians? Oh, we're being persecuted. We're just like, no, seriously. Get off your script. We're not fucking around. The First Amendment, and again, I could almost
pause the tape. Yo, Kenny's. Is Kenny live? Just because I think I don't know if I subscribe to his channel or not, but Kenny has a channel, y'all. I kind of forget the name of it, and maybe I haven't looked it up yet. Yeah, maybe I'm not subbed to him yet. But I want to interview Kenny on the channel and find out more about what he's about. All right, roll the tape.
Not believe that came out of the mouth of Governor Rick fucking Perry, the once governor of Texas.
But I'm all about what these Satanists are trying to do. All about
Texas, it. Yeah. Despite what Rick Perry said, it's freedom of religion, not freedom from religion. No, it's actually freedom from religion. You get to practice whatever the fuck it is you want to practice in your house, in your tax-free building, but you can't come and make me do it. Not in my house. And if we share a public space like a school, a county courthouse, city hall, you have to shut the fuck up. It's like I have to shut the fuck up. Like the Jew has to shut the fuck up. The Satan, trust me, this is good for everyone. What the Christians do, God bless America. Man, that's not persecuting me.
Shut the fuck up.
Christians, you were told. You were told to pump the brakes. You were told you were not going to like what happens if this mask is taken off this monster. If you keep doing this, Poseidon is going to unleash the ecumenical fucking kraken. But now thanks to that fuckface in Washington, the coach, he broke the fucking rules, gang. Thanks to that fuckface and his landmark victory and the blase and the fucking Glavinoids and everything else, they said
and the blase and the Glavinoids. This is like my favorite shit. It makes me laugh so much.
Then they said across the fucking board, if you are an administrator, if you are a teacher, if you are a coach at a public high school, you are now allowed to lead prayer congratulations. Christians, again, whether you realize it or not, this is what you asked for. The same rule that protects me from you protects you from everyone else. If one of you is allowed on the dance floor, now we're all allowed on the fucking dance floor. The problem is you fucks have been so used to out there doing your little fucking Christian dance, right? Arms linked away, hands above the belt loops. Gotta leave space for Jesus. Shut the fuck up. Everyone else is over there fucking pop locking to fucking Africa Boombada. Some motherfuckers doing the fucking robot and shit. You got some people over there doing the fucking slide, the hustle, the bump, the fucking skate. We're kicking our monkey asses off, gang. And Christians, you're just sitting there like, yes, Jesus. Yeah, shut the fuck up. Now we're on the dance floor with you guys and you don't like it. But we told you, do not push this. Do not push this. Now, gang, let's just jump right into fucking Florida. Okay? Again, Christians, Zero fucks given. Zero.
Zero fucks given.
Again, all hail Satan. The Satan temple pulled the pimpiest of all pimp moves. And again, they said, oh, if that's how we're going to play this game, we want to lead some prayers too. Now, as of right now, no, the Christians have not lost their shit, at least not that I can tell. But you know they fucking will.
All right.
Right?
Sorry,
again, there was that fucking, that monument. And I can't remember where the fuck it was. But again, the Christians wanted their 10 commandments to remain up. They got their way. So what did our Satanist brothers and sisters and family members do? They're like, oh, that's a religious symbol on public grounds, right? Well, yeah, they're Christians. So that means come one, come all, right? You know what they were forced to say? Yeah, I guess you're right. So what did Satanists do, gang? What did our Satan family members do? They put a statue of Baphomet right next to that goddamn 10 commandments. The Satan temple wasn't fucking around. Gang, what the fuck did the Christians do? They lost their ever-loving fucking minds. Oh, the humanity, nothing's worse, the blah, 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 blah. I even remember, gang, watching a segment on Fox. That's how long ago this was. I was still watching Fox. And I know you're going to throw up in your mouth a little bit. I'm going to say the name and move this goddamn fan. Dave Silverman. Gang, what the fuck happened to Dave Silverman? Holy shit. Again, I was a baby in my infantile atheist stage. And you see this guy just firing away at debates and always going on Fox. You're like, oh, what's a firebrand? I got to look that up. Oh, I want to be a fucking firebrand. Using his quotes and shit. Papa, you want to go outside? This motherfucker. Go. Right? And then he went the way, after his sexual harassment, was in a sexual harassment case. Then he went the way of Dave Rubin and realized he had already run enough laps as the good guy. Now he needs to get paid as the asshole. And you know who else did that? Brian Bosworth. Some of y'all are like, who the fuck is Brian Bosworth? I'm going to tell you who Brian Bosworth is. Buddy, where you going? These motherfuckers. Hey, Bubba. So, okay, Brian Bosworth, if you're my age and you played linebacker like I did, you looked up to Brian Bosworth, right? Off the field, he was Brian Bosworth. On the field, he transformed into the Boz.
Let me see what's going on with
And
this
he
damn
was
thing.
a maniac. You could not do a tall sweep. You could not do an eight-gap flash. You could not do a screen. You could not do a play. There was nowhere on the field that Brian Bosworth could not get to that fucking ball. And the Wizard of Boz, he did those commercials when he got in the NFL. You know, was it Speed Stick? You Speed Stick. Anything else is uncivilized, right? We all wanted to be like the fucking Boz. I actually had the pleasure and the honor of personally working out with him a couple of times. The dude was fucking fantastic. All the t-shirts, the posters, that was his company. That was Brian Bosworth Incorporated, right? Then the shoulder injury happened. You guys remember that? Then the Monday Night Football game that literally ended that man's career. He got ran over by Bo Jackson. And then, what was the other one? Oh, he got ran over on the goal line first. That was the first humiliation. And the second one was toss sweep. And fucking Bo Jackson got the corner and just went down the sideline. And you saw this shell of a human that used to be the Boz just kind of just trying to run. It ended his career. It did. Now, it went from I love the Boz t-shirts to I fucking hate the Boz. The Boz is overrated. Fuck the Boz. Gang, the sales on those t-shirts and posters eclipsed the sales of the I Love Brian Bosworth t-shirts and posters. Gang, do you know who put out the second batch of t-shirts, the ones you said, I hate Brian Bosworth? Brian Bosworth. Yeah. He benefited on his fame, and then he benefited financially off of his infamy. What a pimp move. Okay, that's a long way to go, but that to me is what Dave Silverman's doing. It's either that or he was always just a diabolical sack of shit from day one. I think he's going in the ways of the boss, right? After the sexual harassment thing, he handled that thing with Steve McRae about as bad as you could possibly handle it. And he just said, fuck it. It's like OJ. Realizing he's not OJ anymore, he's the murderer. So the fucker literally wrote the book, I didn't do it, but if I did. That's what I think happened to fucking Dave Silverman, gang. We're back on topic. Gang, I remember watching Dave Silverman talk about this very topic. The statue of Baphomet next to the statue of fucking... I'm about to belch. I just belch. I'm professional. Right next to the monument of the Ten Commandments. Now, I'm pretty sure I'm about to fuck this dude's name all the way up. So apologies if you know who I'm talking about. And to my Jewish fam, I'm going to fuck it up. I apologize. I should have looked that up before the show, but for sake only, motherfuckers. This one just hit me. Rabbi Shmuley Boetek. I think I'm saying that right, or at least I'm in the ballpark. And if I'm fucking it up, I don't mean any disrespect. But he's sitting there having this debate of the Baphomet statue next to the Ten Commandments with the rabbi. And the rabbi was just going, and again, it's Fox. If you believe in any God, they're just going to let you run the mic, right? And so Rabbi Shmuley was just sitting there and just going roughshod on Dave and wouldn't let Dave talk. And it was like, well, you know, what do you want? Baphomet disembowels babies. Do you like disembowelment? Who wants to disembowel babies? I mean, that's your someone doing. Shut the fuck up. And Dave couldn't really get in a word.
Sorry, I'm fixing the scene. All right. Oh, let me. Sorry. Let me. I got an idea. Let me put up
the Satanists don't actually believe.
Let me put up Robert Reed real quick. I'll put him up.
The ideal, the tenets of Satanism. And if you ever look it up, $10 says you agree with them all. Yeah.
Let me hide this.
You do. But they don't believe in that Baphomet actually
right, there we go.
exists.
3, 2, 1, cut.
Representation of their... And it's, the goat-headed God. He's got his fingers up, and he's got 2 children on his lap.
Thanks for bearing with me, guys. Appreciate that.
If you ask me, look at Buddy. Look at fucking Buddy. Buddy, where you going, dude? Let's just see what he wants for a minute. All right, we got fucking Simba at the top of fucking Pride Mountain. Let's keep going. It's fucking Lion King. Right?
I don't know what the command is to add points to everybody. See, unable to find all. That's
about disemboweling babies and he's horrible. Is that what you want to show kids? Blah, 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 blah. Again, Dave didn't really get a chance to get a word edgewise because Fox. But I was like, hold on, dude. Buddy, where you going? Again, this is a Jew. Those are the ones who completely go 2 feet in on the Old Testament, right? And Christians like to, make the New Testament God, to be like the parent who just graduated from, parenting classes because, it's, court appointed and shit like that, right? Which, by the way, the New Testament God and Jesus, they're kind of still assholes, just in case you weren't aware. Right? The real talk of eternal torment didn't really come until Jesus hit the fucking scene. But back on topic. He kept talking about, do you really want to put up a statue of someone that disembowels kids? Now, gang, I don't know if fucking Baphomet, disemboweled kids. More importantly, I don't even care because I don't believe in fucking Baphomet. But we're just going to sit here and go toe to toe. That's exactly what the fucking Christian God did in the Old Testament, gang, right? Slit the fucking baby, the lady from under her belly, pull the babies out and dash them on the rocks. By the way, that's going to bring you some fucking joy, right? Again, the 10 Commandments, that's also from the fucking Old Testament. So you want to sit here and say, do you really want to, idolize someone that fucking, disembowels kids? Okay, not only did the Christian God disembowel pregnant ladies, order soldiers to put them up against a rock to
one
dash
cut.
them and
It makes me
kill them.
feel like show it to edit it.
According to the
Oh
fucking
my
Bible,
goodness, it disappeared
the
again.
Jewish God, the Old Testament God, that fucker murdered everyone on the fucking planet in the most heinous way imaginable. Now, gang, I've had it happen to me. I've been choked out, and not in a sexy, vibrant way, right? This isn't Mr. Gray will see you now. How do you guys like Mufasa just in there stealing all the goddamn camera time? Buddy, just keep doing what you're doing. I've been choked unconscious. I've been held underwater, wondering, am I going to fucking get a chance to take my next breath? It's happened to me. Now, all you pro-lifers, let's just let Buddy be Buddy. All you pro-lifers.
I wish I could get Sam to do that.
Again, you worship a fucking God who murdered every baby on the fucking planet in the most heinous fashion fucking imaginable. Drown every
All right, bear with
baby
me for a second while I get this.
Oh yeah, by the way, the Christian
position.
God, because at this point he was the Christian God, he murdered his own son. Gang, if that's not some mommy dearest kind of shit, I don't know what is. Right? Gang, can you imagine that? Maybe that's why Jesus got his ass hemmed up on the fucking cross, right? Imagine that scene from Mommy Dearest instead of Joan Crawford. It was fucking Yahweh, right? Maybe Jesus was being a little fucking rebellious, right? And God's sitting there. They're having that tense moment in the fucking living area with the bar right behind them, right? And God, again, God's a real temperamental motherfucker, isn't he? The first 4 commandments is not like, don't rape anybody for the Atlanta Falcons, don't be, no, the first 4 fucking commandments are all about God. Right? Hi, I'm God. I'm cripplingly insecure. Don't look at it. What, is she prettier than I am? What, is he more attractive? Does he have better abs than me? But shut the fuck up. Right? So
is he not Word Wrestling Entertainment heavyweight champion material? I see a world champion right here, folks. A world champion.
Can't you give me the respect that I would get from a stranger? Then Jesus, who's had enough of this bullshit, because Jesus has already asked a million times, why did you adopt me? Why did you fucking adopt me? Then Jesus sits there and get that scowled up look in his fucking face, right? And he's like, because I'm not one of your fans. And then God's like, chokes his monkey ass. Then I don't know. Because the came in, right? He understands the vision. I don't know, maybe it was like the Archangel Michael, whatever the fuck, and breaks him up and shit. Maybe that's why Jesus got his ass put on the fucking cross. Did you guys ever think about that? I just did right now. That's why I did that rant instead of Carl Massive and Nassive. Maybe I had to pull that in there, back on topic. Fuck it. Where the fuck was I? Oh, yeah. So you got the fucking Jewish God, right? And that's all this fucker does is murder and disembowel the blase and the fucking Glavinoids. And Dave is being fucking ramrodded by, Rabbi Shmuley Boatek. And again, it's like, right, do you want someone who disembowels? And it's like, we already have that. It's called the fucking 10 Commandments, right? The Lord's Prayer. Making these kids get on a knee. Whether they believe in that God or I told you guys, I'm the anomaly. Again, ask the people who actually know me. Peer pressure never worked on me, right? Again, I was fucking Jabba the Hutt to the Luke Skywalkers, right? Your Jedi mind tricks don't work on me, boy. Hold on. Where the fuck is Buddy going? Where's you gonna let Buddy just walk around? This motherfucker's adventurous. Yeah, save someone's fucking life, and all of a sudden he gets like some fucking confidence and shit. What was I thinking? Papa, get your monkey ass in here. 3 minutes, gang. 3 minutes before Papa takes his black ass back out. Back on topic. Oh yeah, 0 fucks given, Christians. Where was I? I told you, I'm the anomaly. Peer pressure never worked on me. I didn't care if you thought I was cool. I didn't care if you liked me. The only person who I gave 2 shits about was my mom, right? And if mom thought I was okay, I was like, okay. But the average kid is not built like that. isolation is quite literally poison, especially to a kid who at that age is gasping to fit in. So as soon as that coach starts saying, what the fuck is that? So as soon as that coach starts saying shit like, okay, it's all voluntary, we're taking roll, it's all voluntary, even the kids that don't believe are going to feel pressure to fucking conform. This is why this needs to remain religiously fucking neutral, guys. Fuck me. Right? But now, Christians, this is what I'm talking. Let's get back on track here. I took a big ass, 15-minute right-hand turn. Let's steer this back into Florida. Because of that coach, because of the fucking Supreme Court who said, fuck it, Christians, you can now pray. Again, now the floodgates are open, Christians. This is what we were trying to say you were not ready for. Right? And again, the whole, I'm about to belch. False alarm. Let's cue one up. Oh, no, wait. Another fucking false alarm. Damn it. Where was I? Yeah, let's queuing shit up. But again, Christians, this is what we were trying to warn you about, right? And again, you guys, the whole,
we're gonna cut 3, 2, 1. Let me see what happens.
Oh, that's just a smart ass comment. Of science and Richard Dawkins.
Oh, it did pop up. Okay, great.
But when you guys say, this is a victory for God, or we need to put God back in schools, and what's the ever so famous atheist one-liner? Which God? That's a legitimate question, Christians. Which God are you talking about?
So I did all that so I could pull out this
book. This is what we were talking about, gang.
For my coding.
Christian, again, gang, that's what I'm saying. Like the things. Subscribe to the thing.
Although he looks weird now, right?
Share the things. I want a Christian to hear this, right? This is what we were talking about every time you said, God needs to be in school, blah, 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 blah. He needs to be in public spaces. We would say, which one? This is what we were talking about. If you let one religion on the dance floor, you have to let them all on the dance floor.
Oh, I messed up the positioning of a source.
On this instance, it has not happened yet, but it's coming. It's fucking coming. Again, to quote noted historian philosopher Kurt Russell,
all right, 3, 2, 1, cut.
as fucking Wyatt Earp on Tombstone. Right?
All right, also let's change the default transition.
You called down the thunder, and now you've got it. This is why we kept telling y'all, you gotta put
Well, actually, that's
brakes.
what I was working on. I was working on the connections between
Again,
transitions.
now it's
Let me
the
do that.
Satanists. Christians, you're gonna lose your shit. You're gonna go hog fucking wild. You're gonna do it. Because you wanna know why? We have a track record to show that you have. Right? But this is just the Satanist. What happens when the Hindus do it? Right? The Jews, yeah, y'all kind of walk hand in hand. But the more importantly, what happens when your mortal enemy, the Muslims, Christians, what happens when the Muslims do it, right? And you guys, again, how you guys, Christians, how you guys look at everyone else's religion, just so you know, that's how we see yours, right? I've seen, the likes of the fuckface Frank Turks and other apologists, clips on Fox, where they break down how fucked up Sharia law is. You'll never guess what, Christians. That's how I see you.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
I try not to judge an ideology by its abuses, but that's all Christianity is an abusive relationship. To sit here and listen to an adult tell me that the kindest thing that's ever happened is a father who fucking killed his own son, that's not kind. That's called homicide. Yeah, it is. Not listening to this stuff from like 1949 or some shit like that, but listening to Christian women when it was Donald Trump versus Hillary Clinton and saying, yeah, it's not a woman's job. A woman's job is a support role. Gang, you only get that if you sit here and you read the fucking Bible. But Chris, you want to sit here and talk about Sharia law and how fucked up it is and the blase and the fucking flavonoids. I promise you. Again, and I'm actually kind of pulling the reins a little bit. I need to make some more alcohol. I told you guys, Christianity survives because of the moderates. If Christianity was just the Westboro Baptist and people like that, it would have died out no time flat, right? Christianity survives because of the moderates. To me, that's the exact same thing for Islam. Over here in America, we are spoon-fed the images that we see on TV and on the internet. The extremists. We see 9/11. I remember watching a clip. It was one of those where like, oh, that's not what I thought. Where they actually stoned an adulterer to death. And you're sitting there, because again, I don't wake up in the morning wondering, hey, I wonder if I'm going to see a fucking video of a woman be brutally killed. And so you're just sitting here just like, oh, god damn, I did not expect to see that. But according to, I guess, stricter versions of Islam, that's exactly what you do. And I'm quite sure an adulterer is just some woman who kissed a dude with her tongue and now we got to kill that bitch. Right? Christian, how you guys see the extreme parts of other people's religion, that's how we non-believers and all of that bullshit, that's how we see you. Right? How easy is it? Again, what happens when Scientology gets in there in the mix? We all bash Scientology. I did an episode on this. I think Scientology is just as stupid as all the rest of it, right? And again, it's so much. What is that on my fucking face, gang? It's so much. In fact, I told y'all, I've got fellow atheists. Okay, I have fellow atheists defending fucking Christianity against Scientology, right? Oh yeah, you guys sing the song. Don't you want to get fucked up? I got fellow atheists defending Christianity against Scientology. And I told you, I've had moments to where I've had fellow atheists walk lockstep. Pork. Let us go. That's like a professional. Walk lock and step with Christians and say, oh, Scientology? That's a man-made religion. That's a man-made. And I'm like, as opposed to what? Right? As opposed to some 800-year-old fucker who walked down a fucking mountain with 2 stone tablets. Because, yeah, that really happened. As much as we all rag Scientology, that's exactly how I see Christianity. Right? What happens when a disciple of Tom
Oh my
Cruise
goodness,
and
he's
L. Ron
so
Hubbard
right about all
says,
this. That's
"We
why I
want to
love
lead a
him. Like
prayer
he's
for
talking
the next
so
Math
directly.
Olympics." Oh,
Like I hate the way Christians get to just float on this sort of sea of privilege where they get to treat everybody else like their views are so crazy. And then it's like, nobody calls them out on how their views are just as radical and just as out there, just as alternate reality as any of these other religions that they critique so regularly. And so I think it really does contribute to the air of legitimacy that they feel. And then what that does is make them feel like, oh, they can have their cake and eat it too. They could be faithful to Jesus and they could still get the admiration of people because they're a Christian. They don't have one of those crazy belief systems. They don't have one of those crazy blood magic religions or one of those crazy stuff that's based on, it's just so annoying. And then now they want to start to tell us that, science and historical investigation and philosophy also support their fuck out of here. Go fuck yourself.
There's a soccer game. We want to get down on that. Again, Christians, this is what we were talking about. You guys are so used to getting your way. And again, you were warned. You were warned. You were absolutely fucking warned. Right? And every single time there was a lawsuit, every time there was a fucking court case, you guys did what it is you normally do, and that is to throw your hands up in the air and start screaming about Christian persecution. And we're like, this isn't persecution. But again, oppression feels like equality to those in power. Christians, that's exactly why it is. Every time you fix your fucking mouth to talk about persecution, and we ask for an example, the first thing an American Christian does is shoot all the way across the fucking pond. And we're like, fuck nuts. You know good and goddamn well. I'm talking about right here in Texas, right here in Mississippi, I'm in the Bible Belt. Where is an example of Christian person? I told you guys. I actually saw her today at work. That one Christian who sat there, and again, I knuckled her down. It's like, where's this Christian persecution? You know what she kept saying? The media. It's like, that doesn't make any, what does that fucking mean? The media. What does that mean? The media. What does that mean?
There's a knot in my stomach.
Then you know what she said? They want to take the 10 Commandments off of buildings. Like,
see, get the fuck out of here.
Then you don't
get
know
the
what
fuck out of
persecution is,
here. Why can't we just say that to them? Get the fuck out of here.
Callers. I've already tried that robo-killer. It doesn't fucking work. Back on topic. I've had Christians tell me that the form of persecution, and again, the first thing this other lady that I'm thinking about, she immediately shot to fucking mainland China or fucking Saudi Arabia. And I was like, we live in Texas, okay? This is the Bible Belt. You know good and goddamn well I'm asking about right here. And she was one who said, they laugh at us. Whoa, that's persecution? No, that's called equality. Again, tell a grown-ass person that a snake talked. And we're going to say, yeah, no, that's actually a punchline to a very bad joke. What do you Christians do? You sit there and you scream persecution, right? You put your shit out there and you want everyone just to fall on our knees and suck your dick. And we're like, you got to earn that blowjob, right? I'm just not going to sit and, nope. It's not persecution. It's called constructive criticism, right? This is what we were talking about. Gang, let's close this one out. So this is going to be a minute steak. One topic, but I just had to wax on it, gang. Uncle Bobby has given you one big motherfucking problem. So as a result, Uncle Bobby's going to give you one big motherfucking solution. Violating the wall between church and state. Say it with me, gang. 1, 2, 3. Shut the fuck up. Christians, this is exactly what the fuck we have all been talking about. And again, 0 fucks given about your fucking feelings. Let's go. Wyatt Earp again. You called down the thunder, and now you've got it. This is what we were warning you guys about. If you let one person on the dance floor, you got to let everyone.
Everybody in the club getting tipsy.
That First Amendment that protects me, the atheist.
Look, folks, before he closes it out, I'm going to close it out. Look, I'm going live at 10 o'clock with Sacred Death, which means I'll be back on in a few minutes. I wanted to get set up for work tomorrow, where I want to be able to pull up the book I'm using and just keep going. I want to thank everybody that's tuned in throughout the day. This has been a long stream. It's super fun. Stay tuned. Pocket Locker 86, Pocket Locker 86, Pocket Locker 86. I'm doing a selling event. But yeah, I'm going to fire it off, man. I really appreciate y'all. I will see you in a little bit, hopefully. If not, thanks so much for watching. In the name of the Darwin and the Dawkins and the Christopher Hitchens, science bless you all. Poof.
She got that sweet juice, Minute Maid, some of out that lemonade. Take a sip, blowing purple clouds, taste like lemon haze. Conversations back and forth like damn, we could go on for days. Looking back at it like damn, she bad when she walk away. Here we go, been down this road, they already know. When we go on tour, I'll take you anywhere you wanna go. People talk about us like they understand just what this is. I just wanna give you all you want and then the double it. They all say